Resuming meeting number 57 of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and we are picking up where we left off last Thursday. The committee is continuing debate on the amendment of MP Ryan Turnbull. As always, a reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair, and the clerk and I will continue to maintain a consolidated speaking list of members wishing to speak. The current speaking list that I have with people who are present would be Miss Blaney, followed by Miss Vandenbeld, followed by Madame Romanado, and then I'll leave it there. Okay, just give me a signal if anybody else wants to jump in. Mrs. Blaney, the floor is yours.
Well, excellent, Madam Chair. I'm a little surprised. I thought that I had a little bit of time, but that's wonderful. I'm happy to start today's conversation, and I won't take a lot of time.
Mrs. Blaney, just so you do know, we did have Mrs. Sahota on the list prior to yourself, but she is not here today, and that's why I'm coming. So you are correct in your understanding. It's just with the people who are here today, you would be first.
Excellent. So I have a few comments to make. I just want to say that I am concerned. I'm concerned by some of the comments that I'm hearing from the Liberals around, feeling a bit like they're undermining the work of the journalists in this country that have brought to our awareness some of the leaks. It's really important, and we saw this in the convoy. It was very concerning to me, this idea of minimizing the work of the media, talking about them as fake news. That's stuff that's on the other side of our neighboring border, and I don't think it has a place here in Canada. So I just want to caution the Liberals about how they talk about those things. It concerns me greatly, and I think we have to respect the role of independent media and the work that they do bringing forward issues. The other thing that I'm concerned about, Madam Chair, that I've heard is some of the concerns that Ms. Sahota brought. I'm sorry that she's not here at the moment to respond, but she talked a lot about the cost of the inquiry and how expensive it would be. And I just feel like I think Canadians collectively are really concerned about the state of our institutions. And that as elected officials, our job is to really bring forward those concerns and make sure that we address them in a meaningful way. And a public inquiry also really provides for that opportunity for Canadians to have faith in a system that will allow for those conversations in an independent, public and transparent process. So I think that's what Canadians are asking for right now. So hopefully we can see a little bit of a change of tone and dialogue around this. I also want to add that from my perspective, I know that we have some important work to be doing in the committee, important work about the boundaries for future elections and what that's going to look like. We have important work in this committee. So I hope we can get to a place where we can vote today. We have, of course, the amendment first, and then we can get on to the next part of this system. So, Madam Chair, I think I'm just going to let some of the new members around the table share their thoughts. I'm really interested, but I hope that we certainly get to a vote quickly. I think that would be important for us in the next steps. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Blaney. Mrs. Vandenbeld?
And it's a pleasure to be back on PROC. As some of you will remember, I was on this committee in the 42nd Parliament, and this is a committee that certainly in the time that I was on this committee did some really good work. And part of the reason for that is because this committee has always been full of members that really put the institution first. And I think there's a little bit of lack of that right now. We as legislators are the front line of democracy. We are the ones that have to look at safeguarding the institution and the processes. And if you look, many of you know that before I got into politics, I was working internationally on democratic development, on parliamentary strengthening. I worked with UNDP's global program on parliamentary strengthening. I worked with OSCE in very difficult places where legislative oversight of the security sector was very, very difficult in places like Bosnia and Kosovo. And we developed some best practices. And what I'm concerned about today is the way in which and the venues through which this kind of oversight is happening, and where it should happen and where it shouldn't. We have, because we anticipated that things like this, election interference, or might I even say interference in our democratic processes writ large. As many of you know, I'm a member of ESTIR. I'm a member of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights. And I was chair of that committee when we studied the Uyghurs. And as many of you know, China has sanctioned not only the members of that committee because of the report saying that what's happening to the Uyghurs is a genocide, but sanctioned the entire committee. So yes, I want the committee to know where I'm coming from. This is a very, very serious issue. And I don't think there's anybody here that doesn't take this issue very seriously, whether it's interference by China, by Russia, by Iran, by anybody, and also interference in our entire democratic process, including our own committees and our own committee processes. So, just to start by the fact that where I'm coming from is as someone who's been sanctioned by China. And having said that, I think that we need to look at where the best place is to have these conversations. When, obviously, the Canadian public would love to know, everybody would love to know what our intelligence institutions, what our executive branch of government, our cabinet knew, when they knew it, how they knew it, and what they did about it. But you know who else would like to know that? China. China would love to know, what did we know or what didn't we know? And how did we find that out? And then more importantly, the next question, which is, what did we do about it? These are not things that can be talked about in a public and open forum. However, this is a dilemma that legislatures all around the world have. And you can go online and find numerous reports of the United Nations Development Program, of OSCE, of DCAF, the Geneva Center for Security and Intelligence Oversight, that talk about best practices of where the best place is for legislative branches, for people like you and me, members of Parliament, to be able to oversee these kinds of things. If in a public committee like this one, or in a public inquiry, we call people, let's say Katie Telford or any other government official, and ask them about classified materials, we know ahead of time that they can't answer anything that's classified. So then the answer has to be, I can't discuss that. I'm not at liberty to say that is classified. But we know ahead of time that we're putting them in that position. So I can't imagine why, as parliamentarians, we would want to put officials into a position where they either have to break the law or be in contempt of Parliament or look like they're obfuscating. The only reason to do that is if you want it to look like they're obfuscating, if you want it to look like they're covering up something. And even if those people who testify have all of the answers that could explain everything that would actually make them look very, very good, they can't talk about it. And so why, if it were about the institution, as I know this committee has always been, if it were really about protecting our democratic processes, why would we put officials into that kind of position unless it is to try to make them look bad and to try to make it look like there is something to hide? And in that case, trying to make it look like there's something to hide and casting doubt on people's faith in the processes, in the integrity of our democratic system, I'll be very honest, that's something that would probably make China very happy. And so then the question becomes, what do we do about it? If not here, if not in public, how is it that we as legislators, because it is very legitimate for legislators to have the right to oversee everything that government does, and even more important, and I've worked in very fragile states. I've worked in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the president has his own Republican Guard that has absolutely no oversight by any civilian or any other body. And I know how important it is that legislative branches are able to do this. And the fact is, Canada, through NCCOP, is actually used. There are entire reports of DCAF and UNDP that cite NCCOP as a global best practice on how legislators can oversee the security sector. And that's why I feel like, yes, we anticipated this. And yes, we know. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't believe that other countries try to and make attempts to try to undermine democratic processes. We are in a world today where the split is not east-west like it was in the Cold War, or right-left. The split is not north-south. The real divide in the world today is democracy and authoritarianism. And authoritarian states are learning from one another. They are working together. And I see colleagues here who are on the Subcommittee on International Human Rights who know full well, because we hear testimony day in and day out. Right now we're hearing from women in Iran, and we're hearing about what authoritarian states do to their citizens. And that divide is something that I think we have to be very, very careful, because Canada has always been, I think, a little bit protected in history because of our geographic boundaries. We have a democratic country to the south and essentially oceans around the rest. And so in a world where the dangers are geographic, where wars happen through physical contact across borders, Canada has always been a little bit protected. The problem today is that warfare is not happening. It is happening, obviously, physically, but the real dangers right now are hybrid warfare. The real danger is cyber warfare. And the problem with that, I heard just last week that China has an entire military wing on cognitive domain operations. This is something, and I mean, it's not new. Russia has always had propaganda. And you talk to people in places like Estonia, Lithuania, and they say they've always known, they've had that critical thinking because they've always known that that was there. But our problem is, because we have been somewhat innocent throughout our history, because Canada hasn't been subject to having nefarious actors on our borders, we don't live in a geopolitical fault line like the Balkans, which is a place that, as I said, I've spent several years working. Because of that, we haven't necessarily anticipated it enough over the last number of decades. But the fact is, they can get right into our living room. They can get right into our child's device, our phones. And this is a real threat. And I want the public to know, that might be listening today, that absolutely we take that threat very, very seriously. I having sat now for 7.5 years on the government side, I've seen how seriously we have taken that threat. And as someone who's been sanctioned by both China and Russia, I know myself personally that this is not something that we should be light about. But I'm not seeing this being taken seriously as a threat in the discourse that's happening in the last few weeks. What I'm seeing is, and you've seen it, I mean, even today, former Senator Hugh Segal has said there's a gotcha politics. What I'm seeing is that there seems to be an interest in trying to make it look like one party over another is not taking it seriously. And frankly, I find it really difficult to sit in the House the last few weeks and to have suggestions that as legislators, as Canadians, that we're not acting in the best interests of our country. Because I believe fully, and I've always been an MP that has worked very closely across party lines, that if we sit and work together, we can have the processes where we can allow legislative oversight. Because NCCOP, so the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, was created exactly for this kind of situation, so that it can be depoliticized, so that opposition members can have secret clearances that will allow them to get access to things that in almost every other country only the executive branch would have access to. That you have members from both houses, from the House of Commons and Senate, that you have members of all the recognized opposition parties present and government members that work in a way that is the way that I think Parliament should always work, in fact, where you are looking at the national interest first, where you put aside your party hat and actually work to make sure that where there are changes that need to be made, we can make those changes. And are the processes perfect? No. And in fact, NCCOP itself has put together a number of recommendations over the years about how these processes can be improved. But the fact is, you have a place where you can ask those questions, where you can get the secret information, where somebody who comes to testify can actually offer what they know, can offer that secret information in an environment where even the opposition is present. And then that committee can make reports that are ultimately made public. That committee can make reports that will say, not, this is what the government knew, and this is how they knew it, and this is the person who told them, and this is the, because this could put a lot of people in danger. But instead, make reports that say, we've had access to the materials, the government gave us full access, or didn't give us full access, the government acted or didn't act on the materials that it was given, and then make that available to the public. And in fact, what that does is it makes it so that you do have the incentives for the government to ensure that they are providing those materials. And this is a committee that is actually almost unique in the world. If you look at a number of reports where they've used Canada and our NCCOP as a case study, because as you can imagine, there are a lot of governments out there that don't want to give secret information to opposition members. This is something that we have put in place that, in fact, is probably, had we seen ahead to see exactly what's happening right now with these allegations of election interference, if we had actually looked ahead and said we need to create something that would be a process where we can actually respond to this, the NCCOP would be precisely the committee that we would have created. And so, if you look at, for instance, in other countries, in the UK, they have their intelligence and security agencies, the UK Parliamentary Intelligence and Security Committee, that it can scrutinize other bodies that form part of the management and structure of the UK intelligence community, including things like the Joint Intelligence Organization, the National Security Secretariat, the Cabinet Office, the Office for Security and Counterintelligence, and the Home Office. But it's not quite structured the same as ours. In fact, it's more like our liaison committee. It has the chairs of other parliamentary committees on it. If you look at, for instance, in Spain, they have a commission on the Congress of Deputies, and I won't go into details about all of that, but I can just give some examples of what other countries have. In France, for instance, they have the Parliamentary Delegation for Intelligence, which also is a bicameral parliamentary committee. It has 8 members. It's responsible for monitoring the performance of the French intelligence agencies, and it can take testimony from the Prime Minister, ministers, heads of agencies, and it can call for papers. In the U.S., they have the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and the U.S. Select Committee on Intelligence. In fact, in Australia in 2017, they did an entire report on the Five Eyes, and they actually said what the Five Eyes do, including Canada, when it comes to legislative oversight of the security sector. And the fact is, that's something that Canada was listed, and that was right after NCCOP was first formed. So, but that was something where they actually listed what Canada's doing in a very, very positive light, and had some recommendations for going forward. And we talked already about the U.S. and the U.K., but it also talks about New Zealand and Australia. In Australia, the 6 agencies that comprise the intelligence community are overseen by a parliamentary committee that examines their administration and expenditure. So that's a little bit of a different role because, of course, we have different mechanisms and committees that overlook expenditures of the intelligence and security and defense sectors. But as you can see, there are a number, and I'll probably come back to this a little bit later, but there are a number of different examples around the world of this kind of thing. New Zealand in 2017 created something where the security agencies are overseen by a parliamentary committee that can look at policy, administration, and expenditure. So if you look at some of these international examples, every one of them talks about Canada and says why Canada is one of the best practices. And so I just don't understand, looking at the permanent members of this committee, I just don't understand why, when we have one of the best mechanisms to do exactly what needs to be done right now, which is legislative oversight in a space that does not put at risk any of our security agencies, any of our intelligence operatives, that does not reveal to those that are our adversaries in the world exactly what we know, how we know it, what we don't know. And yet we are having this almost deck chairs on the Titanic kind of debate about, is it a public inquiry? Is it here at PROC? Is it, and the fact is we have the mechanism. So that's one of the reasons that I wanted to come today, because many of you know that I did work internationally, and I can go through. There's numerous reports that I could talk about, but what many people don't know is that before or in between, I also actually worked in the House Leader's office under the Paul Martin government. And so in 2004, one of the things many of you might know is that Paul Martin had given a speech when he was running for leadership at Osgoode Hall. And at that time, one of his key platforms, I guess, in his leadership campaign was democratic reform, was strengthening the legislative branch vis-a-vis the executive branch. Because as we all see, and as now is well documented over decades, the executive branch and the Prime Minister's office in Canada have gained more power vis-a-vis the legislative. And so one of the things he wanted to do was to create a democratic reform action plan that would rebalance and give more power to the legislative branch. And I happened to be, at that time, I was in the Liberal Research Bureau, and I happened to be the researcher for the Liberal Democracy Caucus. And a lot of those ideas in that Osgoode Hall speech actually came from the Democracy Caucus. One of those ideas was to create a National Security Oversight Committee of parliamentarians. And that's something we were talking about already in 2002. And then in 2003 and 2004, when Paul Martin first became Prime Minister, he established the first ever Minister of Democratic Reform. It happened at that time that it was also the House Leader. And we've had some phenomenal Ministers of Democratic Reform and House Leaders since then. But what we did is I was then brought in, I was Director of Parliamentary Affairs in that office of the House Leader and Minister of Democratic Reform. Specifically, my role was to work with the Senate, with the House of Commons, with PROC at the time, with parliamentarians and with civil society experts to help to turn those ideas that he had put forward during his leadership into an actual action plan. And we worked with PCO, and we actually did get through Cabinet and table in the House of Commons a democratic reform action plan. And that included, and this was in February of 2004, that included the National Security Committee, and I'll just read you the bullet of what the recommendation was. The government will seek the support of parliamentarians to create a National Security Committee of parliamentarians. Members would be sworn in as privy councillors, and so that they can be briefed on national security issues. Now, the one thing we haven't done is swearing in as privy councillors, which is something we can all maybe have a conversation about, because there's always room for improvement. But the fact is that in February of 2004, I have been working on this file for 20 years. We started working on this when I was in LRB in 2002. And then in 2004, when we put this Democratic Reform Action Plan, unfortunately, there was an election shortly after, and a lot of these, when we went into a minority government, a lot of these things didn't actually happen. But what is the first thing that we did in 2015 when we formed government? We created NCCOP. We created the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. So that idea, and in the interim, I was working overseas, working specifically on parliamentary oversight, on strengthening legislative branches. This is precisely the kind of work that I have literally been doing for 20 years. And so I guess I'm a little bit disappointed because I was very proud. When we created NCCOP, I was actually very, very proud that Canada created something like that, because this issue of interference it's not going away. And I know that for a lot of Canadians, it's something they're only reading about right now in the newspapers. But for those of us that have been working in this sector, and also when I was Parliamentary Secretary for Defense, and that includes the oversight of the CSE, for those of us who've been working in this for 20 years or more, this is not something that is new. It's not something that is not anticipated. And it's something that we have, that certainly I, both in Canada and in countries around the world, have been working very, very hard for decades to find processes where you can resolve that dilemma of how do you have oversight of things that are secret? How do you have the legislative branch of elected parliamentarians who are responsible for overseeing the government and representing citizens? How do you have that at the same time that you know that certain things have to be classified, certain processes cannot be made public? And, I have more to say, Madam Chair, and I might get on the list for later, because what I'd like to do is actually talk about some of the recommendations of some of these reports over the years that, in fact, have exactly what Canada has done. You've got the Geneva Centre for Security Sector Governance that says that it must have the authority to conduct inquiries, interrogate members and senior officials of the security sector, to be able to deal with a specialized committee, preferably a permanent or standing committee that is resourced, that has members that, listen to this, demonstrate strong commitment and expertise, which I actually think our NCCOP does. That has sufficient resources, that has adequate time and personnel, logistical support, technical support, expertise among the members. Membership is balanced so that, their responsibilities are not overextended. They can dedicate sufficient time. I could go through, maybe some of my colleagues will elaborate on this, but I can go through a number of these recommendations over the years. And in fact, that's exactly what Canada is doing. And we're recognized globally in being a leader in this. So I guess what I would leave with is I don't know why, and I haven't been on the committee to sort of follow the debates that led up to this, but when I look at the motion and I look at the amendments, I don't really understand why we're not using NCCOP. Why we're not, and in fact, we've gone beyond that, because the Prime Minister has even said, beyond what is the international best practice, that we're going to have a special rapporteur. And, I know people make fun of the word rapporteur, and I think that's just a little juvenile, to be honest, because it's used everywhere internationally. When the Secretary General of the United Nations wants to go and send somebody that's going to be independent, that's going to look at all of the facts and have access to everything and report back to the Secretary General, it's called a rapporteur. That is the name. To create a special rapporteur that will then look at all of the reports, but including the work being done on NCCOP, on the Security Committee of Parliamentarians, and look at NSERA, which is a different kind of review. That's expert review. So that's independent experts who are able to look at the security sector, which is another thing that has been put into place. And then to say, okay, I've looked at it all, and I don't believe that NCCOP is able to do this. I don't believe that NSERA is able to do this. I think there's more here. I think we do need a public inquiry because government isn't doing what it's meant to do. The processes that are in place aren't working. The Prime Minister has said that he would, in that case, be open to a public inquiry. But the fact is, I don't think it's going to come to that. I really, and maybe, I have a little bit more faith in some of these processes, and certainly I have faith in the members of NCCOP. I think that as, we get elected to this place, and one of the things, I'm a process person. So when I did democratic development overseas, when I worked in parliaments, and I was a senior advisor to the Parliament of Kosovo when it became a parliament. When Kosovo became independent, it had a small rubber stamp assembly that was essentially under the authority of the United Nations mission in Kosovo. So it didn't have any real authority. It was an advisory body that could recommend to the UN mission, which had executive and legislative authority at the time, what to do. And then when they declared independence, overnight, that small rubber stamp assembly had to become a national parliament. And I was the senior advisor with OSCE to the Parliament of Kosovo when they became a parliament. And when you look at those sorts of things and you look at what we put in place in terms of best practices, I would say that the Kosovo Assembly probably still has a ways to go. In fact, they could use Canada's model. But the fact is, these are the kinds of things that Canadians are going around the world and working on. And that's, and I think I probably will go through some of the things that international best practices are, because, I think that it is important that Canadians understand and know that we are, if not, nothing is perfect. I mean, we can always learn and improve on the processes we have in place. But when I look at NCCOP, I truly think that the result of the rapporteur is going to be that we do have the processes in place, that NCCOP does do it, because, I mean, we want, as MPs, to make the country better. I certainly, when I got elected, I believe very firmly in Canadian democracy, and I believe it is resilient. And yes, of course, there are many others, there are authoritarians out there who don't want Canada to be strong and resilient in its democratic institutions, and it is our institutions that make us resilient. And I certainly, when I got elected, came here with the idea of making this place more democratic, making it function better. And one of the first things that I did is, and partly because of the work that I had done overseas, but also because, having been a staff member in the House Leader's office, having been a staff member that did all the research for MPs and gave them materials that they could then use and make decisions, and by the way, let me tell you, the staff of our committees are phenomenal. I don't think any of us would be here and able to do what we do if it wasn't for our staff. But having been in that position, the desire after getting elected to be able to use the voice and the incredible privilege of being a parliamentarian to make this place better is something that I felt very strongly, still feel very strongly. And I see members, even on the other side, who actually became members of the All-Party Democracy Caucus in the 42nd Parliament. And the reason that I reached out across the aisle to create a democracy caucus was specifically because I know that there are members, and some who are process-oriented like me, who really see the institutions and the limitations of the institutions in oversight of the executive, see the threat over decades that has been widely documented, where executive power has grown in comparison to legislative power. And I reached out, and we created this all-party democracy caucus, which still exists. Elizabeth May is the chair of it at this time. At that time, I was the chair, so that we could talk about how to make this place better, so that we could work across party lines and put our partisan hats aside. And the incentives in this place, if you look at it from the perspective, let's say that I was coming in as OSCE or UNDP and looking at the way our parliament functions, our parliament is actually very top-down compared to some of the ones like Kosovo, where we were able to learn from all over the world, and we were able to benefit from what works well and doesn't work well when we created. The people of Kosovo created their parliament, but when we as advisors were able to bring to them some of these best practices around the world, they were able to put some of those in right at the outset. But the fact is, the Canadian Parliament has been here over 150 years, and some of the things that we do are still the way that it was 150 years ago, when, you know, you had a number of usually older white men who would take the train, come here to Ottawa, I'm talking about in the 19th century, and decide amongst themselves what's best for the plebeians in the country. And there was very little discussion with constituents. There was very little dialogue, and you know, most of it was people who came here, and they wouldn't be able to go back and forth just by the nature of the way travel was at that time. And it is a very centralized parliament. It is, in fact, a very masculine and adversarial parliament that over the years we've been able to change somewhat. But the fact remains that, you know, our parliament does need quite a bit of I mean, we do need to work on that. And the incentives here are more about gotcha. They're more about making the other guy look bad than actually reaching across the aisle and talking to each other. Even the physical space in this place. When I want to talk to a member of the opposition, there's really almost nowhere that we can go. It used to be that the lobbies where we eat was actually combined. And Peter Milliken will tell you about this, where, you know, we would have our own lobbies, but then when we went for our meals, we had to talk to each other. And Peter Milliken has said, and I firmly believe we should go back to that, because I can tell you, if I'm going, and certainly when I was chair of EST here, you know, I've always tried to fight for consensus. And this space right now, this is not a place where we're fighting for consensus. NCCOP is a place where that can happen. And sadly, in part because the cameras are off. And I think a lot of us would say that we're able to talk to each other a lot better and come to common solutions sometimes when those cameras are off. And it's not because we're not transparent, but it's because there's such an incentive that if I'm saying something today, that there's kind of a, oh, well, we're going to get her and we're going to quote that, and we're going to make sure that that particular thing that she said is going to go on Facebook or YouTube and make her look bad. And that's the problem with this place, is that it is about making the other guy look bad. And I've seen that. And the motion that's here today, a lot of this is about making the other party look bad. But the fact is, that's not why we got elected. I don't think that's why any of us got elected in the first place. I think we want to work together. And by the way, if you want to look at models of committees that work well together, the Status of Women Committee. And I'm not an essentialist. I don't think women are by nature somehow better. But the fact is, the Status of Women Committee has had almost entirely consensus reports. And it's a committee where sometimes when we're talking, when we're asking questions, you wouldn't know who is actually on what party. And the other one is the Subcommittee on International Human Rights. And I think it's because the members of that subcommittee, when we're looking at these kinds of global threats, are really looking at it from one place, which is we are all Canadian. And we're looking at it as Canadians and where our place is vis-a-vis other countries that do want to do harm to our democratic processes. And, frankly, to human rights defenders who find sanctuary here in Canada. And so these are things that, I do believe that this particular discussion is better to happen in a place where you're not always talking to the camera. You're not always trying to do gotcha. You're not always trying to, if a good idea comes forward, but it comes from another party, you have to shoot it down just because it's coming from another party. And sadly, the incentive structure in this place, and there's things we can do, and I could go on about that, but about what we can do to make that a little bit better. But I think looking at something like NCCOP is precisely the way that we can do that, because there, I'll give you an example. When I was parliamentary secretary for national defense and covering the CSE as well, I actually sort of naively, when I first became parliamentary secretary, I saw an NCCOP report that was rather critical. And by the way, look at the NCCOP reports, because a lot of them are actually very, very critical of the government. And, I was getting briefs, and I looked at this report, and my first instinct was to go to one of our Liberal members who was on the NCCOP committee and say, what are you doing? Why didn't you come and talk to us? And she got very defensive, and she said, that's not what NCCOP is about. We don't take our direction from the minister's office or from the parliamentary secretary for that matter. We are an independent committee. We do our work very much according to the evidence and across party lines, but we don't have a parliamentary secretary sitting on the committee asking us questions about why we're doing it. And she was actually very resentful that I even did that. And I learned my lesson at that time, because I realized that this is something that was very, very, they guarded this very, very well. And it was the reason that NCCOP is powerful and works, because the members of the committee took it very, very seriously, that they are independent, that they do not work on behalf of the government or their party. And, you know, frankly, I think it would be better if more committees were like that in this place. But, you know, I am going to go through, I think, some of the things in some of these recommendations that internationally, because, you know, I actually think Canadians need to know. Canadians need to know that we have put in place, and it took us a long time. Like I said, we put forward in 2004. And we didn't put it in place until I think it was 2016 when NCCOP was first created. But the fact is, we put in place a mechanism for this kind of discussion, to hear these kind of witnesses. And, you know, I'll say, for instance, in 2021, the Geneva Center for Security Sector Governance, and it's colloquially referred to as DCAF. And I know many people actually that DCAF is funny, I guess. Sorry? Okay. Decaf, coffee, right. Well, I can assure members, this is not decaf. I don't think I could talk this long if I had decaf. But the fact is that DCAF, so decaf, it is, I know many people that have worked for decaf. When I was in Kosovo, they relied very significantly in the Balkans in that period of time when there was a transition, not only post-conflict after the war in Yugoslavia, but also post-communist, because these were countries that were going through transition from communism. So it wasn't a matter of restoring a democracy. The democracy had never existed. So when I was in Kosovo and trying to ensure that the parliament of Kosovo became a national parliament, it wasn't to recreate something that had existed before the war. It was to build it from scratch. And DCAF is known around the world with some of the best security experts and intelligence experts and parliamentary experts. And many of the people that I worked with when I was in Kosovo had either worked at DCAF or went to work with DCAF afterwards. And a lot of the best practices that we had, we took from this institute, because, you know, and I would encourage members to actually go on their website and look at some of the reports over the years, because they, you know, I would say that it's not just that, I'm not here just trying to say NCCOP is perfect and it's the only mechanism we need. The fact is, there are ways we could improve NCCOP significantly, and we need to look at some of these comparative reports. Look at what's worked in other countries. Look at what hasn't worked in other countries. Look at unintended consequences of creating certain processes and institutions, and especially the Five Eyes, because, you know, we have very similar security interests. And might I say that, you know, if we're in a position as Canada where we are asking classified information in public settings, I don't think it's just going to be harmful in terms of some of the people out there who work in the security sector who risk their lives for Canada. But it's also very, very dangerous to other members of the Five Eyes. And we need to think about what it is that we want to air publicly. When we are a member of the Five Eyes, we have an alliance. You know, when we're sworn in, when somebody is sworn into secrecy, there's a list of people who are actually allowed to get information from the Five Eyes. And there are parliamentarians on that list. And, you know, I worry about the impact that that might have. And again, going to international best practices, I'm not saying that we can't oversee it. I would be the first to say that, because I've seen countries where security sector behind the veil of secrecy does tremendous overreach. I've seen places where people can disappear. I have a very, very good friend now, but at the time constituent, who was picked up in Democratic Republic of Congo by the Republican Guard. He was at the airport, and this was before I was elected, but I was working at that time with the National Democratic Institute, which is another organization that does incredible work on parliaments and parliamentary strengthening. And So when I was in the Democratic Republic of Congo, this person from my riding who I knew well, who had been working with the opposition at the time, was on his way back to Canada, Canadian citizen, on his way back to Canada. He went through security at the airport, and then he was on the phone with his family, and all of a sudden they heard something that sounded like he was being physically grabbed or taken, and then his phone went off. And then they checked on the flight, and he wasn't on the flight. And that was, it turns out, the Republican Guard, the only response to the president, and at that time President Kabila, and he had been picked up. And there was absolutely no oversight in this case. And because I had been the head of NDI, and I knew him, I knew him when I ran in 2011, and I also had been the head of NDI, I got a call from his family in my riding. And at that time, and I have to give him credit, I called John Baird, because he was the MP. I had run against him in 2011, and he won. But he also knew that I had, and again, here's an example. When it comes to things that matter in terms of the security and safety of Canadians, where you can work across party lines. And to his credit, John Baird immediately contacted our embassy, who put in a query to find out what had happened to this young man. And in the first 24 hours, was always absolutely critical, because we all knew, when I was working in Congo, we all knew that if people disappeared in the first 24 hours, you wouldn't see them again. And the fact that the government at the time, which was the Conservative government, acted so quickly, and John Baird acted so quickly, they did produce him. They put him in a prison, and they said, and there's a book about this, by the way, Noël en prison, if you want to read it. But they put him in prison, and they charged him with something like insulting a general, or something like that. And fortunately, because of the Canadian government pushing, he was able to, several weeks later, after a horrible experience, but he was able to come back home to Canada. But this is the reason I'm talking about this is, I have seen firsthand what happens in countries where the security sector doesn't have oversight. What happens in countries where you don't have mechanisms, where those that represent the public, members of parliament, and also security oversight agencies, where there is a secret veil. So I am the last person on earth, having seen this firsthand, having been sanctioned by China and Russia, I'm the last person who would ever say that we want to bury these things, that we don't want processes that are going to be able to oversee against overreach of the security sector. And if you look at everything that I've done, not just as a parliamentarian, but in my career, right from when I was a student, I was on the Civil Liberties Association of Alberta when I was a grad student at the University of Calgary. I have been talking about the potential overreach under the veil of secrecy, under the veil of security, national security, throughout my career. And I feel comfortable myself, as somebody who is coming from that position, that NCCOP right now is the best place, has the tools and the mechanisms to get access to secret materials. It has opposition members on it, that is the best place. Now, I would also say that we probably could improve it. And, without, again, I'm not here wearing a partisan hat. I'm here wearing a hat of, what is best for our country. Back in 2002 and 2004, we did suggest that, and in fact, it was approved by Cabinet at that time, that members of NCCOP be sworn into the Privy Council, that they have access to Cabinet materials. And, I would probably be the first one to say that's something we may want to look at in order to strengthen the process. I'm not here because I'm parroting the government line or because I'm a Liberal member, and there's a lot of cynicism out there. And, I hope that my constituents at least know, and I think opposition members know, at least those that I've worked with on committees, that if something's good for Canada, I don't care who gets credit. And I don't, and I'm willing to push the envelope a little bit on what our government is doing and put forward good ideas and fight for those good ideas in order to make the processes better. Because at the end of the day, I'm a process person. I firmly believe if the processes and the institutions function well, then you will end up with good results. And I still firmly believe that our processes and our institutions function well. I have no doubt about the resilience and the strength of Canadian democracy. I do think that we can maybe improve it. And, you know, like I said, if NCCOP were to be able to be sworn in and get access to those kinds of cabinet materials, to be sworn in as privy councillors, again, unprecedented in the world. I mean, first of all, we have a committee that we allow top secret information to get to committee members, you know, unfettered, members of the opposition. And I can tell you, having worked in many places in the world, if I had suggested that as an international expert, that they should create a committee and allow those members access from the opposition, I probably would have been kicked out of the country persona non grata, because they would have said there's absolutely no way that they could ever do this, let alone swear them in and give them access to cabinet materials. But it does come down to trust a little bit. And our government has trusted that those opposition members that are on that committee, and you saw, you know, some of the former members of the committee. Vern White was in the newspaper this week, and you know, actually, I think I've got exactly what he said, and you know, he said that it's BS. That was the term in the newspaper, BS. That this isn't a committee that works well, and then he said, and he told CBC's The House, our work was done unfettered, totally unfettered. Now, here you have a senator who is from the opposition who is saying exactly the same thing that my colleague said to me when I was the parliamentary secretary, and I tried to talk to her, and you know, as a parliamentary secretary, and she pushed back. And you know, I would venture that all of the members of that committee are very, they want to make sure that they are using that committee responsibly. We are trusting opposition members with top secret information. And I think we could use a little bit of trust back, that we as members of the government side are fighting every day for Canada. We are putting everything we have to do what is in the best interest of Canada. And the fact that we've created that committee that allows the opposition to have that kind of information and to be able to ask those kind of questions and get those answers, I think suggests that we also believe that the opposition members are fighting in the interests of Canada as well. And I, you know, when I like I said, I meant to go through some of these international best practices, and you know, I care so much about this issue that I haven't even gotten to that. But let me go through one of the reports here. It's called "The Contribution of Parliaments to Sustainable Development Goals 16 through Security Sector Governance and Reform, Linking Good Security Sector Governance to SDG 16." And those of you who don't know what SDG 16 is, as many of you know, and I'm Parliamentary Secretary for International Development now, so the SDGs are fundamental. But I was also working at the UN when at that time they called them Millennium Development Goals, because we had hoped that we would achieve some of these by the millennium, or by 2015. The SDGs are the Sustainable Development Goals, and these are things that we'll be able, hopefully, to achieve by 2030, although with the COVID, I call it the 3 Cs: conflict, COVID, and climate. There's a crisis happening in the world that is making it much harder to achieve those sustainable development goals. But the one that's relevant to the discussion today is SDG 16. And SDG 16 says that we promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. So this is the one that is specifically about what I've been talking about today, those institutional processes. And this report from 2021 talks about a number of recommendations. So, you know, it's a long report, so I'm only going to just talk about briefly the key recommendations but I bet some of my colleagues can elaborate on that a little bit later. But the first recommendation is to ensure that the committees possess sufficient authority to fulfill their SSGR, which is the Security Sector Governance and Reform. I'll just say SSGR because it's easier. Oversight functions to contribute to SDG 16. This includes the authority to conduct inquiries, interrogate members of the executive and senior officials in the security sector, and conduct site inspections, and it implies broad access to information with any exceptions based on national security concerns limited as much as possible. And so really that last bit about the exceptions that are based on national security being limited as much as possible, I think that's the part that we're really, the really crux of the division that we have today are those exceptions limited too much, or are those exceptions reasonable? And I would say that in an environment like this, those exceptions have to be in place. We cannot have discussions about classified materials in an open setting like this. To a certain extent, we can. But as it says here, those exceptions have to be based on national security concerns, have to be limited. Whereas having created a committee like NCCOP, it does allow for those. In fact, I don't know that there's exceptions for NCCOP on what materials they can access. I think they're able to summon papers and all of the things that it says here. They're able to conduct inquiries. They're able to interrogate members of the executive and senior officials in the security sector. I'm not sure if they've ever done site inspections. That's something that I'd have to ask the members, or maybe they wouldn't tell me because they really guard their the process. But I would imagine if they wanted to do a site inspection, I know that in fact, as members of Parliament, we can go to any military base in Canada and we're allowed access. Something that actually during the Harper years was denied to members of Parliament. And now when we came into power, we actually have said that as a member of Parliament, we should be allowed to be able to go to a military base and, within reason, be able to visit and to see it. And, again, I think our government has actually opened things up significantly from what was the case under the previous Harper government. And, I might go into some of those details later, but I really want to stick to the crux of what the motion is here today. But maybe on another day I can elaborate on some of those things. But conducting site inspections, this is something MPs have that right. And I would imagine NCCOP does too, although I don't know of any examples where they've done that. And implies broad access to information. That's precisely NCCOP. That is precisely what that National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians is there to do. So I would say that for the most part, recommendation number 1 is something that we do have here in Canada. One of the things, like I said before, is that they don't have access to cabinet documents. So, again, I think there are pros and cons to that, but that certainly is something that I think that if this committee, by the way, were to take on an issue that would actually have tremendous impact, and if I was still on the committee, I might suggest it might be to talk about how we can make committees like NCCOP stronger. It might be to hear from other countries around the world about what their processes are, and maybe there's room certainly to hear from experts on what might be the intended and unintended consequences of swearing in the members of NCCOP to the Privy Council and giving them access to cabinet materials. That's something that I would say would be a good role for this committee, whereas what's being discussed in this committee now would be better done in NCCOP, and maybe even in a strengthened NCCOP based on the recommendations from this committee, which, like I said, when I was on this committee, we did tremendous work. We did the entire family-friendly parliament study. We did, it was something that, again, we weren't trying to make the other side look bad when a good idea came from others. And I remember it was David Christopherson who was on this committee for the NDP, and there were times where we clashed a bit, and but the fact is, if he had a good idea, we weren't going to turn it down just because it came from the opposition. And he had some good ideas. He frankly had a lot of good ideas. He'd been here a long time, and I think he had a lot of good ideas about how we make this place work better. And I think that if you look at the history of what our Prime Minister has done and what our government has done since 2015, we have consistently tried to open up and consistently tried to make the processes better. But I think that if PROC were to study anything right now, it might be whether or not there are models out there in the world that would be better than or improve what we have in NCCOP. The fact is, the rest of the world is looking to our model. So I think we might be a bit hard pressed to find models that are better. But like I said, the UK Parliament, the members of their committee are all committee chairs. I think that would be more difficult because one of the recommendations is members have to have the time, and they have to be able to dedicate themselves to that kind of work, because we know if any of you know some of our colleagues who are on NCCOP, it takes so much of their time. It is all consuming, in fact, sometimes the number of hours that they sit and the materials and the briefs that they have to read through. You would need to have members that have the capacity and the time and aren't pulled by being on other committees, and certainly not chairing other committees. I think that would be a little bit more difficult. So in fact, in that case, I think we're better than the UK. But that's recommendation 1. Then we have recommendation 2 here, which says that we have to establish standing committees to oversee the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And then in order to prevent a siloed approach to implementation of the SDGs, parliaments should create specialized committees, preferably permanent or standing committees. Exactly what NCCOP is. It is a permanent, well, it's not even a standing committee. In fact, we went one further. It's not even a standing committee. It is a specialized committee of parliamentarians, and it's not just the House, it's also the Senate. And again, because there are senators there, they aren't always looking at how do I score a point for the next election. And, I think, yes, absolutely, accountability that we have is vitally important. That, we are thinking about how things are going to reflect on us in our constituencies. At least I hope we're all thinking about that. But senators have a little bit more ability to sort of take a much longer term approach. So, rather than looking to the next election, senators can look 10, 20, 30 years ahead. And, in fact, if we look 10 or 20 or 30 years ahead, I think that what we're talking about today is going to be the greatest threat. And it's not just this the hybrid warfare, the interference, the cyber interference, the influence mechanisms, the cognitive domain attempts to undermine democratic processes and pluralism, and I would say to undermine the very openness of democratic countries, which means that there is inclusion, which means we have pluralism. There's a global, we heard in Esther Committee just this week, there is a global anti-feminist, anti-human rights, anti-gender narrative that is happening right now, that is being put out there by countries like China and Russia and Iran and many other authoritarian countries. I think that if we look at the long-term view, as the senators on this committee do, and hopefully we do too, and I wouldn't say that none of us are looking 20, 30 years down the road. I think most of us want to create a better place for our children and grandchildren, but if we look at that, I'm very concerned, because I think that the hybrid warfare and the threats that we face right now aren't just to the elections, aren't just to committees. Like I said, our committee was sanctioned by China, so talk about interference in a democratic process. But it's also to our infrastructure, to our grid, to our communications, to our banking systems, to our, a lot of I have the old Nortel campus in my riding, and, that's now D&D, but before D&D could move in, they found, and I'm citing media sources, I don't know this firsthand, but what was reported was that they found all kinds of listening and spyware devices on that campus because they were stealing intellectual property. And so I think that what we need right now is not this kind of really partisan attack saying that, that party tried to work with China to manipulate elections. What we need is a very serious, nonpartisan view of what the threats are. And not to overstate them either, because one thing that I do know is, having been the parliamentary secretary, which, the CSE fell under defense, I have tremendous respect for the work of our intelligence institutions. I think our intelligence agencies, certainly the signals intelligence, are incredibly capable, some of the best in the world. And yes, we need to have oversight. Yes, we need to make sure that we guard against overreach or even not just overreach. Sometimes it isn't overreach. Sometimes it's that you're so focused on a task that you want to see that task accomplished, so you're not thinking about the transparency. And the fact is, that's not the job of our intelligence agents. That's our job. It's our job as parliamentarians. It's our job as people who obviously care deeply about our democracy because we ran for office in this democracy. It's our job to make sure that we set those limits, that we set the criteria, that we create the balance between transparency and secrecy so that to the extent possible, we can ensure that there is not overreach on rights. And frankly, I'm going to say, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to bring my mom to the hospital shortly for a minor procedure. She's okay. It's a minor procedure, but it's been almost a year since she's been waiting to get this procedure. So I have to take her to the hospital. So I have to leave in about a few minutes. But I just want to leave with just one last piece. And hopefully I'll be able to come back and maybe elaborate more, or some of my colleagues can talk more about some of these other recommendations. But I'm really concerned about the tone and the nature of what's happening. I think that, frankly, if China was trying to cause people in Canada to lose faith in democracy, in our processes, to turn on each other, to become polarized, this is what we're doing. And, I came here today because I really wanted to put on the record that I think we can do better. I think we can work together as parliamentarians, put aside this kind of pointing fingers and saying, God, none of us are working with China. I mean, please. I think that when you take intelligence, which by its nature, intelligence is partial. That's why you have to keep on gathering more. And intelligence can, if it's partial and it's overheard and it's bits and pieces, you can come to the wrong conclusions, which is why people who work in intelligence rarely come to conclusions. They present it, and then it's something that we can look into and try to find evidence and try to find. But when intelligence, in its partiality, in its, in the raw form, is made public, it can utterly destroy lives. Just look at Maher Arar, and I've worked closely with Monia Masih over the years, his wife, and just look at what happens when assumptions are made about an individual person based on intelligence that was not gathered to make that assumption. It was gathered to show and continue to be gathered. When those things happen, as soon as you say that someone is disloyal to this country, as soon as you say that someone is working with foreign agents for a foreign interest, not just that individual, their families, their communities, their lives are ruined. Because once you say that about someone, how do you prove a negative? How do you prove that you're not? Now, I am fortunate. I can go back to my constituency and tell people, first of all, I'm white. I'm of Dutch descent. I am sanctioned by China myself. I can go back and I can say, obviously, I'm not working for China. I've been out there on the Uyghurs. I've been out there. But what if I was Chinese? What if my parents were Chinese? I really, I think people should look at what Minister Ng said in the press conference this week, because the impact on communities in our riding, when you start taking intelligence and treat it as if it's fact, can be extremely, extremely dangerous. And this is exactly I've spent my life on human rights. And this is actually one of the ways that human rights defenders are discredited. When I worked in other countries, sometimes if I even went to the office of a member of parliament or an elected member there, and I being Canadian, they would be accused that they're operating with Canadians, with foreigners, with one time I was accused when I was with NDI of being a member of the CIA. I mean, there's a distrust, but they would say, please, let's meet in your office, because they didn't want the perception that they were meeting with foreigners. But can you just, and this is what was used by authoritarian states to discredit civil society, feminists, LGBTQ activists. They discredit them by saying, you are a foreign agent, you're working in the interests of the other. I don't want Canada to get into a situation where we're saying those sorts of things. And frankly, if this committee, and again, you know, my mom's appointment is in half an hour, but again, if this committee were to go down that road and start asking questions in public, or if there's an inquiry where these questions, and sometimes a person might say something not realizing that it seems like an innocent small fact, but it might be the little piece that a foreign government was waiting to get that puts everything else together, that allows them to sort of clue into what the whole picture is. We don't know what is useful to another government. And that's why I am exceptionally concerned about the tone, about the nature of the way that this debate has been playing out in the House of Commons, in this committee, in the motions before this committee right now. I think we all need to take a step back. Let's remember, and I'm looking at my opposition friends now, let's remember why we ran. Let's remember what it was that made us want to be members of Parliament. And I think that if we do that, then we will actually get to a place where we can work together. And we will get to a place where perhaps this committee can look at how we strengthen the processes that we have. But we'll use the processes that we have, because that's exactly why that committee, NCCOP, was put in place. And I think this discussion would be much better if it were to happen in a place like NCCOP. And that's why we have a rapporteur who will come back to the public to say whether that process is working well or not. And he'll come back to the Prime Minister. And at that point, if he says it isn't, then we have to look at that again very carefully. But I don't think it will. I think Canadians should have comfort and faith that all of us as elected members are working very, very hard to make sure that our democracy is protected. I can tell you that it's my life's work. It's almost my religion. It is what I'm here for. And again, I'm getting messages that my mom is waiting for me to be taken to the hospital, so I do have to go. But I hope that I'll be able to come back. And I think, you know what, I'm going to also make sure that some of my colleagues have a chance to elaborate on some of these international best practices, because I think it is important that Canadians know that our institutions are strong. So thank you, Madam Chair. Reluctantly, I have to go.
Mrs. Vanderbilt, I thank you for your comments, and I wish your mom a good appointment. Mrs. Romanado.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning to my colleagues. And I have to say how impressive it was to have my colleague, MP Vanderbilt, here to share her experience in this regard and bring forward such good information in terms of where PROC could look with respect to foreign interference. So I want to touch on something that I've talked a little bit about, because it's something, as I mentioned, very near and dear. And I'm looking at the amendment to the motion as amended, and again the reference to security cleared party representatives and the importance of security cleared party representatives. There's been reference that there is no willingness to share information versus the capacity to share information, and there is a difference. When information is classified, it's not a question of are we willing to share it, it's a question of can it be shared. And there is a very big distinction. As MP Vanderbilt said, a committee was set up of all parliamentarians a few years back that has representatives from all parties as well as senators. And as I said previously, when you look at the members who sit on NCCOP, I am incredibly impressed with the caliber of expertise that they hold. when I look at someone, for instance, MP Alex Ruff, who served as a colonel in the Canadian Armed Forces for over 25 years, who understands intimately the importance of national security and the importance of working with our allies, who is a member of NSICOP, I have no doubts whatsoever that a study of foreign interference held at NSICOP would be taken very seriously and with the utmost of care. When I look at mon collègue, M. Bergeron de Mont,
My colleague, Mr. Bergeron, whom I respect, he is my neighbor, and who has worked in international affairs, I have a great deal of trust in his abilities.
asked the director of CSIS when he was here, what would be the impact of classified information being made public? He testified that to do so would not only put our relationship with Five Eyes at risk, but would actually put the safety of our intelligence assets around the world at risk. And MP Van de Belde spoke of that. She referenced, Madam Chair, a report done by Australia. It's a Five Eyes report. And I think this would be actually helpful if that could be perhaps provided to the members of this committee, because I think there's a lot of reference material that could be beneficial for us in there. No members of this committee have the necessary clearance to look at classified documents that I'm aware of. I'm looking around the table. I don't think any of us have that necessary clearance. But that could be one of the questions. Could members of PROC be given the necessary clearance? If the members of this committee were adamant that they wanted to see classified briefings, could members of PROC receive that? Of course, what would happen is that any briefings that were provided would be in a secure location. Obviously, the staff who support us would not be eligible to be in the room. And of course, any information that was provided to us would never be able to be made public. So we already have a group of parliamentarians that have the necessary clearance, that have been looking into this. And I think it would be beneficial, and I understand that in the Prime Minister's announcement, he asked NSICOP to look into it, and a press release was issued last week by the chair of NSICOP stating that they will look into this. Another area when we talk about top secret clearance and talk about concerns that members of Parliament here on this committee have talked about were briefings in terms of best practices with respect to cybersecurity and mitigation members for foreign interference. Now, could that be something that I think all members of Parliament, including their staff, receive? For instance, obviously all of our devices, which we have a habit of carrying with us everywhere, could be hacked. There could be tracking on them, access to the microphones and the cameras. Some people in this room might actually have a compromised phone with them right now. Have people that work in MP offices, senators' offices, MPs themselves, received necessary training in terms of mitigating such interference? Is that something that PROC should look into? When we go into camera to discuss conversations here, even reports, we all have our devices with us. We are putting that information at risk because any one of us could be a target for foreign interference. Now, I don't know if other parties have had training or briefings, other MPs, in terms of cyber safety and what tools are at their disposal. I know I received a special bag. I don't know if other MPs did, in which to put my devices. Caucus meetings, we put our devices in a locked little box to not bring it in the room. I think this is an opportunity for members of Parliament and their staff, who probably are more likely to be the target than the MP themselves. And the reason why is often they are the gatekeeper to their MP, right? When you think about when someone wants to meet with an MP or speak to an MP, they go through the office. They want to speak to the staff member who's handling the agenda of the MP. I know my staff probably know more about my agenda, where I'm supposed to be, than I do. So do our staff members have the necessary training to be mindful and be prepared and to be on the lookout for possible attempts? Talking about training and briefings, questions about official party leaders. Do they receive briefings in terms of potential threats, potential attempts? In the case of the 2019 and 2021 elections, were party leaders, then party leaders, provided briefings during an election, what to do, how to flag anything that they were seeing or hearing on the ground? Those are things that I think PROC could be looking at. I know that this committee put forth a report in the House with respect to a public inquiry. And I think it's important that people also understand what is a public inquiry. Donc,
So we have heard on several occasions the requests for an independent inquiry made up not of parliamentarians to validate what happened.
Mr. Long?
Hi, good morning, Chair. My interpretation wasn't working. Is it working right now?
Mr. Long, let's confirm that the interpretation is working. Est-ce que vous pouvez...
Mr. Long, can you hear me? Can you hear the English interpretation, Mr. Long? Is it working?
Do you hear it in English or in French?
Yes. No, can you just, if you don't mind, say a little more in French?
Mr. Long, I don't believe your headset is plugged in. It is now plugged in. Mr. Long, do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Est-ce que vous pouvez...
Can you hear me when I speak French? Do you hear the English interpreter now?
Thank you.
That is good to go. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Long. Good to have you here.
Happy to be here.
Mrs. Romanado, back to you.
Madam Chair, should I start over? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Just kidding. Donc, comme j'ai mentionné,
So as I mentioned, for a public inquiry, it's very clear on the internet site of the inquiry, and I will quote the definition. Commissions of inquiry are impartial entities established by the Governor and Council, that means to say the Cabinet, to deal with issues of national importance. The issue and the question of the special rapporteur to be appointed by the Prime Minister is someone who is impartial, or maybe seen as some as not impartial, but it's the same as a public inquiry.
A public inquiry, it's an order in council, so it is cabinet who decides this. The difference would be, in the case of a public inquiry, it would not be parliamentarians looking at the evidence. It would be someone named by cabinet that is not a sitting MP. Also, a public inquiry would not have access to secret or top secret documents. They would have the exact same access to information that PROC has, and that has been confirmed by CSIS, RCMP, the CSE, and the National Security Advisor. The only instrument in the toolbox would be NSICOP, who would be able to see those documents. We heard a little bit about a timeline for a public inquiry, and if the special rapporteur decides to suggest that, the Prime Minister has said he will abide by that. But the timeline, the realistic timeline, could be 2 to 4 years. We might be in another election, past another election by then. And I want to quote former Senator Vern White, who I have a lot of respect for, who spent his career in policing. And I quote, "But I think NSICOP would be quicker than a public inquiry, and my pardon for the unparliamentary language, I'm quoting the senator, and a hell of a lot cheaper than a public inquiry. I think this team, both the Secretariat and committee, are ready to run. It's too bad politics is becoming the player here, and discussions around whether or not NSICOP should manage it. But you can go back and ask any member of NSICOP, regardless of whether they were with the Conservative Party, the NDP Party, or the Liberal Party, they will all talk about the strength of that committee." So when I hear from someone like former Senator White, who has years of experience in the police domain, stating that, when I look at the membership of NSICOP with someone with the caliber of former Colonel Ruff, I have full confidence in NSICOP. When I look at back on PROC and the conversations we had, and we've had a lot of members change over the last 2 years from PROC, but we've been talking about foreign interference and looking into foreign interference for a while now. And I ask myself, what is it that we want to achieve as a committee? If the goal of PROC is to determine if there were attempts by the People's Republic of China to interfere in the 2019 and 2021 elections, to determine if the current processes in place were able to detect, to deter, and to counter foreign interference, if it is determined if there was an impact to the outcome of the general election or on the outcome of specific ridings, I think there's a lot of work that can be done here in collaboration. And I think everyone here would like to answer those questions. I would hope. Or is the goal of this committee or members of this committee to fabricate some scandal that isn't here, to find a gotcha moment, as MP Van de Belt kept saying. When I listened to the language used by some members, it is clear, and former Senator White said it himself, that this committee, this study, is becoming incredibly partisan. And I really, truly hope that we can move back to where we were when we were working on other reports and other studies, because I do truly think that there are some issues that need to be addressed in terms of foreign interference, and I would hope that we can get back to a place where we're not looking for gotcha moments, but we are actually working as a collective. And it makes me think a bit about a Team Canada approach. I remember when we were negotiating NAFTA, or NAFTA 2.0, we all came together to protect Canadian interests in that negotiation. And it should be the same. We have a foreign entity that is attempting to interfere in our democratic institutions, and we're fighting amongst ourselves, versus having a united front to get to the bottom of it. But not only to get to the bottom of it, but to improve. And I truly want to hear from colleagues around this table what recommendations they would have to strengthen it. There are a lot of questions, and my colleagues have asked in previous meetings why one of their candidates in the election, Mr. Chu, was not advised during the campaign that there were attempts to interfere. So why, if that were in fact correct, why was the candidate not informed? Whose responsibility was it to inform the candidate? Was it the responsibility of the party to not only flag it to site or the panel, but also to flag it to the candidate? Are candidates briefed when they run by Elections Canada to say, be on the lookout for, this is how you would report such concerns? These are a lot of questions that we need to have answers to. Canadians watching probably have a lot of the same questions. What is the workflow in terms of necessary stakeholders? So for instance, if a citizen in a specific riding was privy to information of concern, would they know who to flag that to? What information to flag? I think these are things we need to look at. Do we need to streamline those things? Those are things that we need to look at. Is there room for improvement? Absolutely. There's always room for improvement. That's why we review things. That is why NSICOP is going to look at what happened here. When I look back since 2015, some of the tools that were put in place in terms of foreign interference, we look at the establishment of site, the establishment of the panel, the caretaker period, briefings provided to political parties, and as I said earlier, perhaps some training is required for all parliamentarians and their staff. Have methods of interference changed? I assume yes. Before I was elected, I didn't know very much about cybersecurity, and we know that Canada has not had a very robust cybersecurity infrastructure in place compared to other jurisdictions. What are we seeing now in terms of cybersecurity, in terms of disinformation campaigns? Do we need to increase our capacity in that regard? MP Van den Belt spoke a little bit about our Five Eyes partners. again, she referenced a document, a report done in Australia. It would be very interesting to hear what other Five Eyes partners are doing to detect, to deter, and to counter foreign interference. Could we perhaps have parliamentarians from those jurisdictions provide us with their feedback as well? I know I'd like to hear from other members of this committee, so I'll probably ask to be put back on the list a little later once I've heard from others. But I just wanted to put some of those items out there. And one area of concern, and I know Ms. Blaney brought this up, I believe at the last meeting and again at the top of this meeting, about news reports and validating media reports. And as we've heard, information that is provided to journalists or news that can't be independently verified or are taken in a little tranche, a little bit of intelligence versus understanding the bigger picture, is of concern. The question of leaks that cannot be validated as to the source, because it could be national security and or not, is of concern. I think there's a lot of questions that PROC could be focusing on that we're not. And I want to say again, and I do not doubt any member of Parliament would want to put our intelligence assets at risk. I do not believe that for a moment. So when members of Parliament are asking that classified information be made public, a gentle reminder, we cannot do that. We cannot put the relationships with our Five Eyes at risk, nor can we put the assets that we have around the world at risk. And I want to reiterate what MP Vandenbeld mentioned. Words matter. And when the tone and the choice of language that we use to refer to others are made in a demeaning way, it is important that we recognize not only are we hurting that person, but those around them. And we are all honorable members. We all put our names forward to represent the communities that we come from. And I think we need to take the partisanship out of this, and we've proven in the past we can work together. We have. Some folks here on PROC worked with me on other committees and know that, look, I have some of the same questions and same concerns, and I think we can work together in a nonpartisan way. And Madam Chair, you have been incredibly patient with us and trying to bring us together to find a way forward. And I do want to thank you for that. And I truly, truly think we can come to a path forward. I know that the game of politics is when a camera is on, it's for the clips. It's for the whatever, fundraising emails and things that go along with it. And it's unfortunate because I'm pretty confident that if we were to shut the door, turn off the camera, and get the members of PROC to not be sitting across like this to each other in a very adversarial way, if we would actually sit around a table together, we actually could probably come up with some really good ideas and some really good recommendations. And it's not about trying to do things in private or secret or anything like that. It's just when we take the partisanship away from this place, we actually can get stuff done. And I'm a firm believer in that. So again, I ask this committee, what is it we want to achieve? Do we want to detect, deter, and counter foreign interference? Or do we want the clip for Facebook or Twitter? I ask my colleagues, because I know I would prefer to get stuff done versus play games with national security and people's reputations. With that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it to the next colleague. Merci.
Thank you, Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Frigas?
Madame la Présidente, je vais retirer mon...
Madam Chair, I'm going to be withdrawing my name from the list. Thank you.
Mr. Gerritsen?
Madam Chair, I'll pass for now, and you could add me to the bottom of the list if that's okay. Wait, Mr. Barrett, I think, wants to hear from me, though. You want to hear from me? Always. I will. If you're going to put my name on the list, I'm still formulating my thoughts. I have a lot to talk about.
I think you were overwhelmed by Mrs. Romanado's comments about the chair trying to get us all together, so I understand that's on division. Mr. Long, before, I think you've already kind of spoken because you had the technical issue. I would like to do a sound check with you before we go. So can you tell me either how your day's going or the weather wherever you are?
Well, thank you, Chair, and it's great to be here in Proc. My day is going great, and the weather is a little overcast. We're very clearly out of winter here in beautiful St. John Rosse, but we have a 25 centimeters of snow coming tonight. So
excellent. We always appreciate the snow. I got some thumbs up. I'm not sure if that's in reference to your weather or your sound, but I'm hoping it's for the sound. Mr. Long, welcome to Proc. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And just let me start by saying I'm happy to be here. I'm on one side, on the other side, I'm disappointed that we're actually here doing what we're doing today. And let me start with this. I'm going to read this out. A solution in search of a problem. And I quote, a proposal that does not solve any problems or provide any value, or that is intended to solve a problem which really does not exist. And, I appreciate what Proc has debated over the last week or so. I've listened in with great interest. And look, we're certainly in a different world. We know that. We see what's happening in Europe, in Ukraine, China. We have challenging times in front of us, Madam Chair. We all know that. And, I'll be honest, it's difficult to see us as parliamentarians doing what we're doing right now. And look, there's no question that, we have foreign entities that want to interfere, in democracies all over the world. Now, as we all know, Madam Chair, certainly not just Canada. And the objective of these foreign entities is to sow chaos, to create doubt, to sow fear, to interfere. That's what they want to do. And, obviously social media reigns supreme. All of us as MPs are very, very active in social media. We see the posts, we see, the comments, we see the algorithms. We recognize absolutely that, especially it's much easier to try to get in and interfere or influence through social media. It's sad what we do see. Do any of us around the table or on this Zoom think that there are entities that are trying to do this to us? Absolutely. I think we all agree on that. They've tried. They've tried in the past. And they'll try again. That's their objective. Their objective is to sow doubt. And, I certainly live in a riding that I will say that, when I entered politics back in, obviously late 2014 as a candidate and obviously ran in 15, 19, and 21. But to go back to 2015, there was a lot of skepticism, certainly in St. John Ross, about politics, politicians, government. And look, not just on the conservative Stephen Harper side, there was, I think, just a skepticism about politics in general. People were just kind of tired of what they were seeing on a federal, provincial level, and there was skepticism. And one thing that I wanted to do, certainly as a member of parliament, and I can remember like it was yesterday, actually I posted a picture on my Facebook page here last week about a picture of me it was November of 2015. So obviously it was shortly after the election. I believe, Madam Chair, we came up for some training, or maybe we come up to get sworn in or what have you. I remember those days. Starting to fully realize how big a responsibility we all had. And my objective as member of parliament was certainly to bring a fresh breath of air to politics, to show people that we don't all have agendas. We want to do good. We want to represent our constituencies. We want to represent our provinces. And we want to be good representatives. We want to work together. And we want to show Canadians, and I was certainly determined to show the constituents of St. John Ross that I could do politics different. We could do politics different. And we would start to win back the apathy, distrust, what have you, that so many Canadians had for politicians in general. And you could see that obviously by voter turnout at times. So there's bright spots, obviously, where I think there's been bipartisan or, Team Canada approaches to things. I think when we need to, we've shown that we can work together. We can advance the interests of our constituents. We can do good things. I ran. One of the main reasons I ran, and I mean, my background before that was hockey, and I know you're all probably going to cringe saying, oh, no, he's not going to mention the St. John Sea Dogs again. Well, I did. And we want to work together and do good things. And I know, certainly, I'm proud of what we've done. I mean, obviously, very quickly, but things that make a difference in the lives of Canadians. That's why we're there. We're not there to play partisan games and, obviously do things for the clip on the news or the gotcha moment. We're there to enhance, better the lives of Canadians, come up with transformational programming, again, like the Canada Child Benefit or the child care program or the dental program or the support for Canadians to help Canadians. That's why they send us to Ottawa. Don't ever forget that. They send us there to work together, to get things done, to better their lives. And what they're seeing now is, in my, opinion, is a leader of the opposition that loves to join in on this chaos, loves to sow fear, loves to rile people up. And, you'd say, well, that's his job. And sure, it's the job of the loyal opposition to challenge government. And like my colleague MP Ramanado just said, we need to be challenged. No, we don't always get it right. We don't. We're learning. Good government is understanding when you make a mistake, move forward, address it, and work with other parliamentarians to do the best for our country. And, what I've been hearing over the last while is you would think that NC COP is a group of liberal parliamentarians, period. The last time I checked, it was all parties. So why the skepticism? Why the objections to letting NC COP do their job? I mean, they receive top security. They have top security clearances. They're bound to secrecy under the Security of Information Act. Let them review it. And actually, Madam Chair, it took me a while, but Rapporteur, it took me about an hour to say that correctly. Hopefully I did say it right. So, look, I think those that know me know that I'm not afraid at times to speak up and speak my mind. I'll be blunt. Do I wish maybe we had came forth and said, we're going to appoint a rapporteur maybe a little sooner? Sure. But guess what? We did. And that rapporteur is going to be an independent person that's going to have the ability to recommend an inquiry. What am I missing here? Why is it again like I said, a problem in search of a solution, in search of a problem? Let's let the rapporteur do his job or their job. Let's see who's appointed. Maybe we're going to be surprised. Maybe members of the other party will be, geez, okay. But let's let that happen. We've watched inquiries on TV for years. We just got, obviously through watching an inquiry with respect to Freedom Convoy in Ottawa. We know the time, the organization, the planning that's going to take. It could take a year easily. We don't need that. We don't need that right now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but even the leaders of every party have said that they recognize that there was nothing that changed an election result. So why the continued, we need the inquiry? And I'll just read, obviously, we're debating the amendment, but, I see the main motion here, that the committee in relation to its study in foreign interference invite Katie Telford, Chief of Staff, and we want to replace that with invite the 2019 and 2021 national campaign directors of each recognized party of the House of Commons and the security cleared party representatives to the security intelligence threats to elections task force during the 2019 and 21 federal elections. What's wrong with that? Why are we debating this? My constituents understand about the rapporteur, and understand that that's the way forward. Now, unless unless my office is in some kind of a bubble, but my phone's not ringing off the hook here. They see what's happening now. They see what the Prime Minister's done. They see what the Prime Minister is recommending. I'm not being overwhelmed with people saying, we need more, we want an inquiry. Not getting that at all. And I dare say that none of you are getting that either, to be honest, if you'd be honest about that. So I have obviously sat in my seat and watched question period and watched the dynamic back and forth. And it's, again, I respect fully that the opposition and the leader of the opposition has a job to do. But the way he is going about it, the way it's happening is not fair. It's not proper. It's not parliamentarian. Like, think about it. He's all but accused. He has all but accused the Prime Minister of Canada of treason. Shameful. Shameful. And if anybody thinks that there's a foreign entity that's controlling a prime minister, it's just, it really is disheartening to me. It's sad to think that as parliamentarians, we have digressed to that level. It's just disappointing to me because, again, I ran and want to be a parliamentarian that my constituents are proud of. And I have great relationships with MPs from all parties. And I enjoy working with them. I mean, we first, actually, committee that I was on was HUMA. Still on HUMA. We got to travel the country. We were very instrumental in our poverty reduction strategy, the housing strategy. Worked alongside great MPs. And we got some good stuff done. And that's always, Madam Chair, where I'm most proud, is when you can sit side by side with people with, hey, look, different ideology, different way to approach things maybe, a different thought on this or that, but in the end, you can work together to get things done for Canadians. And that's why we're here. I had a constituent come in the office last time I was back in the riding, I apologize. I think it was a week and a half ago. And, you know, they asked me straight up, they said, is it really like we see in question period? Is that what it's like every day? And I was like, well, yes and no. Yes, question period is intense. I always think of the Bugs Bunny cartoon where you get the sheepdog and the wolf going in, you know, and they check their cards and say hi to each other, and then they go through their routine, and then they leave and they chat, and it's all good. And that's what I explained a little bit to this constituency. Look, you know, like, you see the show, you see the parties trying to get on the, you know, 5 o'clock news or the National or what have you. You see the clips. But what you don't see is the camaraderie, is the great work that happens on behalf of all Canadians when we work together. And I want the constituents of St. John Rothsay, I know every MP would say this, but I want my constituents to be proud of the work I'm doing. And what I've seen over the last several weeks makes me sad. It makes me sad to think that that's where we are. And I know politics have changed. I think all of us can say it's very, very different tone. from 2015. I am the class of 2015. I think a lot of you around the table are. Hard to believe we're in our 8th year, but man, oh man, what a change we've seen in the discourse from 2015 to now. It's like night and day. But we have work to do. We've got a job to do. And to continue to want this person called or that person called, look, I'd be the first to say, well, look, you know, let's shine some more light, but we're appointing a rapporteur. Like, let that process work. Let NCCOP work. Has there been interference? Has there been countries that want to interfere in our democracy? Absolutely. Let's not forget that Canada is one of the greatest democracies in the world. It's one of the stablest democracies in the world. We show that time and time again around the world and on the world stage. But this is exactly what foreign entities want. It's exactly what they want, Madam Chair. They want to sow the seeds of doubt and, oh, was the election stolen? And let's be careful. Let's be careful on what we know not to be true. Let's be careful on that. We see firsthand what happened and what's happening to the south of us with respect to disinformation, with respect to doubt being sown in America and the democracy. And we cannot allow that to happen here, Madam Chair. We cannot. We cannot. We are better than this. We are much better than this. And Madam Chair, you know, I know, again, we're debating the amendment to the main motion. I'm joining, you know, obviously halfway through this. I'm not sure. I haven't heard everybody speak. I'm not sure if there's support to the amendment. But let me appeal to other parties on this amendment. Support it. Support it. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. The rapporteur, and I'll say it again, try to say it clearly here. The rapporteur has the power to appoint or to recommend a full public inquiry. So, call a spade a spade. Every public inquiry I've ever seen, there's one side that says, oh, look, there's a result of the public inquiry. The other side will be like, well, the chair of that public inquiry's brothers, uncles, mothers, cousins, son drove by the guy who appointed him's house once 3 years ago. So there's got to be bias there. So where are we going here? Where are we going with this? Let the rapporteur do their job. Let's see what happens. Hey, if you're not happy, if people aren't happy when the rapporteur is appointed, and somebody may scream, oh my gosh, there's unbelievable bias here. But we know that's not going to be the case here. You know, anyone would be crazy to appoint somebody that's going to be in conflict here. Of course not. So I think that we should let this process unfold and do the right thing. So I want to contribute to this debate. I want to speak more. I want to express my feelings. But I do hope, I sincerely hope that at the very least, people around the horseshoe, the tables, on Zoom, want to do the right thing and want to work together to move this forward. Let's see what the rapporteur says. If it's somebody that everyone respects, can you imagine? Let them do their job. Let them check it out. Why are we so hard fast on, well, no, just because the prime minister suggested this, it can't be a good idea. No, we can't do that. No, can't do that. So again, I get the, this side wants this side wants this. I get that. And I understand the questioning. But the suggestion again that there's, you know, manipulation or somebody's under the control of a foreign entity, it's just not right. It's not right. And that's why we need to move forward, in my opinion. So, Madam Chair, let me say this. Does it surprise me that a foreign entity has an agenda to try to sow chaos in Western democracies? Absolutely. Not surprised at all. They've always talked with China and potentially, you know, China can play the long game where, you know, Western democracies change and every so many years. Am I surprised to think that China or Russia would love to see democracies fall in the West? Europe, yes, absolutely. Can they try to manipulate, influence voter intentions through disinformation and Facebook posts and false names and so on? Yeah, I can see that. Am I surprised? No. Let's be clear, this certainly isn't something that's new to 2015, 2019, and 2021. Like, come on. We all know that. We all know that existed in 2000, whenever the election was before that, 2011 or what have you before that. We know that. And look, the other one too, and I mean, look, before politics, again, I was in aquaculture, which I'd love to talk about at length, but not on this committee. And I was in hockey. And did I really pay a lot of attention to what was going on? No, to be transparent, in Ottawa, no, I didn't. But to think that the leader of the opposition was the minister of democratic institutions, and I think I said that right, democratic institutions. And clearly he was a minister of probably families and children, because I still remember him handing out checks with his conservative golf shirt on. I remember that one. But I mean, at the time, he was minister of democratic institutions. And what did he do? Where was all the proactive movement at that point? Well, of course there wasn't. Of course there wasn't. He was briefed. We know he was briefed. Come on. What did he do? But now all of a sudden, it's a massive, massive scandal. So, like my colleague before me said, Madam Chair, have we done everything right? No. Are we perfect? No. Do we make mistakes? Yeah. But do I, for 1 second, or do my constituents for 1 second think that there's some gross, behind the scenes, manipulative agenda? Come on. No. And my constituents don't think that. They don't. And I just caution all of us on our side too. Let's cut down the rhetoric. Let's not turn more Canadians off. Let's show Canadians. This should be a Team Canada thing. This should be every parliamentarian standing side by side saying, you're trying to interfere in our country? We're going to show you we're united. We're going to show you we're going to do the right things, put the right checks and balances and procedures and policies in place to make sure we have control of this situation. Because they're going to try again and again and again. But I'll guarantee you, Madam Chair, I will guarantee you there is some entity in some back room somewhere just laughing at this, saying, look what we did. Look, this is perfect. We've got everybody disagreeing. We've got parliamentarians tied up. We've got question period in the House of Commons. 90% consumed that there's some foreign plot when we should be talking about the challenges that Canadians face. That's what our constituents, that's what Canadians want to see out of us. Every one of us. They want to see us debating. They want to see us talking about like the Conservatives like to say, the price on pollution. They call it scrap the tax, but scrap price and pollution. And just a funny side story, really quickly, Chair. I know we're talking about the price of pollution here, real quick. And I had a constituent come in, and they're like, this price and pollution, you guys are doing nothing. You're doing nothing for Canadians. So I sat down with them, and we went through their gas bill and stuff, and I said, how many liters of gas do you use a week? It's like, 40, okay, so that's $4.75 a week for carbon, so-called tripling carbon tax, $4.75 a week, $250, $230, whatever, dollars a year. And I said to the consumer, you realize you're going to get a rebate that's basically going to cover that, right? If not more. They're like, we are? Yeah, the New Brunswick. And glad to hear, obviously MP Williamson at one point wanted us to get back to the federal backstop. We got back. We did what MP, he's my colleague here. We have good back and forth all the time, but that's what MP Williamson wanted. Straight up, he said, too bad New Brunswick didn't have the federal backstop so constituents get their money back. So I was actually sitting at the House of Commons at that point saying, well, he's right, but probably not going to happen. Premier Higgs was keeping the rebate for the province to do things with. Well, the Premier himself came out here about a month ago and said, no, the best way to get Canadians back money is to go back to the federal backstop. So, oh, wow, great. So anyway, back to the story. So this constituent was going to basically probably be in 20 to 30 bucks. So then I said, so you understand this? Oh, no, I understand it better now. And by the way, Madam Constituent, you said that we're not doing anything for Canadians and the Conservative Party will fix all that. So I said, well, you realize that we just came through with the child care program, right? That's going to save the average family like, oh my gosh, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 a month. You realize we just came through with dental care? It's going to save us particular kids and those in need thousands of dollars. You know, the Conservatives voted against those. So yes, I know they're trying to save you $230, of which you're getting $250 back, but they voted against the one that's going to save the average family $20,000, $15,000 a year. Like, how does that square? But anyway, that was just a sidebar. Sorry, about that's what constituents want to talk about. They want to see us being challenged by the Conservatives and the NDP and the Bloc and my new seatmate, Elizabeth May. I was on one side of the House. Now I'm on the other side of the House. I got a different view, Madam Chair. I think actually I'm behind you a little bit now. I think you're down my side too, but I'm down that side. But that's what Canadians want to see. They want to see us as government, as we should be, held to the fire. Absolutely. I like holding us to the fire at times too. It makes for good government. But Madam Chair, what they don't want to see is this. They don't want to see this. I watched last week where, Madam Chair, I mean, you had some words for, what kind of occurred there. I won't repeat those, but, I saw a sitting minister basically challenged. It's not what Canadians want to see. It's not. I want to see us working together. And I just, I'll be honest, I've learned a lot through this process too. So NCCOP, now I know what it is. Now I know how it works. Again, you'd think that sometimes you hear this talk that NCCOP is some influenced partisan group. Geez, not the last time I saw it, or not the last thing I read. I mean, NCCOP, and I quote, the committee was set up in 2017. Oh, it was set up under us. Okay. Because we saw a problem. But clearly, the leader of the opposition didn't when he was in charge of democratic institutions. So again, I quote, committee was set up in 2017 to provide parliamentary oversight of Ottawa's intelligence operations. Completed a report on foreign interference back in 19. It even called on government to do better. So why all of a sudden is this not adequate? Why? I don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe somebody in the future who speaks can clarify that for me. Why isn't it good enough now? Why isn't the rapporteur good enough? Especially when they can recommend a full inquiry, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if you can just give me a sec. I'm just going to get a drink of water here. Just need to. Thank you. So that's what I guess bothers me. I just don't like to see what I'm seeing. I don't like trying to create a scandal where a scandal doesn't exist. And I'm not naive enough to say, there's nothing, there's this never happened or don't worry. No, I know that there's foreign entities. I get it. Foreign interference. But once I shouldn't say once, not the right word. If, as parliamentarians, we allow that box, we open that Pandora's box, and we start to show Canadians that even we can't stand together, that we can't stand together in this, and we start to sow seeds of doubt, not a good thing. It's not a good thing. And I think you all do too, but I hold these things regularly here in St. John Rothsay called AMAs. And no, it's not a wrestling event, nor a boxing event, but it's called AMA. Ask me anything. And when I hold them, I actually go back and do my first live one. I haven't done them live in a few years. I've done obviously on Facebook Live, but I do them in person, sorry. I always kind of get the skeptics not really understanding Ottawa, not really understanding the role of the MP, and not trusting. And what we're doing now, Madam Chair, is we are sadly confirming a lot of the doubts and distrust of Ottawa, of the Ottawa machine, of the Ottawa bubble. And I know some people bristle when I say it, the Ottawa bubble, but like, and I mean, obviously you can't answer this, Chair, but around the table and on this screen, are any of us, if we're honest with ourselves, totally seized in our constituency offices about this foreign entity that's controlling our pride? Are we really, are we really there? No, we're not. No, we are not. And if people think we are, I would challenge back. I'm in my constituency office. My phone's, I've got the odd email. I get hundreds of emails and other issues. I could argue thousands of emails. So let's not create a problem, or let's not create a scandal where a scandal doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Let the rapporteur do its work. And truthfully, I can't wait to see who's appointed. Because I'll bet you it's going to be somebody, hopefully, I'm knocking on wood here, but all parties are going to be able to say, okay, we respect them. Okay, now we've just, wasted a week and a half in Proc here. So let's try to move forward and let the rapporteur do their work. So, Chair, I've got a lot to say, and I've got a lot of thoughts in my mind about this. But to be fair to my colleagues, and to be fair to everyone around the table, I can start to kind of just close up with some closing thoughts. We take for granted our democracy. We take for granted. I need to remind myself every day how fortunate we are to live in a free country, a wonderful democracy, a country that's regarded around the world as a beacon of democracy. We're fortunate, but it's fragile. And I wouldn't have used the word fragile, to be perfectly honest, until I saw over the last year what's happened, or what almost happened, and what continues to happen in the States, United States. Let's not take it for granted. Let's not sow those seeds of doubt where they don't exist. And yes, again, we can be challenged. We should be saying, well, look, the opposition party should be saying, what have you guys done? What are you doing? We're not comfortable with what we've seen. What have you? Get it. I get it. I get it. But, whether it's NCCOP, the rapporteur, let's work together and let them do their jobs. And if the rapporteur calls for a inquiry, well, guess what? We're going to have an inquiry. I don't know enough to say, to be perfectly honest, whether there should be or shouldn't be. How do we know? But the rapporteur is going to have the ability to investigate. He's going to have the credentials to make the right decision. So let them, that person, do their work. Again, let me say this to be clear. I trust our Prime Minister. I trust our ministers. I trust CSIS and officials. I trust NCCOP to do the right thing. And I trust that a rapporteur, once appointed, will come to the right conclusion and make the right decision. Beyond that, what I'm saying, what other MPs are saying, is conjecture and what they think and innuendo in this and that. We're just making noise. That's what we're doing. Let the process unfold. Let it work. Because I believe passionately that that's what Canadians want. They want to see us work together. They don't want to see us continue this way. And real quick, like I said before, look, I get the back and forth. I get the question period. I understand it. I wasn't in opposition. I came in 2015, but I understand Her Majesty's Loyal's opposition has a job to do. I get that. And we would do the same if, and obviously we haven't been since 2015 in opposition, but I get it. I get the back and forth. I get the challenging. But this is a whole different level, Madam Chair. This is a whole different level. This isn't what will solve this. This isn't what, Madam Chair, will give Canadians, one sec. This isn't what's going to give Canadians answers they've wanted, or they want, or they need. Us going on proc, going around in circles on like this. This isn't what they want to see. No. They want to see us move forward. Prime Ministers come out. Maybe should have done a day earlier or whatever. Just come out and said, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to give This is how we're going to give confidence back to Canadians. We're going to appoint somebody that's going to be respected, that is going to investigate, and then if they deem it necessary, they will appoint or, sorry, call for a public inquiry. So, in closing, Madam Chair, I appeal. I do, sincerely. I know there's good MPs right around the table there. Can't see everybody, but I know there is. I know them. Good MPs. Good MPs. Good constituency MPs. Let's do the right thing here. Let's do the right thing. Let's do the right thing and let the process unfold. That's what we want to do, Madam Chair. That's what Canadians want. That's certainly, Madam Chair, what my constituents want. They don't want to see logjam. They don't want to see back and forth. They tune it out. We tune it out. Come on, call a spade a spade. They want to see us work together. Team Canada on this. This isn't us against the Conservative Party or the NDP or the Bloc or the Greens or the Independent. No, it's not. This is us as Canadians. This is us as parliamentarians standing against foreign interference. Foreign entities that want to sow chaos. They hate our democracy. They want to end our democracy. That's their agenda. Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, I implore, and again, I'm just a visitor here. I implore you, who do great work on PROC. I mean, look, that's the committee. I get it. That's the big one. You're on there for a reason. All of you, you're on PROC for a reason. Because you've got the depth, you've got the experience, you've got the oversight. That's what PROC is for. So use that depth, use that experience to say, okay, enough is enough. Let's move on. Let's move forward. And listen, Conservatives have every right to say after a week or two, whoa, time out here, hold on. We gave the confidence. We're not seeing this. But let's let the process unfold. Let's not get into a logjam here. It's not productive. Not productive for me or you or anyone around the horseshoe. So, Madam Chair, look, I thank you. I thank you for letting me come in and certainly state how I feel. I am passionate about it. I just hate to see it happen. I've seen it in other countries. I've seen it in other committees. I've seen it in the States. I've seen it back and forth. And if any one person on PROC thinks that this is what their constituents want them to be doing, what Canadians want them to be doing, it's not. And you know it. You know it. You may not admit it, but you know it. So let's do the right thing. So, Madam Chair, I thank you, and I wish everybody a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Long. I also do know that something that you've been pondering for quite a while and that you've just announced today that you won't be reoffering. So I just wanted to say thank you for coming to spend some time with PROC and for the work that you do. With that, I will pass the floor over to Mr. Cooper. And just so everyone knows, the speaking list is Mr. Cooper, followed by Mr. Gerritsen, and then Mr. Fergus. And if there is an appetite to want to perhaps pause for 5-10 minutes for a health break, I would encourage that. If there's interest right now, I can offer that, or I can not offer that. I see some people would like a health break. Is there an appetite for a health break or not quite yet? Let's just do that really quickly right now. Let's take, ça va ou non? Après. Okay, let's do that. Let's go with Mr. Cooper now, and then we will come back right after Mr. Cooper. We'll do about a 10-minute health break. Is that fair? Mr. Cooper.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to observe that it being 1:05, it's been now more than 14 hours over 4 days that the Liberal MPs on this committee have been filibustering, drowning on for hours and hours and hours on a very simple motion to have the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, testify before this committee on Beijing's interference. It really begs the question, what does this Prime Minister have to hide? How much longer are you guys across the way going to continue this? Let's get it to a vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Point of Mr. Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been patiently listening to the wonderful speeches and all the thoughtful input from colleagues. I just wanted to ask for clarifications as to the relevance of the last comment made by Mr. Cooper. I believe that we're actually debating the amendment and not the original motion, which he didn't refer to the amendment at all, which doesn't include Ms. Telford or anybody else that he referenced. So I just wanted to ask for clarification on relevance.
So I will, and I do see Mr. Barrett, and I will also go to Mr. Gerritsen. I will just say that we have leniency here. You know, we've just listened from Mr. Long, we've heard from others, and there is some leniency. And so as long as we're coming back to the purpose of it, I do think it's important that we provide that leniency. Mr. Barrett.
For more than 2.5 hours, Madam Chair, Liberal members have talked about everything from their time in college to their time overseas to all kinds of nonsense unrelated to this very simple motion without a single interruption from members of the opposition. I appreciate that Mr. Turnbull might just be rolling out of bed. Mr. Cooper spoke for 30 seconds. So now that Mr. Turnbull's had his intervention, he can go back to sleep. But we've been here listening to this for 2.5 hours. So let's be judicious on when we want to chime in with those points of order, because we could just call the question, end the cover-up, have the vote, and find out what the Liberals are trying to hide, or we can listen for another 2.5 hours to more filibustering.
On that point of order?
And Mr. Gerritsen, as I mentioned, I will come to you. I think it's challenging for me in this spot when I think, Mr. Baird, I would have agreed with you entirely. But I think sometimes when it comes to just the extra commentary, it's not necessary. And I say that to everyone equally. So I would just say when it comes to relevance, I think we've all demonstrated leniency. I do agree that we should be judicious with the points of order and that it's important that members get to speak. Mr. Gerritsen.
Just on this point of order, Madam Chair, only probably about a year and a half ago, I witnessed Mr. Barrett speak about train robbers and store clerks from the 1800s in the House of Commons for 45 minutes, and the Speaker agreed that what he was contributing was indeed relevant. So I hope that you take into consideration the leniency and the fact that the rules that we have within this House very much are supposed to follow those from, within this committee are supposed to follow those from the House. So I hope that would be a consideration.
I think what's clear is that sometimes as the chair, perhaps rather than trying to seek consensus, I should have just gone with my feeling, recognizing that a health break was needed. So with that, I am going to suspend the meeting for 10 minutes and encourage you to take a health break, encourage you to stretch and do whatever you need to do so that we can continue with the functional meeting, because it is a very important topic that we're discussing. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Back to our committee. Our speaking list is currently Mr. Gerritsen, followed by Mr. Fergus, suivi par Mr. Duncan. Mr. Gerritsen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank everybody who has had the opportunity to speak prior to me. I certainly learned a lot, and I think that there was a lot offered. In particular, the comments that were made by Ms. Vandenbeld and Mr. Long. We, I think, really got to hear some interesting perspective. Well, Ms. Romano, you speak all the time, and I'm always moved by your comments, but we had two special guests today, and I really, I felt as though they were able to bring a perspective to this that was very interesting, and a perspective that is perhaps outside of what we're used to talking about in this committee. I know that, we are talking to the amendment to the motion, and so, Madam Chair, I thought, just for the interest of making sure that I stay relevant, I just wanted to talk about and first read out where we are with this amendment, or this motion, and then the amendment. And the original amendment is that the committee, in relation to the study on foreign election interference, invite Katie Telford, Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister, to appear alone for 3 hours by herself during the week of March 13th. I think there'll have to be an amendment to this at some point, given that the date prescribed, provided that she be sworn or affirmed, and B, an amendment that was added and has since passed, invite the following individuals to appear before the committee as part of this study, provided that they be sworn in. And it lists the national campaign directors for the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party for 2019 and 2021 campaigns. And then it lists the leader of the official opposition, senior leadership advisor, and the former leader of the former chief of staff for the leader of the opposition. And then since then, that amendment was passed. We are now dealing with Mr. Turnbull's amendment, and the amendment is that the motion be amended by replacing the words "after" in relation to its study of the foreign election interference with the following: invite 2019 and 2021 national campaign directors of each recognized party in the House of Commons and the security-cleared party representatives to the Security and Intelligence Threats to Elections Task Force during 2019-2021 2021 federal elections. So that's where we are right now on this, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I think I have some comments that I would like to offer in relation to this. But before I do that, I just, you know, I think it bears repeating, because every time that I have had the opportunity to speak at this committee since it occurred, I brought up the fact that a sitting member of this committee, Mr. Calkins, who hasn't spoken a word in quite a while, made a rather offensive comment when he referred to one of our colleagues, the member from Don Valley North, East, North, Don Valley North, I had that right, when he referred to him as an agent of Beijing. And he did that in a video that that was apparently he took of himself when he was walking through the airport on his way to a committee meeting here. And I have yet to hear anybody comment on. I've yet to hear the member who made the comments, a member of this committee, apologize for that or provide some insight into how he's come to that conclusion. And I've yet to hear any of my colleagues on the Conservative side in particular try to either defend or denounce those comments, which I think is extremely unfortunate, because I think that as members of this committee and as honorable members, I think it's extremely problematic when individuals start to refer to other, or MPs start to refer to other MPs as agents of Beijing. So I'm still waiting for that patiently. I have yet to see it. I note that Mr. Calkins hasn't contributed to the meeting pretty much since that day he shot that video, or the day after, and I hope that he will soon be here to be able to address that. You know, it's true, Madam Speaker, I don't think it's going to come as a surprise to anybody that the Liberal members on this committee are filibustering this committee because we don't believe that the appropriateness of, we don't believe in the appropriateness of this of this motion. And that's why we're doing this, because we don't think it's right to be calling on staff, political staff, before committee. We don't call political staff to question period, do we? Or political staff asked to answer questions in question period? No, they're not. The accountability lays with the minister. And the accountability, and the ministers are willing to appear before committee. We've already had a couple come before this committee. It's their job to speak on behalf of committee. So when I say that we are intentionally delaying this, it's because we're trying to ensure that ministers remain accountable. And I would say, I'm just trying to be consistent, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to be consistent, not with our side of the table. I'm trying to be consistent with the Conservative side of the table. Let me read to you something, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. These are the words of Pierre Poilievre. He said, you do know him. And listen to what he had to say. He said, quote, "The reality is that Mr. Sudas, who was the Director of Communications for the Prime Minister's office at the time, is not going to be testifying anyway because of a tiny little inconvenient problem that the coalition parties have, which is this 300-year-old concept of ministerial accountability, meaning that ministers answer questions on behalf of the government, not staff. We're not going to be changing 300 years of history all of a sudden at the behest of the coalition parties. We're not going to have the staff members appear in question period to answer on behalf of the government. We're going to do it the old-fashioned way, the way it's always been done right up until the last several months. We're going to keep ministers, the guys in charge, responsible for their duties." End quote. Those were the words of Pierre Poilievre when he was the minister on CBC June 4th, 2010, explaining to Canadians why it is inappropriate to be calling staff before committee. So, Madam Chair, like I said, I'm just trying to be consistent. Consistent with Conservatives, consistent with the Leader of the Opposition, Pierre Poilievre. Those were his words. He's the one that said this is a 300-year-old tradition. How can we break from this tradition? So if anybody out there, anybody watching this is wondering, why are the Liberals filibustering this? I mean, if you filibuster something, it must mean you're up to something nefarious, you're hiding something. But the reality is, I'm participating in this because I want to be just like Pierre Poilievre. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? That's my objective here. I want to live by the words of Pierre Poilievre. That's why I'm participating in this process, Madam Chair. That's why I think that it is incredibly problematic to bring staff before this committee. Not because I think that staff can't answer the questions or don't have the capacity or the ability to do it, but because I agree with Pierre Poilievre when he says that the buck stops with the minister. The minister is responsible to answer the questions. That's my position on this, Madam Speaker, and I take this great advice given to us by Minister Poilievre at the time when he suggested, thank you very much, when he suggested that it would be completely inappropriate. So, and if anybody wants to see that, this won't surprise many people here, but I did tweet that video. So if you want to go to my Twitter feed, Madam Chair, you can actually see in the flesh a young Pierre Poilievre from 13 years ago actually saying that. It's available for people to witness and view. So it begs the question, why the double standard? Why was it completely inappropriate 13 years ago when Poilievre was in the other position to be saying that staff shouldn't appear before committee? But now, when we effectively do the same thing, Mr. Cooper says there's something to hide. Why? Explain to me. I will talk as long as necessary until I get an answer from the Conservatives that satisfies my concern that it is okay for Pierre Poilievre to make that comment in 2010 and for Pierre Poilievre to take that position in 2010, but suddenly now it's not okay for us to take that position. And I can ask questions. I can encourage my colleagues to respond to that. I have a feeling they won't because it doesn't fit the political narrative that Mr. Cooper in particular is trying to spin out of this whole process. I think he's underperforming, by the way. I don't think he's convincing Canadians with his approach on this. And I think that the vast majority of people would agree. The buck stops with the minister. Would agree with Mr. Poilievre. The buck stops with the minister. It's up to the minister to come and testify and to appear before committee and answer the committee's questions. And we've already had a number of ministers do that. See, but this goes back to why Conservatives are doing this, Madam Speaker. And I said that, I talked about this last time, because they're not doing this because they genuinely care about the outcome. They don't care. What they care about is the sound bites and the clips that they can make along the way. And it's not just me saying that. Fred Delory, the Conservative campaign manager from 2021, recently said in an interview, it seems like the opposition is just trying to create issues and to use this as a political tool. Nobody stands to gain from it, by the way, more than those who would want to interfere with our elections. But I won't stop at Mr. Delory. How about Senator Vern White, a Conservative appointed senator? I know that Ms. Romanado earlier spoke a little bit about what former Senator White said. All of my my colleagues are bringing me hulls and various different forms of lozenges, so thank you very much. This is what Vern White said, CBC, March 11th, so just a few days ago. He said, quote, "Everyone who wrote about the reports of the committee wrote glowing terms," and he's referring to the NSICOP. "Everyone who wrote about the reports of the committee wrote glowing terms that we were doing our job. That's all you can do. And you know, My circle of influence never extended into PMO or PCO that could have caused people to react. I think we did our job. Later on, Senator White said, one is you'll get the transparency that you're allowed to receive. I don't think you get more through a public inquiry process either. You are not going to get what you can't get, right? I mean, it's ultimately, you're not going to get the techniques, all of those things. You heard from the CSIS director last week, who was a spectacular guy. I think he was very clear on what he can and can't tell. So what we see is Senator White is explaining, and I realize that this, Madam Chair, relates back to the public inquiry, and I'm going to tell you in a second how it comes back to this issue that we're dealing with in this motion specifically, is that Senator White is basically confirming everything that we've been saying all along, which is that it's not appropriate to be discussing this information in public and that it should be done somewhere like NSICOP. And so when we try to haul before this committee, Katie Telford or other staff that might have the proper security clearances to have seen this, they're not going to be able to provide us any information, even if we thought that it would be appropriate to invite them here, which myself and Mr. Polyev don't agree. We don't think that it would be appropriate to bring staff here. And so we can, recognize that, well, then why do you want someone here for 3 hours to comment on this information when you know that they can't do it? And it brings me back to my point of, well, the Conservatives must be playing games to create sound bites. They want 3 hours worth of video to be able to try to clip something out of afterwards. That's what they want. That's all that they want. And I think everybody knows that. I think the partisan hacks know that. I think the anybody in the Ottawa bubble or anybody who's paying attention to this know that. That's all that they're really after. Senator White goes on to say, but I think NSICOP would be quicker than a public inquiry and a hell of a lot cheaper than a public inquiry. I think this team, both the Secretariat and committee, are ready to run. It's too bad politics, coming from the Conservatives, is becoming the player here, and discussion around whether or not NSICOP should manage it. But you can go back and ask any member of NSICOP, regardless of whether they were with the Conservative Party, the NDP Party, or the Liberal Party, they will all talk about the strength of that committee. So this is the part of his interview that Ms. Ramonetto referenced as well. And I think it's really important because this underlines and solidifies, in my opinion, my argument for politics over genuine interests of this country. The interviewer, Catherine Cullen, then says, Pierre Poilievre has talked about this as being both a secret committee and suggested that they are under the control of the Prime Minister. You used to be a Conservative. I know you left caucus, but what do you think about hearing from that? What do you think about hearing that from the leader? Of course, I guess I should have referenced that Senator White was appointed by a Conservative, which is what I said. Then he was a Conservative senator, but then I think the Conservative Party veered way too far into extremes, even for a Conservative senator who decided to join another party in the Senate. But another caucus in the Senate. Thank you. And then, but here's his response to Catherine Cullen's question. He said, obviously it's BS. You're not under control. Look, our work was done unfettered until the report goes forward. And then there are strict rules on things that need to be redacted. Read the legislation. It's very clear. That's what Senator Vern White says. This is what Senator White says about Pierre Poilievre. He's, referring to Poilievre, allowing the politics to take over. It's the same thing Aaron O'Toole did, to be fair, when he refused to put members on that committee. I won't be surprised that maybe Pierre will pull his folks off like Aaron did. I'm not sure, but it's too bad because I think the committee does great work. Nobody has questioned the committee's independence, whether we've had former ministers, a number of ministers under Stephen Harper's time sitting on that committee. Not one of them has ever questioned the credibility of that committee, and it's disappointing to hear people question it. So this is Senator Vern White, who used to be a retired senator, just retired recently, was appointed by a Conservative, was a Conservative sitting senator until he decided to join another caucus that wasn't so extreme. And these are his comments. These are his comments about Pierre Poilievre and the approach that he's taking as it relates to allowing the politics to take over, in his words. And so, here we are. You can't help but wonder, I started off by telling you about what Pierre Poilievre did in 2010 and the strong position he took then about protecting staff and not allowing them to appear before committee. He was so matter-of-fact about it, Madam Chair. He said, the reality is Mr. Sudis is not going to be testifying. That was the Conservative approach to it back then. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that we're just being consistent with Pierre Poilievre. We've said we said that staff will not be testifying. And it's the right thing to do. So I've told you about Mr. Poilievre's position on this 10 years ago. Told you about Senator White's interpretation of what is going on and the impact that it has and what he thinks is really happening. You can't help but wonder, why would Pierre Poilievre be so invested in this if it wasn't anything other than for partisan and political game, trying to score cheap points? I tell you what's going to happen. This committee will adjourn today at some point. Mr. Cooper is going to go and send out an email blast, or he's nodding his head, great, or it'll be Mr. Poilievre, and it'll be Mr. Cooper saying, the Liberals filibustered 17 more hours. They're hiding something. Help us find the truth. And then a big donate now button underneath. That's why we've been dragged to Ottawa on a constituency week, Madam Chair, so that Conservatives can continue to fundraise. And I have no doubt that there is any other reason or any other motivation on their side of the table than exactly that. Partisan cheap shots and political fundraising. That is it, in my opinion. I also thought, Madam Speaker, it would be very useful to talk about what another Conservative senator has said. He was a Conservative senator that actually represented mine and Mr. Barrett's area and Mr. Reid's area previously before he retired. That's Senator Hugh Segal. And Senator Segal had a lot to say about this as well. Another Conservative senator who I would note to you, Madam Chair, was appointed by a Liberal Prime Minister. Paul Martin appointed Senator Segal. That was back in the day when, that was before Stephen Harper got a hold of the Senate and the mess and debacles that came as a result of his appointments. That was back when a Liberal Prime Minister could say, hey, I don't care what political party you are. I think you would be a good fit for the Senate, and therefore you're being appointed. And that's how Hugh Segal, a Conservative, got appointed by a Liberal Prime Minister. Let's listen to a little bit of what Hugh Segal had to say, because he contributes to the Toronto Star, and this is specifically, he said about this particular issue and where all of this started. Because after I talk about this, I'd really like to hit on a point that Ms. Blaney made at the beginning of today's discussion when she was talking about the motivation in trying to be careful when it comes to journalists' integrity. I'll read to you, Madam Chair, what Mr. Segal wrote. He says, it is possible that Canadian Security Intelligence Service is unofficially correct, and that the People's Republic of China embassies, consulates, and United Front networks and agents have been and are involved in specific efforts to unlawfully impact the outcome of Canadian federal elections. After all, Australia's security services has openly discussed evidence related to their election, and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen pointed out that the European countries must keep up their guard against these interferences. But one wonders what the summary is about the perceived incoherence of Canada's security establishment reported. Leaks from national security organizations are against the law and are currently being investigated by the RCMP. Further, the chicken little nature of the opposition, the official opposition, is apparently resistant to demonstrating any balance or regard for a measured or broad national interest beyond its own narrow coyote approach to public discourse. Yes, there are questions to be answered, but rather than cooperating in an effort to get those answers, the gotcha moments appear to be far more important. He's talking about you, Mr. Cooper. He goes on to say, unfortunately, political gamesmanship can put people in harm's way, as has been shown by a 300% rise in the anti-Asian hate crimes. Inflaming, I do apologize for clicking my pen, and that would have hurt the interpreter's ears. My apologies through you, Madam Chair. I put my pen at a distance. Inflaming segments of the public who might use the information as rationale for taking matters into their own hands is dangerous and racist. As for the media, some seem to favor the instant over the substantial. Any suggestion that China or Russia or Iran interfered in our elections must be investigated. However, any suggestion that classified information must be made public or shared is not acceptable. I would hope the media understands the difference. A conjured up crisis about how our Canadian national security was organized or not would generate more dislocation, misunderstanding, disunity, and apparent national and political incoherence than any alleged gaggle of Chinese spies or agents hovering around or elected to Parliament. Again, for those that are just joining us, these are the words of Senator Hugh Segal, a conservative senator, prior to retirement. In other words, the purveyors from within Canada's political establishment with no Chinese connection could and would do more harm to Canada's competitive interests with the PRC than some potential Chinese agents. It's as if some of the actors in our political media system have drunk from the same fountain of odd fluids that generate a loss of measured judgment and a tendency to overstate what could threaten national security and dilute any actual facts that protect our democracy. Public inquiries can be helpful. They can also lead down dark roads, especially when sources, for various reasons, are secret sources that need to stay secret. Should these sources be forced to discuss their intelligence on the record in public, they would weaken the mission of protecting Canada and Canadians from foreign assaults on our human rights, economy, and armed forces. Further, they could imperil Canadian diplomatic and immigration personnel worldwide. Only governments in power need to worry about this. Coyote-style opposition parties and their media fans do not. The PRC could very well use the current sowing of discord as a tool equally as helpful as actual espionage or political interference, just as the Russians had a major impact on the U.S. politics by floating the Donald Trump conspiracy, partially true or utterly false. So too would the Chinese see benefit in the apparent overwrought Canadian establishment's both media and political overreaction to a leaked CSIS document whose accuracy is less than clear. Canada has gone through real crisis. 2 world wars, the Depression, the War Measures Act, the 2008 recession, and Trump, to name a few. The powers that be in Parliament, government, and the media did not lose their heads. There's no reason to do so now. Those are the words from Senator Hugh Segal, senator that represented my area, Mr. Barrett's area, Mr. Reid's area, a conservative senator. I also read to you the words of another conservative senator, Vern White, appointed conservative senator, both retired now. Those are their words. Those are their words about what the official opposition is doing right now. Playing political games, dragging parliamentarians to Ottawa on a constituency week where we could be working on behalf of our constituents, dragging us here so they can drum up video and drum up sound bites for fundraising. And so before I started reading that, Madam Chair, I said, I would address Ms. Blaney's points. And I think that Ms. Blaney has a very good point. We need an independent media in our country that is able to properly do its investigations, to properly report. And I think that that's very important. But I would refer her, notwithstanding the incredible comments by Mr. Segal, who pretty much just addressed this point, but I would refer her to the fact that even when we had the CSIS, the experts here that were sitting on that panel that is activated during an election, I asked them very specifically, I said, you're getting reports across your desk in terms of intelligence. You assess those reports and then decide what to do with them, to which they concurred. And the point is that the RCMP also said they're not currently investigating anything. So it doesn't take a lot to conclude that an intelligence report, which as we know does not mean evidence, an intelligence report that can feed into the system to be determined the validity of it and what to do with it, is something that is not necessarily always true. That's what he said. He said intelligence reports quite often are based on rumors. Those were his words, not mine, when he appeared before committee. So if the Globe and Mail, or any reporter for that matter, intercepted an intelligence report without understanding how it was dealt with or what the validity was associated to that intelligence report, if that occurred, then it appears as though we've been told nothing's being investigated, it leads me to believe that intelligence report or those intelligence reports didn't contain enough to pursue an investigation, and therefore were not given or were not treated as extremely, I don't want to say how they're treated because I don't know, that's how the system works. But the point is there are no ongoing investigations currently. So I appreciate what Ms. Blaney is saying when she says we have to be very careful and we have to allow the journalists to do their work. And I'm sure that this journalist was able to verify by multiple sources the intelligence report. But we heard very clearly that intelligence reports are not evidence because they're only one part of gathering information in order to determine how to act on information if it's necessary. So I agree with Ms. Blaney that we have to be very careful, but I also think it's important for people to understand exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about reports that are out there that are based on information that went to the leadership that is charged with dealing with that information. And I don't know if it was accurate or not. I don't. but I think it's important to point out that it is possible, especially based on the questions and answers from the witness, that it isn't possible, that it isn't accurate. It is possible, but I obviously don't know because that's not my position to weigh in on that stuff. One thing I forgot to mention is that not only was Senator Segal, who I read out his entire statement to the Toronto Star, not only was Senator Segal a senator, but he was also the chief of staff to the former Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney. And I can only imagine that former Senator Segal never came before committee as a chief of staff back in Brian Mulroney's days. And I think it's important to reflect on the fact that, you know, you have an individual here that's been on both sides of this, has been an actual chief of staff to the Prime Minister and also a senator, and he's basically blasting the approach of the Conservatives. So let's see who's lining, and I must be honest, I didn't expect so many Conservatives were going to line up on this side of the table, Madam Speaker. But so far I've referenced, Madam Chair, so far I've referenced three. Fred Delory, the former campaign manager for Conservatives in 2021, the former Conservative Senator Vern White, and former Conservative Senator Hugh Segal have all blasted the Conservatives for their position on this. Notwithstanding the fact that Pierre Poilievre also blasted his own position on this, although he did it 13 years in advance of taking the position. And I mean, I guess I should hand it to Pierre, Mr. Poilievre. He's completely entitled to changing his position on it, but I think he owes it to Canadians, and he owes it to this committee, and he owes it to parliamentarians to at least explain why the rules are different, should have been different for Mr. Sudas compared to Ms. Telford. Why are the rules suddenly different? He may be very well changed his mind, but he has yet to explain to us why he changed his mind. There's more from Mr. Poilievre, and I think that this speaks very, very well to exactly what he's up to. And I don't know if he meant to answer this question like this last week, but in doing so, I think he revealed a lot about what his intentions are. Mr. Poilievre last week on March 7th was trying to clarify a position that he had taken the day before with a reporter in regards to him having access to this information. And I believe the exchange centered around the idea that would Mr. Poilievre be content if he had access to the information that CSIS and NSICOP would. And Mr. Poilievre responded by saying, the question yesterday was whether I would go in and personally get briefed about secrets of the state. And the answer is, of course not, because then they would use that to silence me from speaking out any further. It would then become illegal for me to speak out. Isn't that fascinating? Because if you read between the lines there, Madam Chair, you know what Mr. Poilievre is up to. He's trying, he's more interested in the politics of this, and it's clear from that. He's basically saying, if I get briefed on this, I'm never going to be able to speak about it again. And I raise a lot of money speaking about this, so I'm not going to stop speaking about it. That's what I read from Mr. Poilievre's approach on this. He's basically saying he doesn't want the information. He doesn't want to know the truth. Because if he did know the truth, he couldn't keep up the rhetoric that he's currently throwing at Canadians and that continually flows out of his mouth on a day-to-day basis. He would suddenly, in his words, be silenced. And he could no longer get in front of the microphone and cry foul and suggest that the Prime Minister, in Mr. Cooper's words, is trying to cover something up. He wouldn't be able to do that because suddenly he would have all the information and he would be sworn to secrecy in order to receive that information. I mean, so now what do we have? I have Mr. Poilievre conflicting himself from his comments in 2012. I have Senator Vern White saying they're just playing politics. I have Fred Delory, the Conservative campaign manager from 2021, saying they're just playing politics. I have Hugh Segal, a well-respected senator across the aisle, saying the same thing, that they're just playing politics. All Conservatives. I have Mr. Poilievre's own words saying, if they briefed me on this, I might know the truth, but then I can't talk about it and I can't keep scaring Canadians. And that is so telling of what the intentions of Conservatives are here today. I think that, you know, we heard Mr. Long speak at length about NSICOP and the membership on NSICOP. I heard a lot of that, Madam Chair. And I know that others have spoken about it too. And so I thought it would be, you know, important to refresh people because, you know, the Conservatives through their motion here and what Mr. Turnbull's trying to amend are basically saying that they want to bring staff here to answer questions which they know that they can't answer because of for security reasons. So I thought it would be beneficial to review who does have the ability to look at this information as it currently stands. As we know, the chair of the NSICOP committee is the Honourable David McGuinty, who has been chairing over this committee pretty much since its inception. And who are the members on this committee, in particular the Conservative members? Mr. Rob Morrison is currently on that, and Mr. Alex Ruff. Rob Morrison, retired Senior Executive Chief Superintendent with the RCMP. Mr. Ruff, both Conservative MPs, retired Colonel from the Canadian Armed Forces, 25 years in service. I don't even have to know what political party these two individuals belong to, Madam Chair, to know that I have faith in them looking at this information and doing what they think is necessary to protect Canada. I take the words of Mr. White very seriously and to heart when he says that the committee was able to work collaboratively together regardless of partisanship or regardless of political party for the best interests of Canadians. I have great faith in Mr. Morrison and Mr. Ruff, who have that wealth of knowledge and expertise from their former lives prior to being elected as members of Parliament, and knowing that they contribute, along with currently Mr. Davies, Mr. Bergeron, and Senator Lankin. These individuals sit on that committee with 3 Liberal members to review classified information, to formulate and to ask questions where they think necessary, and to formulate responses that go back to Parliament and that are tabled for Parliament to review. But they're just who are currently on the committee, Madam Chair. Prior to that, in the last Parliament, the 43rd Parliament, we had Leona Alislev, who was a Conservative member, Mr. Falk, who were both on that committee. We had Mr. Morrison on that committee and Mr. Motz on that committee. Again, Ms. Alislev was a retired captain from the Royal Canadian Air Force. Mr. Morrison was a retired senior executive chief superintendent with the RCMP, as I previously mentioned. Mr. Motz was retired from the Medicine Hat Police Service, 2015. Again, extremely qualified Conservative members of Parliament who sit on the committee along with Bloc, NDP, and senators, Bloc and NDP MPs, and then a few senators that sit on this committee that are once again charged with reviewing the information that comes before them, asking the questions, getting answers, formulating opinions together, and submitting reports to Parliament. I have great faith in all of these Conservative MPs, regardless of the fact that I might not be of the same political party as them. And first and foremost, I think that the nature of these meetings having to be kept in secret and the information revealed in secret, just by default, is going to create a more collaborative environment. I heard Ms. Vandenbeld tell the story of what Peter Milliken used to do. And yes, I've heard Peter say that, being one of my predecessors, I've had a lot of opportunity to chat with him. And I can remember him saying that too, that it was always Parliament used to break for lunch back in the day, I think between 1 and 2 o'clock or something like that, Madam Chair. And when it would break for lunch, everybody would go for lunch together. And it would force members of different political parties to sit together and to chat, to get and to understand each other without having a camera in front of their face. And I think that Ms. Vandenbeld made some excellent points about the benefits of that. And I've heard Peter Milliken speak about that at length in the past too. And for the same reasons that those behind the scenes, off-camera interactions can contribute to collaborativeness and working together, is the exact same reason why I believe that this committee does the same thing. When you are sworn to secrecy, you have to leave all communication devices in a locked cabinet. You have to descend probably into the basement of somewhere around here, I don't even know where it is, where special protocols are taken to ensure secrecy and to ensure that the material is handled the right way. I think then, Madam Chair, is when you're going to get people to just be themselves, to ask questions candidly, not worried about how will an opposition spin what I just said to benefit them. And this is where, quite frankly, we need to be sharing these very important conversations and these secrets that are out there. A lot of people say, well, why does the information have to be kept secret? Why is this stuff classified? And it's not just the impact that it would have at home by sharing this. It's not just the impact that it would have on our adversaries who are trying and are enjoying watching this circus going on right now. It's not just for that, although, they do enjoy watching that and seeing that. This is also about the fact that we work with allied partners throughout the world. We work with other countries. We share information. We give them secrets. We rely on them to give us secrets so that we can all stay safe. And if Canada suddenly starts showing that it doesn't know how to keep its information safe, why on earth would our allied partners trust us and want to continue working with us and have confidence in our ability to maintain that degree of confidence and that degree of secrecy where necessary? When NSICOP was first formed in the 42nd Parliament, Madam Chair, there were a number of different Conservative MPs who had served on it. The Honourable Diane Finley, who was a former Stephen Harper minister. The Honourable Rob Nicholson, who was a former Harper minister, National Minister of Defence, as well as a Foreign Affairs and Attorney General. Tony Clement, another Conservative MP, a former Harper minister of Health, Industry, President of the Treasury Board. Gord Brown, Mr. Barrett's predecessor, was on that committee. Senator and the Honourable Vernon White, who was then a member of the Conservative Party, as I had previously talked at length about his comments on this. All these people were participating on that committee in that collaborative manner with NDP, Bloc, Liberal members of Parliament, as well as Senate representation that was there. So I think it's extremely important that when we reflect on this, Madam Chair, we genuinely look at whether or not the objective here is what's in the best interest of Canadians. It's, important for us to make sure that we use the information and the tools that we have. I would suggest to this committee that calling staff before it is not appropriate for the reasons that, don't ignore the reasons I've put on the table, just the reasons that Pierre Poilievre has put on the table. Those are reasons in themselves enough. That's why it would be inappropriate to bring staff here. But more importantly, it's just inappropriate to be having these conversations. They won't have these conversations with us at this table about highly classified information. And so I can't help but wonder what the real motivation is here. It's pretty clear to me that this is more about politics than anything else. When you look back at what this government has actually done as it relates to foreign interference, we've actually done a lot. We've taken this extremely seriously since day one from being elected. We've brought in a number of various different measures, Madam Chair, that we've used to help us combat foreign interference. And so, I think it's worth considering that stuff and talking about that stuff. The special panel that was created to deal with election interference in real time as it's happening. A panel that was consists of independent top civil servants that have access to what they need to have access to monitor what's going on, that provide a conduit for political organizations to feed information into as it relates to foreign interference. That panel was established to deal with that, to be the conduit for that, to assess and to take action where necessary. That was, something that's put in place, and I think very strategically. When members of Parliament are busy running an election campaign and are not focused on what's going on in Ottawa, this would be the best time for any actor that is looking to interfere in our democratic process to attempt to do so, in particular as it relates to elections. So we have this panel that is there that can receive information from Conservative Party, Liberal Party, NDP, basically, the parties that are out there running in the elections, receive that information, act on it, decide what to do, and to report back where necessary. And what we've seen is the reports that have been generated from the work that those panels have done, both in 2019 and in 2021, have demonstrated and have reported back that elections were conducted in a free, open manner, and that there was no interference that contributed to the outcome of the elections. And the irony is that I know that Mr. Poilievre has even mentioned that. He's even said that he believes that the results of the last election were free, that were legitimate. But it doesn't stop Conservative members of Parliament on this committee from sowing doubt in people's mind that perhaps that isn't the case. It won't stop them from trying to generate fundraising off of this particular issue. And so that's the one thing that we did since we came into power in 2015, to try to assist with what was going on in terms of interfering in our elections. The other thing we did, of course, Madam Speaker, in 2018 was to pass Bill C-76. C-76 was a bill, Madam Chair, that specifically closed. First of all, it undid what a lot of Mr. Poilievre did when he was minister, which was making it more difficult for people to vote. We believe that it's important that we have fair elections that encourage as many people to vote as possible. Our democracy, the concept of democracy, depends on people casting their ballot. Why on earth a government of the day would try to limit people's ability? It would appear to me the only reason why they would do that is if they saw gain in doing it, and I'm sure that they did. So we closed those. Or we made it easier, I should say, for people to be able to vote through Bill C-76. But one of the other things that happened in Bill C-76, specifically, Madam Chair, was it closed some of the avenues by which foreign donations could be made into Canada, into the election process. And I think that was extremely important as a first step to trying to combat any kind of influence through monetary sources that would come and put money into our election process. Now, Bill C-76, regardless of the reason for it, perhaps Conservatives just thought at the time, well, Liberals have a majority, so it's going to pass anyways. We'll look better if we vote against this. I don't know if that was the rationale, or if they genuinely had an issue with those things that I just mentioned. I don't understand how they could, other than the fact that Mr. Poilievre was the one that had made it more difficult for people to vote. But nonetheless, Bill C-76 was voted on, and Conservatives voted against it. They voted against the idea of encouraging people to vote. They voted against, more importantly, closing loopholes or closing avenues that allowed foreign actors to donate within our political systems. And then, of course, the other thing that the government did, the most important thing, in my opinion, the thing that gets little attention outside of these discussions, was bringing in NSICOP and ensuring that we had a mechanism in place where parliamentarians had the ability to oversee the secrets that were being collected, gathered, and held on to by our security agencies in this country. And I think that that's extremely important, because we do need parliamentary oversight on that. And that's what we got out of NSICOP, the National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. That gave them the ability to be able to monitor and watch what was going on. It gave accountability and oversight where it was needed. So when we talk about a public inquiry, as the opposition parties have insisted upon, I think it's important that we reflect on the fact that we have these great mechanisms that have already been put in place that I just mentioned, that are there to ensure that we have the ability to make sure that our elections are done in a free and transparent way, and that things are kept in the hands where they belong. But I think it's also important to reflect in the more holistic discussion that we're having today, Madam Chair, that in the last election, the election was decided by Canadians and by Canadians only. The suggestion, as I know that the official opposition would like to lead you to believe, is that there was interference that changed the result of the last election. And from all the intelligence reports and from anything that has been, any questions that have been answered at this committee, that is not the case, full stop. Now, this isn't to say that we don't and shouldn't have always be worried about what is going on, Madam Chair, as it relates to what's going on in the public domain in terms of interference, because I think that, I know that interference has been going on for a long time in one form or another, attempts at interference, I should say. And we know that this happens in other countries too. As a matter of fact, by the nature of democracies being open, they give the opportunity for attempts at interference. But we need to, and that's why it's incumbent upon us as parliamentarians to ensure that we put the right processes in place to allow for the necessary steps to be taken when it is determined that that interference is potential or ongoing. And let's not forget, Madam Chair, that the objective of foreign actors when they look to interfere in our democracy, the objective is to sow division. What they're trying to do, what they want to see, is the discussions that are going on right now in this committee. They benefit from it. They want Canadians to question their democracy. They want Canadians to stop and think, are outside forces interfering in our elections? Because they become more powerful, those actors, when we become less confident and less trusting in our systems, and in particular, our democracy. And that's why I've always maintained, Madam Chair, that it is very important that issues like this are done in a nonpartisan way. I know that I'm the first to jump up in the House and aggressively display my partisanship from time to time. I get that. I know that. It's who I am. But I also respect the fact that you're concerned. You don't believe that, Madam Chair. Newsflash, I'm partisan from time to time. But my point is that there are certain issues that I think have to be treated in a manner that is nonpartisan. And where better to do that than outside of the television cameras and in an environment that all stakeholders can participate in and not be influenced by that. And so when I know that foreign actors are watching us and seeing the division that exists in our country, I genuinely am concerned, because I recognize that it is not something that I would like to see, because I think that people at the end of the day would rather know that we are capable of handling these things without having to worry about that. But nonetheless, here we are. So I've talked at length, Madam Speaker, about various different individuals who have come forward, in particular Conservatives who have contributed to the discussion that's ongoing right now. I don't know how many more Conservatives have to come forward for Mr. Cooper to realize that Mr. Poilievre is right, and that the proper place for staff is not at the end of a committee table answering questions, that it is up to the minister to properly and to answer questions. The minister is, the buck stops at the minister. The minister is responsible. I mean, let's be honest. If any staff person did something that Mr. Cooper found offensive, Madam Chair, I'm sure that he would be calling on the minister to come and take responsibility for it. So why he wouldn't accept the minister to take responsibility to answer these exact same questions is beyond me. But it's a bit of I think it's a bit of an issue to be approaching it from that way. But I also just want to talk about very, very briefly, because I know I've been just dragging on here, Madam Chair, but I did want to touch on, because actually last time I spoke, I realized afterwards that I forgot to talk about this, and I don't want to miss the opportunity again. Mr. Long brought this up in his conversation, and it's about one of the other things we've done. I listed the three: NSICOP, the special panel during an election, and Bill C-76. But what the Prime Minister just announced in the last couple of weeks was an independent expert. Hopefully that's better terminology for the Conservatives to accept. An independent expert that will look at where any holes exist within current organizations like NSIRA and NSICOP, and determine if there is anything that needs to be done or make recommendations on how to further strengthen those organizations. And then the other thing that the independent expert is required to do is to look at the issue of this foreign interference and determine the best place for it to occur. The Prime Minister said in his statement, he said, we will accept whatever they put forward. So if the independent expert or the rapporteur, whatever we're calling them, agrees that, you know what, Mr. Cooper was right all along, this is a public inquiry is the only answer here, then we will accept that and we'll move forward with that. But we let an independent individual do that. We don't make it a partisan issue. And I don't see why, unless you're afraid that you will never find somebody who's impartial out there that will actually agree with a public inquiry. If you're afraid you'll never find that, then I can understand why you would be against that idea. Because I just don't think that, based on the information that's come forward, based on the experts that have come to this committee, based on conservative senators, conservative campaign managers, they all say the same thing. NSICOP is the place where this belongs. It doesn't belong in the public forum. Unless you're willing to accept, unless you're willing to, if you're willing to accept a special expert to look at this, and you're genuinely worried about making sure that, you know, this is dealt with in the right way, and you strongly believe that the right way is through a public inquiry, and you feel that that's the best way, well then put your faith in an expert to decide that. Put your faith in the expert coming to the same conclusion. The only reason why they're not putting their faith in the expert, Madam Chair, is because they know that they're wrong, and they know that the position that they're taking is inaccurate. They know that once that happens, the issue is over and they no longer have the opportunity to fundraise off this. And that's why they're not giving up on this. What I actually find really surprising, if I'm being honest, Madam Chair, is the position of the Bloc and the NDP. I would have thought that they would have come around to understanding two things. One, that a public inquiry is not, and this is not me trying to convince my Bloc and NDP colleagues, just listen to the experts. Listen to the people who came to this committee, and we asked. Not a single person that came before this committee actually said the best place for this is in a public inquiry. Not a single one. So I get the Conservatives' politics on this. What I don't get is the Bloc and the NDP, because you would think that they would be interested in listening to an expert and what an expert had to say about it, but they're not. And then the other issue that the other thing I take issue with in terms of the approach of the NDP and the Bloc is the approach of dragging staff before a committee. I don't know. In 2010, I wasn't here, what their position on it was back then. Maybe the NDP were in favor of they must have been at that time. I don't know the logic behind it, but perhaps they're being consistent. I don't know. But they must know that accountability does not lie with staff people, regardless of whether they're the Director of Communications or Chief of Staff. Accountability lies with the Minister. If a senior staff person had done something wrong and the Minister ought to have known about it, you would be calling on the Minister to resign, not the senior staff person. And I've witnessed it many times in the House of Commons. And so to now suggest suddenly, against Pierre Poilievre's advice, that it is totally appropriate to be holding staff accountable, I think is disingenuous, and I think it's just playing politics. So as I near completion of my intervention at this point, Madam Chair, I'll just end where I started, which is that we all know, everybody sitting around this table knows, that it's not appropriate to bring staff before a committee and try to interrogate them like they are accountable to us, because they are not accountable to us. Staff are accountable to their minister, and the minister is accountable to us. If the Conservatives were sitting on this side of the table, they'd be arguing the exact same thing. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Poilievre has argued it in the past. So we know that. If the NDP were sitting on this side of the table, they would argue the exact same thing. Come on, this is the NDP. This is the party that purports itself to be the party that is on the side of labor. And you're trying to tell me that you think it's appropriate to drag before the committee staff, individuals? You would never get away with that in a unionized environment, but it's suddenly acceptable because it's political staff. We know the NDP would argue the exact same thing that we're arguing. And while if the Bloc was sitting on this side of the table, the country might look a lot different than it currently does, in fairness to my Bloc colleagues here. So, but I know that they would be doing the responsible thing too, which is saying no, staff should not be brought before committee. It's not for parliamentarians to drill down and ask staff questions in that manner. When I was involved in municipal politics in Kingston, Madam Chair, we didn't drag. The only staff that ever spoke to City Council were commissioners. These were the individuals that were charged to answer the questions, and if you ever attempted to go and talk to somebody that was responsible to a commissioner, especially without the commissioner knowing about it, that was considered to be a huge no-no. That was considered to be something that it was extremely egregious, and I would suggest it's the same thing here. I know that it's not as sensational to do it the way that we're supposed to do it, because it doesn't play itself into the hand of the optics that the official opposition would like to see. But it is what it is, and you don't have to take my words for it. You just have to take Pierre Poilievre's words for it when he said, and I'll conclude with this, Madam Speaker, he said, the reality is that Mr. Soudas is not going to be testifying anyway because of a tiny little inconvenient problem that the coalition parties have, which is this 300-year-old concept of ministerial accountability, meaning that ministers answer questions on behalf of the government, not staff. We're not going to be changing 300 years of history all of a sudden at the behest of the coalition parties. We're not going to have staff members appearing in question period to answer on behalf of the government. We're going to do it the old-fashioned way, the way it's always been done right up until the last several months. We're going to keep ministers, the guys in charge, responsible for their duties. End quote. That's Mr. Pierre Poilievre, June 10th, 2010, on CBC Power and Politics, when he was the parliamentary secretary to Stephen Harper. I don't have to listen to anybody else at this table. I just listen to the incredibly insightful words of Mr. Pierre Poilievre to know that we're on the right side of this issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Gerritsen. I will now go to Mr. Duncan, and then I have Mr. Turnbull, and then I have Ms. Lambropoulos. Mr. Duncan. Oh, wait, sorry, I skipped one. Sorry, Mr. Duncan. It is Mr. Fergus. Monsieur Fergus, je m'excuse.
I'm sorry.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I would like to apologize to my colleague, Mr. Duncan. He'll have to wait his turn. But I'm greatly interested in what he will raise. But I also, in turn, would like to congratulate my colleagues for the comments they've made. Mr. Gerritsen, Mr. Long, Ms. Normandin, and Ms. Vandenbeld. I hope I didn't forget anyone in all of that, but I can tell you that it was really enlightening to listen to what they said. Madam Chair, yes, we are debating the amendment tabled by my colleague, Mr. Turnbull, on the main motion tabled by Mr. Cooper. And as my colleague from Kingston and the Islands mentioned, the reason why I am adamantly opposed to the sentiment underlying the main motion is exactly what he mentioned. Madam Chair, there is a long tradition in this country and in our parliamentary system, the Westminster system, of the accountability of ministers. And you know, Mr. Gerritsen quoted a quote by Mr. Poilievre when he was in government in an interview that he gave to CBC, where he mentioned that this tradition has existed for over 300 years. And Madam Chair, until this government came to power in 2015, this tradition has only been broken once in 300 years. With our government, unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, since 2015, within those 7.5 years, twice, ministerial assistants appeared before a parliamentary committee. And I say this, Madam Chair, and I fear that when we open that door, even if it's only 3 times in over 300 years, I hope that we will always maintain this exceptional aspect of these kinds of appearances of ministerial assistance, because I can say to you, Madam Chair, that there's a reason why those traditions became traditions. It is because of the experience that we had through our parliamentary system and across the world, who have come to this conclusion that people who are accountable, the people who are responsible, are the elected members. The responsible people are people who are part of the public service, rather, are Canadians. But not people who work for politicians. Those people didn't put their names on a ballot. Those people, when they act on behalf of their boss, who is a parliamentarian, an elected member. So just that, Madam Chair. And that is a principle, one among many, that are fundamental principles for the proper functioning of our parliamentary system. As Mr. Poilievre said during his interview, I think it was in 2013 or 2012, he said it's not political assistants who answer questions in the House of Commons during question period. It's not them. It's their bosses who do so. And as that is the case, we don't expect that those people are going to come here and answer questions. If we want to invite their employer, that will fly, and that's important. But to act otherwise, Madam Chair, it's just something that's not done. Truly, it's just not done. So I think that that's the reason why we find ourselves in this extended debate. Might be a euphemism for filibuster, but this extended debate that we're having here today. And I hope that common sense will prevail with colleagues from the opposition who will see the light and withdraw that part of the motion so that we can move on to other things that are related to the whole issue of interference, foreign interference, not only in politics, but in the academic world, the business world, and the social world. These are issues that are extremely important. And so I hope that we will have the opportunity to deepen our understanding and to dig down in order to better understand and be able to better act to prevent these kinds of interventions that are undesirable in Canadian society. Madam Chair, I spent a good part of my weekend reading the report on the events surrounding the whole story of Maher Arar, because I see some similarities between what we are experiencing right now and what happened with Mr. Arar. And I emphasize the point that the damage done by these so-called leaks that tarnish our reputation, the reputation of certain individuals, but also, Madam Chair, they tarnish the reputations or the reputation of an entire community. You might think that I'm exaggerating, but Madam Chair, in 2004, 2006, when this commission of inquiry was launched, there was one part, Madam Chair, that really made me sad. Mr. O'Connor, when speaking with Mr. Arar's nearest and dearest, and unfortunately I didn't note the page that I found it on, but I'll say it from memory. One of the great disappointments that Mr. Arar suffered was not, well, I shouldn't say that, it was certainly the unjustified tarnishment of his reputation, but he said several times that when he was walking in the streets of Ottawa after he had been freed from this year of hell in Syria, where he was tortured for invented reasons, he had said that there were many Canadians, when they passed him in the street, would say, "I stand with you." And I know that what happened to you is unacceptable. But he said something that really touched me deeply and saddened me. He said that there were members of the Muslim community who felt that they were afraid of expressing their solidarity with Mr. Arar. Why? Because of these unjustified leaks in the media that would demonize the entire Muslim community. And these people did not want to be perceived as being close to him. Madam Chair, it's totally understandable what that community suffered, but it's much more than regrettable. It is unacceptable. We
have to be judicious before we release leaked, unverified and unverifiable information, and without any other sources to corroborate the information that has come out in the quote-unquote leak. Now, I'm a person who's got a number of years under my belt. I was able to testify to the Watergate scandal. There were journalists who got their hands on leaked information. And you know, Madam Chairperson, they displayed the very best instincts, the very best journalistic traditions were on display with them. They used that information as a basis for going after independent corroboration before going ahead and releasing that information. Now, why is that? And it's because, as all my colleagues have already pointed out, and as we heard when our national security and intelligence experts testified, they said that oftentimes intelligence is based on rumour, on hearsay. We get information from our allies. And on the basis of experts working out in the field. And Madam Chairperson, it's just a snapshot what we see in these reports. But intelligence, real intelligence, is the result of a thorough investigation of information in context, that is, scrutinized systematically. Now, sometimes that is achieved by way of information and intelligence from our allies, including the Five Eyes. These are the countries with which we share information freely. The Five Eyes are among some of the major democracies in this world that share a wealth of information on the basis of the fact that we share the same values. And Madam Chairperson, when information like that is released, and when people get their hands on these snapshots of information, and then they share that or leak it to the press, I understand the rationale behind journalists releasing that kind of information. But it's much better when they display a more judicious approach, as we saw in the Watergate scandal, when they go after corroboration first before releasing information. Because, Madam Chairperson, when you focus in unduly on a snapshot, a glimpse of information, well, it allows the imagination to go wild and to go off on tangents. And perhaps those tangents have nothing to do with reality and are unfounded, not accurate, dare I say, and may even paint an untrue picture at the end of the day, which will have real life ramifications for not only for individuals, but for entire communities. I know there are Canadians of Chinese origin who feel targeted, who are on tenterhooks, who are on the defensive. Why? Because of everything that one can read in the newspapers, which is based on partial, biased information, certainly not impartial information. When I say, I should even split hairs here and say not only partial, but partial in the sense of limited information. And that is regrettable, terribly regrettable, and has a huge ramifications. And I'm just really saddened by the upshot of all of that. Madam Chairperson, once again, as Ms. Blaney said, I don't want to lay all the blame on the shoulders of journalists as the ones who would just go and publish anything willy-nilly. You know, that's their business. But what I can tell you, our business as parliamentarians, well, I have far higher expectations of all of us elected representatives here. It is my expectation, Madam Chairperson, that we won't go off on wild goose chases, on unverified information, on the basis of unverified information. And at the very least, and I take my hat off to all my colleagues around the table, because at least we invited experts to appear before us, those who are responsible and in charge of various agencies, to make their testimony. And once again, I reiterate, Madam Chairperson, what did they tell us? They told us at least 4 things. First, they described how they collect that information. They told us how important it is that we don't just rely on a snapshot or a limited information, that one needs to paint a full portrait in order for that portrait to be a fair account, a truer account of the situation. And that's where analysis can be brought to bear. One thing that hasn't been mentioned, and again, Madam Chairperson, I don't have the clearance to lay my eyes on top secret information, but having listened to those witnesses, having spoken with folks who do work in that area, people who've held key positions, they've all said to me, listen, Greg, sometimes we paint a portrait of something, but context is everything. For example, this information has a high probability of being true. That information may very well be unreliable, and other information, well, we don't know whether or not it's true whatsoever, but we're sharing it because it comes from one of our reliable sources. But in none of those cases, Madam Chairperson, none of those cases apply to the accounts of what we've read in newspapers that are on the basis of leaks. There's no way we are able to assess the veracity of that leaked information that was leaked on a selective basis to certain journalists. Now, on that note, Madam Chairperson, I've got to say that I'm really deeply saddened by the fact that we are faced with this situation here and now. That there'd be an investigation, an inquiry of this sort. Moreover, as a member of this committee, I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd get access to contextual information that would enable us to determine the relevancy and veracity of certain information, because we don't have that clearance, Madam Chair. We just don't. We're not cleared to have that information. But what would be an appropriate context for such a discussion? It's quite obvious. It's NSICOP, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. That is the proper context, Madam Chairperson. Why? Because members of that committee, who are members of Parliament, have the required clearance to lay eyes on unredacted information and intelligence. And on the basis of that, they can take the pulse of the situation and conduct a proper and accurate reading of what is going on, what's true, what's not true, etc. So this is not the place to have that kind of discussion, Madam Chair. And for our TV viewers, Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and I'm going to say something that all members are fully cognizant of, and that is this, that whatever commission of inquiry we put in place to get to the bottom of things, well, there'd need to be a two-speed inquiry, for lack of a better way of putting it. One, a public commission of inquiry where everything that is discussed is in the public realm, is not going to hurt or harm our intelligence institutions, ours domestically or those of our allies, of the men and women who are working hard and tirelessly, and in some cases who put their lives in peril in an effort to get their hands on this information. They put their lives in harm's way. All of that kind of information intelligence should be discussed behind closed doors. Everyone knows that full well. And yet, certain people would argue that we need 100% transparency, whatever that means, and that all this information should be out there in the public sphere, made available to even to Canadians who aren't even following the situation closely, that everything would be unveiled, laid bare, and that is rubbish, Madam Chairperson. Let's call a spade a spade. That is rubbish. If we go down that track, Madam Chair, well, we won't be upholding our responsibility as members of Parliament. We're trustees, we're stewards in a sense, and I hope that everyone takes that seriously and the need to protect Canadians and to ensure that Canadians are protected. That is our ultimate priority, our top priority as elected representatives. So that's the challenge that we have before us, Madam Chairperson. Are we going to speak the truth? Or are we going to mislead Canadians by saying that we're going to get to the bottom of things, knowing full well that certain information cannot be brought out into the public sphere because it's classified, because that we don't quite simply have the right to make it public, and it would be irresponsible to do so. Now, Madam Chairperson, we can debate as to whether or not there's too much classifying of information. Too much information that's deemed secret or top secret. We can have that debate, Madam Chair. But for the time being, and until such time as the rules of the game, until such time as the goalposts are moved, we are subject to certain constraints. And that is, we cannot, or we can, but maybe in doing so we'll break the law. We'll be ride roughshod over the criminal code and undermine our role as elected representatives. And when journalists ask me, are you against a public commission of inquiry? I respond, yes, sure, I'd love a public commission of inquiry on the proviso that it is a two-speed one. As Commissioner O'Connor intimated in relation to the events surrounding Maya Ara, and just like the Prime Minister said publicly to Canadians just 10 days ago when he said that he would appoint an independent special rapporteur or expert to propose a way forward. And I think that's the very best way to proceed. Personally speaking, that individual will, right off the bat, look at everything that's occurred and determine what steps should follow and what approach to take, and will make suggestions to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has undertaken to make that advice public immediately once it's given as part of the, and in fact publish the report of the special rapporteur. So that's a really good solution that we've come up with, a viable one, and I hope that my colleagues will at some point accept the fact that it is a viable solution and that it is extraordinarily reasonable as an approach and well-reasoned as an approach. And in doing so, as members of the PROC committee, it is my fond hope that we will be able to at last move on to other matters within our purview, that we have the skills and abilities and jurisdiction to investigate. There are other crucial and important issues before us, including the Commission on Electoral Boundaries, which warrants a non-partisan analysis by our democratic system here in Canada. And it behooves us in a fiduciary way, what's more, to focus our attention on that. And I hope that we'll have a possibility to do so.
Madam Chair, there were certain components that really touched me reading the O'Connor report. And if I could read from that, not too much, but I think it's important to bear this in mind. As we are attempting to find a solution to this impasse. Madam Chair, just to give you the context of this, this is the report that was written by the Commissioner, Dennis O'Connor, who was part of Justice Canada, and it's a commission of inquiry that was established because there was a huge injustice that occurred concerning Mr. Maher Arar that began one day that I'm sure is marked forever in his memory and is that of his family into the 26th of October 2002 when he was intercepted at Kennedy Airport in New York. And he was held by American authorities for 2 days and was then sent against his will to Syria. And Madam Chair, he was tortured there for over 12 months. So, Madam Chair, the Commissioner carried out his inquiry, and part of his work, he talked about leaks. He said that after months and months of inquiry, that the evidence tabled draws me to the conclusion, that's Mr. O'Connor speaking, that over time, those responsible within the Canadian government voluntarily revealed parts of classified information concerning Mr. Arar or concerning his case. And these leaks happened from July 2003, before Mr. Arar came back to Canada, and up to July 2005, up to when the commission was already sitting. So even during the time that the Commission of Inquiry was sitting, there were these kinds of leaks of classified information. I'm convinced that the issue of leaks falls within my mandate because it is directly connected to Mr. Arar and to Canadian authorities, even if my role is not to find legal findings and other possible offenses under the law and under the under PIPEDA and Canada's Criminal Code. I am convinced, he said, that I must, in my report, deal with the nature of the leaks, of the objectives sought through those leaks, and the impact that they had on Mr. Arar. He said it is perhaps not surprising that the identity of these people who were causing or responsible for the leaks, it remains unknown, even if there were inquiries made within the relevant departments where they would have known about these leaks. So there's also a criminal investigation underway concerning one of the leaks of information revealed to Juliette O'Neill, who was a journalist with the Ottawa Citizen. So even if there are few reasons to be optimistic concerning the fact that these inquiries may even ever determine the source of these leaks, I consider that I don't have the mandate to carry out such an inquiry. To accomplish such a work within the framework of a public inquiry would be a colossal task, and determining the source of the leaks is not closely enough related to my mandate so that it can be done. So, having said all of that, in my opinion, my comments on the leaks are not limited to the fact that their precise sources are unknown. The evidence tabled before the Commission is amply sufficient to allow me to comment on the origins of these leaks in general terms, on the objectives that they were intended for, and on the impact that they had on Mr. Arar and on his family. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to share with you, if I may, with the translation team to make their work a little bit easier, in the English version of what I am reading. I don't know if I should give it to the clerks or if I could ask if they can bring this to the interpreter, because I think it's important. So that that person can be able to do their work. So if we can share this.
Madame la Présidente, nos interprètes.
Madam Chair, our interpreters work very hard. They do an exceptional job, and I think that it would be easier for them to have the exact section that I'm going to quote in English before them. So, to continue, Madam Chair, generally speaking, criminal investigations are generally kept confidential in order to ensure fairness to individuals subject to investigation who may never be charged, and to protect the ongoing effectiveness of the investigations. There is an additional rationale for confidentiality in the case of national security investigations, the need to protect classified information. Nonetheless, the fact that an investigation is being conducted may sometimes become known, generating interest on the part of the media and the public. In those instances, government authorities with access to classified or confidential information are in a position to sway public opinion by selectively divulging information to the media. Because the public cannot know the full picture, leaks of selected information can be misleading, and I will repeat that. Because the public cannot know the full picture, leaks of selected information can be misleading and unfair to individuals who may be subjects of the investigation or persons of interest to the investigation. This is especially so when the leaker adds a spin to the leaked information to get his or her message out. Leaking classified information, I'm carrying on with the quote, leaking classified information is clearly wrong and a serious abuse of trust. It can also be a dangerous practice if the information is subject to a legitimate national security confidentiality claim. Leaking classified information may harm national security, international relations, or national defense. This case is an example of how some government officials, over an extended period of time, use the media to put a spin on an affair and unfairly damage a person's reputation. In this case, Mr. Arar. Given the content of the released information, only individuals with access to classified information could have been responsible for the leaks. The obvious inference is that this was done to paint a picture they considered favorable, either to the Canadian government or to themselves. It is worth bearing in mind that leaks of government information can have different aims. In some cases, the leaker is seeking to disclose what he or she perceives to be government wrongdoing that would not otherwise come to light. Other leaks, however, seek to advance the interests of the Canadian government or of government officials, in some cases by disparaging the reputation of another. This was the case with some of the leaks concerning Mr. Arar, which were aimed at tarnishing Mr. Arar's reputation and undermining his credibility. Some were likely intended to persuade the Government of Canada not to call a public inquiry. While most leaks likely involve a breach of some form of confidentiality, using confidential information to manipulate public opinion in favor of the Canadian government's interests or the interests of the leaker of the information is obviously more egregious. This is particularly so when third parties are targeted in a way that is unfairly prejudicial to them. Because it can be so difficult to counter this type of leak, one can only hope that some of the public and the media are sophisticated enough to perceive the reality of what is occurring and to reserve judgment until there is a fair and transparent disclosure of all of the relevant facts. Madam Chair, I know that the front pages of the newspapers are enticing. My colleague from Kingston and the Islands mentioned that for some people it's an opportunity to do some public fundraising, but at what cost? There are people whose reputations are much sullied by these kinds of things, regardless of whether or not they're innocent. It is not right. It doesn't make any sense at all. Madam Chair, this report was a good warning to all of us. We know better. We know better. There are some lines that we should not cross. And we're doing this. And as I said a few moments ago, at what cost? Madam Chair, if I can continue with Part 5.2 of this report. This inquiry heard evidence of at least 8 media stories containing leaked information about Mr. Arar and/or the investigation that involved him. Some of the leaks sought to portray Mr. Arar as an individual who had been involved in terrorist activities, such as training in Afghanistan, had named other so-called terrorists while imprisoned in Syria, and he was, and this is a translation, a very bad guy, and, quote, not a virgin, unquote. The sources of the leaked information were both human, unnamed government officials, and documentary, classified or confidential documents. The judge, Mr. Justice O'Connor, lays out all of the times when these leaks really damaged Mr. Arar's reputation. The first leak, he says, occurred in the summer of 2003, before Mr. Arar's return to Canada. And I add my own words from Syria, where he was tortured unjustifiably. Well, it's always unjustifiable to torture people, but his detention in Syria was unjustified. It was at a time when the public campaign to obtain his release from Syrian custody had intensified. An unidentified official was quoted as saying that Mr. Arar was a very bad, quote, it's from the English, very bad guy, who had received military training at an al-Qaeda base. That was obviously false. The article also noted that the unnamed government official had refused to provide further details, attributing the need for secrecy to ongoing intelligence operations. So once again, that was clearly wrong. The apparent purpose behind this leak is not attractive. To attempt to influence public opinion against Mr. Arar at a time when his release from imprisonment in Syria, which was being sought by the government of Canada, including the Prime Minister. Around the time of Mr. Arar's return in October 2003, 4 more leaks were reported. On October 9, 2003, the Toronto Star quoted, and this is a translation, an official closely involved in the case, as saying that American officials had contacted their Canadian counterparts when Mr. Arar's name had been noted on a passenger flight list. He arrived in New York the next day, September 26. According to the unnamed source, conversations had then taken place between American and Canadian officials about Mr. Arar, in particular about whether he had traveled to Afghanistan and about whether he had traveled to Afghanistan and whether he could be charged if returned to Canada. The next day, October 10, 2003, an article in the Globe and Mail cited unnamed Canadian sources as saying that Mr. Arar had been roughed up, but not tortured, while in detention in Syria. So once again, Madam Chair, these leaks were clearly false. And this was published with no confirmation from a second source, and that's the least that we could do before deciding to publish such information. And in this case, Madam Chair, it had a very serious impact on the health, physical and mental, of a Canadian. That enrages me. Madam Chair, this final comment, this latter comment that Mr. Arar had not been tortured is consistent with the reaction of several Canadian officials on Mr. Arar's return to Canada. They attempted to downplay the seriousness of the ordeal he had endured in Syria. The implication in this regard is that if Canadian officials were in any way involved in what happened to Mr. Arar, it would be better from their standpoint if he had not been seriously mistreated. Once again, that's enraging. On October 23, 2003, the CTV 11 o'clock news broadcast a segment quoting, and once again, it's a quote, senior government officials in various departments, unquote. As saying that Mr. Arar had provided information to the Syrians about al-Qaeda, the Muslim Brotherhood, and cells operating in Canada. Mr. Arar was alleged to have implicated other Canadians in extremist activities. Again, the indirect suggestion was that Mr. Arar himself had been involved in extremist terrorist activities, which is false, 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 untrue. As noted in an Ottawa Citizen article published on October 25, 2003, the leaks about what Mr. Arar might or might not have said to his Syrian interrogators were particularly worrisome and potentially very dangerous, not only for the Arar family, but also for the individuals allegedly named by Mr. Arar and still in detention abroad in countries known to practice torture. The allegation that he had denounced others would also have been harmful for Mr. Arar psychologically. As noted by Dr. Donald Payne, a member of the Board of Directors for the Canadian Centre for Victims of Torture, it would be difficult for anyone to be pointed out as a betrayer of people, to be falsely pointed out as a betrayer of people. Even Mr. Arar's first meeting with DFATE officials in Ottawa, that is the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade in Ottawa, on October 29, 2003, did not remain confidential despite an understanding before the meeting. Despite an understanding before the meeting that what Mr. Arar said would not be disclosed until he chose to divulge it. On October 30th, CBC News World reported that Mr. Arar had met with Mr. Graham and had told DFATE officials that he had been tortured while detained in Syria. Although this disclosure appears to have breached a confidence, it obviously did not discredit Mr. Arar as several others did. In the press conference held in Ottawa on November 4, 2003, Mr. Arar told his story at length and described the torture he had suffered in Syria. He strenuously denied all allegations that he was implicated in terrorism or associated with people involved in terrorist activities. He also called for a public inquiry into his case. 4 days after the press conference on November 8, 2003, the most notorious of the Arar leaks occurred. Information from classified documents was published in the Ottawa Citizen in a lengthy article by Juliette O'Neill entitled Canada's Dossier on Maher Arar, the existence of a group of Ottawa men with alleged ties to al-Qaeda. is at the root of why the government opposes an inquiry into this case. Canada's dossier on Maher Arar, the existence of a group of Ottawa men with alleged ties to al-Qaeda is at the root of why the government opposes an inquiry into this case. The front page article contained an unprecedented amount of previously confidential information, including a detailed description of the RCMP Integrated National Security Enforcement Team office in Ottawa, a place not accessible to the public, and specific reference to the main target of investigation, Abdullah al-Malki. It indicated that one of the leaked documents contained information about what Mr. Arar had allegedly told the Syrian military intelligence during the first few weeks of his incarceration, and then went on to describe this information in detail. The article, moreover, Madam Chair, referred to some aspects of the RCMP's investigation of Mr. Arar and cited a security source for the proposition that a suspected Ottawa-based al-Qaeda cell was at the root of opposition by the Canadian government to a full public inquiry into Mr. Arar's case. Madam Chair, these leaks
Madam Chairperson, were not verified, they're not corroborated, and they caused so much damage. And we face a situation that, Madam Chairperson, is essentially the same. We have to learn from our past mistakes. And when we are proposing to actually become part of the problem and go off on a wild goose chase on the basis of unverified and uncorroborated information that our security and intelligence experts have even counted just a little over a week ago, almost 2 weeks ago, in early March. Madam Chairperson, this is a flagrant example of us going down the wrong track, and Madam Chairperson, throughout this report that I'm quoting from, it would appear that those leaks were intended to, in somehow, assist or further the efforts and reputations of those who were the instigators of the leak. And they were proven wrong, Madam Chairperson. And just as our witnesses told us a fortnight ago, they were only privy to a tiny, tiny snapshot of a breadth and width of information in a broader context of fulsome information that those people who are in charge have access to. Madam Chairperson, at all costs, we need to avoid making the same mistakes that had horrific, horrible ramifications and left damage in their wake. Meher Arar being one of those persons who was hurt so badly. Let's focus on those culprits who are trying to hurt Canada, act in an unfaithful and disloyal way with ill intentions towards Canada. Let's prosecute them to the fullest letter of the law. Madam Chairperson, there is a crucial part of this report that I'd now like to read. It shouldn't take too long. And I referred to this particular portion at the beginning of my remarks. The effects on Meher Arar. It's section 5.4 for the benefit of the interpreters. And Justice O'Connor wrote as follows. Was particularly disturbed by certain leaks from sources allegedly inside the Canadian government. These events compounded his sense of injustice dating from his detention and torture in Syria. And his advisors and I interviewed emphasised that Mr. Arar was devastated by these links. He was treated as a terrorist by the national media, and the effects were considerable. And as I said elsewhere in the current report, these kinds of labels, even those labels that are false, often have the effect of sticking. Now, even though the Commission didn't directly hear from Mr. Arar about the effects of the leaks on him personally, Dr. Donald Payne, a member of the board for the Canadian Centre of Victims of Torture, testified that as a rule of thumb, those kinds of leaks would have a traumatic psychological effect on someone that in the position that Mr. Arar found himself in, and would lead to traumatic effects. Moreover, Professor Toup, a Canadian academic of renown, former professor from the University of British Columbia, and I think he's the president of Oxford or Cambridge now. It's not often that a British individual takes such a post, but it speaks to his good reputation. Now, in addition, Professor Toup, the fact finder I appointed to report on Mr. Arar's treatment in Syria, made specific findings on the impact of the leaks. Professor Toup reported that the leaks had caused further psychological damage to Mr. Arar. And I quote, the Justice quotes him, in fact, Mr. Arar was particularly disturbed by certain leaks from sources alleged inside the Canadian government that cast him in a negative light. These events compounded his sense of injustice dating from his detention and torture in Syria. All his advisors that I interviewed emphasised that Mr. Arar was, quote-unquote, devastated by these leaks. Some described him as, quote-unquote, hysterical. He simply could not control his emotions, and it took many hours of constant conversation to calm him down each time new information surfaced in the press that he thought to be misleading and unfair. Professor Toop also linked the leaks to Mr. Arar's feeling of social isolation from the Muslim community. Quote, Mr. Arar told me that he is disappointed with the reaction of many Muslims to him and his story. Whereas other Canadians sometimes come up to him on the street to share a sense of solidarity, most Muslims stay far away from him. Mr. Arar thought that this distancing was exacerbated after the press leaks, quote-unquote leaks, so-called leaks, mentioned previously. Finally, Professor Toop described the economic effect of Mr. Arar's ordeal on the Arar family as, quote, close to catastrophic, unquote. Inasmuch as the leaks have painted Mr. Arar as a terrorist, it is reasonable to infer that they have contributed to his ongoing difficulty in finding gainful employment in his field. Lastly, I note that Mr. Arar's time in Syria deprived him of something most Canadians take for granted. Quote, control over the truth about oneself. Unquote. I'll repeat that. Quote, control over the truth about oneself. End of quote. The fact that this deprivation continued after Mr. Arar's return to Canada, this time because of leaks of confidential information by government officials, is both unfortunate and deeply unfair. Deeply unfair. Madam Chairperson, I'm not accusing anyone here of being unfair towards anyone else. I know that all the elected representatives around this table want and are always endeavouring to do what is proper, what is appropriate, what is going to advance the interests of our nation and of our fellow citizens. And yet, Madam Chairperson, we saw this warning in 2002, 2003. And we have to resist the temptation to go on a wild goose chase over and about all the rumours and hearsay that we hear that's unverified, uncorroborated, when there is a single source. And let us hope, let's hope in those cases that those single sources are not just making up quotes, that they're quoting the people they say that they're quoting, but Madam Chairperson, just by when one quotes a snapshot of information or intelligence, that in and of itself is not judicious because it doesn't paint a full picture. And those people in charge of our national security and intelligence organisations have all told us that anything that is leaked to the media, one, may very well not be genuine information. Second, Madam Chairperson, and even if that information is true or has a hint of truth to it, it's not the full picture. Third, and I'm deducing this, and my colleague from Kingston, Les Îles, the islands, mentioned this, the very fact that the RCMP has not undertaken any investigation about the information that has been leaked to the media, well, that gives us a sense, a keen sense of the fact that when there is an in-depth review carried out, a thorough and proper review, well, there's really nothing to be made out of that information. And if that's the case, why would we, elected representatives who have the sombre role of and are dedicated to protecting Canadians, our fellow citizens, how is it that we can allow ourselves to be fooled in this way and go down this dead-end track? Without doing an injustice to the reputations of our fellow Canadians, of certain communities and groups. Why would we go down that track? I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense. And if certain people do insist on doing so, well, let's go about it in a very sensitive, delicate manner. And rely first and foremost on the opinions expressed by intelligence and national security experts who shared their expertise and the fruits born out of their expertise, and have told us in no uncertain terms that this is not a path that we should be going down. Madam Chairperson, let me come back to another issue, or rather another section of the report on Mayor Arar. I know that perhaps fellow members are a tad tired of listening to this, but Madam Chair, I think that it's absolutely crucial that we understand what we're getting ourselves into, that we're playing with fire here. If I may, on a point of order, Madam Chairperson, since my colleague Mr. Fergus has opened the door to this point of order, I know that you have been very generous in terms of the notion of relevancy. I'm still trying to understand the linkage between the Mayor Arar report and the notion of inviting national campaign directors from 2019-2021, unless the editor of the report, of the Arar report, was a national campaign director from 2019-2021. I'm just trying to get understand how these two are linked up, and perhaps my colleague can elucidate. With pleasure, says Mr. Fergus. Well, we'll see if Mr. Fergus is successful in showing relevancy, and I sincerely hope that he'll be able to do so. I'm glad that my colleague questioned the relevancy of this. Listen, we can play games here, and we can say that Mr. Arar is not a chief of staff. He was not in charge of a national election campaign on behalf of any political party. It's a great joke. But listen, the reason that in the first place that I have made reference to this report is that we, around this table, are going after an issue that the national security and intelligence experts were going down a path that they've told us we shouldn't be going down. And this is all due to media leaks. And what did our witnesses say? The very most we can say about those leaks is that they are partial, that they are just a tiny piece of the puzzle, that they are just an infinitesimally small piece of the context to which they themselves have access as with their clearance, and without revealing any state secrets or intelligence or national information of import. What they're saying is that, listen, if you think you're going after the hornet's nest, well, there is no hornet in the nest. And yes, foreign interference is important. Yes, foreign interference is a real issue. But you want a public commission of inquiry on the basis of leaks to media outlets by certain journalists and those experts have said beware of that information, because we are not convinced whatsoever that there is anything that warrants our particular concern out of those in relation to those links. And here what I'm doing is quoting another context where there were media leaks on a particular issue that turned out to be completely untrue, Madam Chairperson. And not only was it a waste of time, not only did everyone, in fact, no one got off scot-free. There were victims. There were people who bore the brunt. And unfortunately, not everyone acts in good faith, do they? When they decide to leak information to the press, or when journalists leak information. And I take it for granted that those individuals, those witnesses, or rather those who leak just selective pieces of information, that they are failing to honour all the commitments and undertakings they made when they said that they wouldn't disclose information of a sensitive national security or intelligence nature. And that begs the question, when a person is prepared to just cast aside their professional ethics and to ride off into the sunset and leak information that's piecemeal and has not been corroborated, and when those people end up behind bars on the basis of those leaks, I don't think that they're reliable people. I'd like to see a second source of information. I'd like to see corroborated information. And it's a great pity that those journalists who were implicated, well, there's at least one journalist who was implicated in the Maher Harrar case, who decided to publish leaked information that turned out to be false and untrue and hurt that individual greatly, i.e. Mr. Arar. Well, listen, that concerns me a great deal. It really does. And that is why I am quoting from this report, Ms. Normandin. That is why it's important to remember what occurred in the past in relation to Meher Arar. And
I hope that that this will place an added burden of responsibility on our shoulders, that we don't want to be part of those who will be perceived as being responsible for a great injustice. That's the reason why I am making a parallel between the current situation and what happened 20 years ago. I think it's our duty. I don't want to treat this lightly. It's not a minor thing that we are talking about here. And the whole principle of ministerial accountability aside, the basis of what we are trying to proceed on here is based on a leak that was denied by those who are responsible with the national security establishment. So if we don't have confidence in those people, in whom can we have confidence? If we don't trust those people, these people who made a commitment to protect all of us, and if we insist on moving forward with what, to all outward appearances, is an injustice, with these unjustified actions, and we claim that we're going to have a big public inquiry and ask witnesses to come here and reveal everything that they know on the subject by divulging classified information that comes under national security, and in doing so would break the law. Madam Chair, it's quite strange. Could we not at least recognize the reality that any inquiry, and I hope there will be an inquiry, I hope there will be one on foreign interference in Canada, but I'm ready to say to people that there will be a public portion of it and that there will be part of it in camera. But no one's saying that on the opposition side. I would like for people to say that. But when we say that we're always looking for transparency, everything should be 100% public, a member of the opposition nodded her head. But you have to say that out loud. Because the motions that have been tabled up until now, with those motions, that has not been the case. We're just talking about having a public inquiry, period. And I will say this openly on this microphone because people might not understand my reaction. A member of the opposition said that it will be a public inquiry, but there were two parts to the inquiry in question. There was a public aspect and a private aspect. They were able to hear classified information. So that's really important to recognize. If they're suggesting such a model, you know, I have no problem in supporting that. I hope that that will be the model of that the special rapporteur will recommend to the Prime Minister. But I trust that that person, an eminent Canadian, or he or she, will have the opportunity and be able to do an overview and make recommendations to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister committed to following it to the letter, whatever recommendation is made. So Canadians can have confidence that we will do the right thing, the best thing. No partisan, I should say, interest in that assessment. I hope everyone, all of my colleagues, will be delighted to support the work of the special independent rapporteur. It's important. And so, Madam Chair, Perhaps I will limit my comments to that. Or perhaps, Madam Chair, I could just conclude with one final component. But it's clear that I will have much more to say later on. And I will just conclude with what I was doing here today. 1, the leaked information is not information we can rely on, particularly for 2 reasons. The first being that those responsible for it said that this information, even if it is legitimate, it is partial information. It's only part of a bigger picture. And secondly, they said that this information or the conclusions that journalists drew, as well as some members of the opposition presuming, are false. And fourthly, I should say, if we persist in following information that those responsible are telling us is erroneous, we could sully the reputation of some elected members and even an entire community. And how do I know that? Is this something that Greg Fergus invented? No. Why? Because we've already seen this movie. We've already experienced a national shame for something that we did through certain leaked information being given to journalists in the case of Maher Arar. And, Madam Chair, it was a grave injustice in 2002 and 2003, and it went on until 2005, 2006. And it would be a grave injustice today. So let's take advantage of what happened in the past in order to guide us in the future. Let us avoid making the same mistakes as we made in the past. Madam Chair, if we could, we may make some new mistakes, but let's be innovative. We don't need to repeat the mistakes of the past. And for those 5 reasons, I beg you, I plead with my colleagues on the opposition side to act otherwise. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Fergus. And now?
Patience.
Chair, I think this afternoon, as Canadians watch either online or through a different form, I think it's important for us just to make the case here and provide a context of where we're at. We are now 17 hours into a Liberal filibuster to avoid having the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, appear before this committee. We are getting near 5.5, 6 hours today alone, where we've had Liberal members of Parliament come to the committee here today talking about their work history and some of the traffic they've had in their constituency office. We just had members reading from a book into the record to delay a vote on something that, frankly, we talk about nonpartisan and was alluded to several times. We have Conservatives, the Bloc Québécois, and the NDP here ready to vote right now and call the question to have the Prime Minister Chief of Staff come and answer questions on the election interference by Beijing and that portfolio here at the House and Procedural Affairs Committee. And I think one of the things I wanted to add into the record today, as a lot is being said on the other side and the dither and delay of things, is that they act as if this is absolutely abnormal, unheard of, to have the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff appear before a committee. I want to remind Canadians and the Liberal members as they cite that Katie Telford has in fact herself appeared twice at parliamentary committees during her tenure as the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. We can remember back in the summer, about July 2020, she was forced to appear at the Finance Committee regarding the WE scandal and the national scandal that emerged and the PMO's role in that, who knew what and when, as that all went along. And she appeared a second time again at the Defence Committee in May 2021 on the scandal of sexual misconduct in the Canadian military, having to answer questions about the Prime Minister's office, what they knew, what they did or what they didn't do in those cases. She has appeared twice before, and again, we are saying that considering the context, considering the stunning news reports that have come out from whistleblowers, that it is absolutely appropriate and necessary for her to appear before this committee in a public setting and answer questions of where we're at. Madam Chair, I'll just say today we are again 6 hours into this meeting, and many Canadians would say it would not be informative. I've actually found today to be very, very informative, and I think Canadians should draw that same conclusion. Because every passing hour, every single MP that gets into the queue and talks and reads the phone book into the record about what's going on here, instead of calling the question, calling the vote on having this issue resolved, we've now spent 16, 17 hours on trying to have Katie Telford appear for 3 hours. She could have been here nearly 6 times over and been done with it. So I think at the end of the day, the question that Canadians have, they've learned a lot, because every speaker that goes up, every hour that passes without the vote and resolution of this, I think Canadians ask the rightful question: what is the government hiding? What are the Liberals hiding? What is the Prime Minister hiding? What is the Chief of Staff in the Prime Minister's office hiding? And why won't they come forward? I think when we talk about the reasons of why they're delaying this out, the firm reason is I don't think it's good news. I think if Canadians knew what had actually happened, or more importantly, what didn't happen when these serious allegations came forward to the Prime Minister and the PMO's attention, what they didn't do would be an embarrassment to them. So I think it's time to call the question. I was back in municipal politics back in the day. We called the question. Let's end the debate. Let's end the filibuster. Call the vote. We are absolutely on this side ready to go. It is absolutely reasonable to have Katie Telford appear at this committee. She has done so before when there has been scandal emerge of national importance, in this case, national and international importance here now. Call the question. Let's get her here and let's get answers. It's as simple as that.
Mr. Duncan, I appreciate that. And what's kind of interesting about that comment to me is I do always maintain a list, and when there's nobody on the list, I do tend to call the question. And the very last time I did that, it was actually members on that side who were really upset that I was calling the question when my list had been exhausted. So I take the advice you have provided to me. I will hope that members will come to an understanding or a way to call the question, and I too look forward to that happening. I think what I'm going to do is we have Mr. Turnbull, Ms. Lambropoulos, Mr. Fergus, and Mr. Geertz on the list. But just before we get to Mr. Turnbull, I think I'm going to just do a quick 15-minute health break, 10-minute health. I'm going to call it a 10-minute because it always takes 15. I'm just going to say 10-minute health break, and then let's come back to our seats. All right? See you shortly. I'll suspend for 10 minutes. Welcome back. And so, as I had mentioned,
Donc, rebienvenue.
is Mr. Turnbull, followed by Mr. Garrettson, followed by Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Fergus. So, Mr. Turnbull, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it and appreciate the attention of my colleagues. I have a lot to say today. I've been doing a lot of research on this topic. As always, I pride myself in reading a lot and trying to learn as much as I can about such an important topic. And I do appreciate colleagues, trying to, get to a point of consensus on this committee. I put forward an amendment to Mr. Cooper's motion, with a good faith attempt at trying to extend this study a little bit more and have a few other witnesses come before the committee. I think Mr. Garrettson was right to point out in his remarks that the leader of the official opposition years ago had made many of the arguments that we've been making. And it's funny how the Conservatives have pointed this out quite a few times in our deliberations on various topics, that the Conservatives seem to switch position when it's good for and convenient for them. So, with Pierre Poilievre having argued for ministerial accountability, we know that MP Julian from the NDP also made that argument in previous meetings, and now we seem to have a complete 180 on that, which I don't understand why members want to do that when, we've covered the fact that during an election within the caretaker convention, there are public officials that oversee the panel and the protocol. All of those officials have come before this committee. And within all of the rest of the time, there are ministers that are responsible for the all of government approach, referred to by Rosenberg as the electoral ecosystem approach. And it's clear to me that those ministers are accountable and have come before this committee. If there's any that haven't come, I'm sure they would be willing to. And all we would have to do is make those requests if it hasn't been made already. But instead, we see, an attempt to make this a partisan undertaking. It shouldn't be. I mean, really, for those of us that have been working on election interference, including the members of the leadership of our government for many years, and I spent the last intervention that I made was quite substantive, where I took the time to read through all the various reports and come up with an outline year by year of all the things that our government has done to either try to prevent foreign election interference or combat essentially interference in our democracy and democratic institutions as a whole. And there's much work that's been done. So again, I will not let people just say things that are completely false. It's not true. The things that the opposition parties have said, in particular, the Conservatives have said over and over again, that the Trudeau government hasn't done anything. Well, that's not true. That's patently false. It's false on every level. And I will never stop saying it's false. You'll never get me to agree with you because it's just false. And I have many, many, many examples and counter arguments and substantive steps that we've taken to combat foreign election interference. So you're never going to get me to lay down and just accept the fact that you guys are going to, propagate falsehoods. And to me, that's what's happening here. So, I think we also have heard, from the leader of the opposition recently in the press gallery, he was giving remarks to, I think it was a hypothetical question that a reporter asked, and Mr. Poilievre was asked a question, and I quote, he said, "The question was, would I go in and get briefed on secrets of the state?" And the answer I gave was, of course not, because then they would use that to silence me from speaking out any further. It would then become illegal for me to speak out. like I don't know about you, but I just find that shocking that the leader of the official opposition, who claims over and over again to want to get to the truth of the allegations that have circulated in the media, would not want to get a briefing on these matters if he was given the opportunity to get to the truth. So is he really committed to getting to the truth, or is he more interested in casting stones at Justin Trudeau and our government? All else be damned. Basically, that's how I read that statement. I don't know about others, but certainly it doesn't reflect well on the leader of the official opposition of really actually get to the truth in this matter. So I really, I don't accept Mr. Duncan's ploy to try to appeal to the committee to that we're blocking this or blocking that. We're not. We're actually speaking.
Mr. Turnbull,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what it is, but your internet tends to be a little unstable. And so then you cut in and out, and it was going fine up until now. So I'm not sure if, once again, you want to close your windows or what it might be. So I'm going to give you back the floor, but I just want to be conscious and cognizant of that. Okay?
Sure, Madam Chair, thank you. And I'm not sure what I can do about that other than close some windows on my computer, which I will try to do quickly here, and see if that helps. So as I was saying, don't know if I can close that down. Hopefully that doesn't close the meeting down. Can you still hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can. And while I have
Okay.
you, do you want to just lower your boom slightly?
Sure.
That's excellent.
How's that?
And I'm going to hope that, excellent. Back to you.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. So as I was saying, I think one of the things that I would like to note or go back to just for a moment here, and I will tie all of this into the relevance of the amendment that I put forward. And I think, it is a good faith attempt at trying to reach some consensus on this committee about how to move forward. And I recognize it feels like we're, at a bit of an impasse, but I hope that opposition members, in particular the Conservatives, will see the light based on my arguments today, and hopefully agree that we can move forward with consensus based on having the National Campaign Director for the Conservative Party come, and other members that are noted in my amendment that I think makes perfect sense. And I can tell you why. So one of the things that struck me in the Rosenberg report was, I've already gone through a lot of the substantive things that our government has done to combat foreign election interference, but one of the projects was the Canadian Election Misinformation Project. And what's interesting about that is that, there was an attempt to work, and I think successfully to some degree, and I think we can look at how successful it was and actually, drill down on, key questions that committee members have. I certainly have a lot of questions about not just foreign election interference, but misinformation campaigns online, of which there were some, and I would say many, during the last federal election, the last two federal elections. And I would like to get into a little bit more detail on that to say why campaign directors would be useful to hear from them, because of course they would have quite a lot of information and ability to provide information and things that they witnessed and observed during their campaigns that might be useful for us in terms of learning. And I think one of the things that I was going to reference in the Morris Rosenberg's report was that that there was an analysis done of the role that social media platforms play in spreading false information. And that's not to say that they intentionally do it per se. It's just to say that there's a role that they are naturally playing in today's society that allow for the spread of that information. So, Madam Chair, am I coming through okay still? I noticed Ms. Blaney was kind of squinting, so I'm wondering if I was sounding clear, coming in clear.
You are rest assured that I will let you know if I cannot hear you clearly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So, Mr. Rosenberg on page 20 says they found that notwithstanding more assertive moderation and election integrity policies, large social media platforms continue to be home to widespread misinformation. And it's sort of interesting to think about this topic in relation to this work in this study, because there is evidence that was documented that, some of the social media platforms were used to spread misinformation related to conservative candidates in the last election. So I think it's interesting to dive into that area and find out more, because I think we've heard from our national security and intelligence community about the fact that our election was free and fair, and that there was, there's no evidence that there was any impact on the overall results of the election. Otherwise, it would have triggered the protocol. And in fact, I know we actually heard, and I'll have to dig up this quote because I remember it, but I can't remember exactly who said it. I think it was David Morrison, but I will check and come back to the committee in a future intervention to verify. But he said something to the effect that the panel did not deliberate as to whether any misinformation or attempts at foreign interference in the election amounted to or reached the threshold or not. But they actually didn't. The debates and deliberations that they had were only around whether something actually counted as foreign interference or not, which is an interesting distinction, because those are two very different things. Because of course the protocol and the threshold associated with it is quite high on purpose. It notifying the public of foreign election interference is set at a fairly high level to ensure that it's only in times when the election has actually been affected. And I think what he was saying in his remarks, and again, I will check as to who said that just for the committee members, and we'll come back with that specific reference. But listening to the national security and intelligence advisors and community, I think it was very clear in the testimony we've heard to date that, and there are many other things that point to this in terms of what they were able to say and not say, but implied in what they said was very clearly that if CSIS had the information that has been claimed, that it would have been provided to the RCMP and the Commissioner of Elections Canada and would have been investigated. When asked, the RCMP said that there were no investigations underway. And then we heard from national security and intelligence experts, as prominent as the director of CSIS, that said that they could not verify whether this leaked information was coming from CSIS or not, or from some other organization or not. So to me, there's no confidence, and I think Mr. Furris eloquently spoke to this in his intervention, that it's quite concerning when we see uncorroborated allegations floating out there. Obviously, they're dangerous in themselves when they're based on likely partial or pieces of intelligence that might not be being interpreted correctly, or might not have been analyzed and converted into evidence. And I think that's a really big gap in terms of what's being said or claimed or reported. So I think that these are all really important points to consider, and are all good reasons for understanding the fact that anybody who has security clearance would be breaking the law if they if they came to our committee and said things that they're not allowed to say, that they've, you know, so, I mean, I don't know what opposition members are hoping to get out of having the chief of staff of the prime minister come to the committee, other than trying to perpetuate some kind of false narrative that there's some big cover up of some big scandal, which is, to me, just playing politics with a really important issue. And, you know, what we heard from Fred Delory in the Toronto Star article that he wrote was very clearly, and I'm going to quote him. I know others have quoted him, and I've quoted him in the past. I don't think I used this exact quote, but this is an even better quote. So I quote, "As the national campaign manager for the Conservative Party of Canada during the 2021 election, it's important to clarify one critical issue. I can confirm without a shadow of a doubt that the outcome of the election which resulted in the Liberals forming government was not influenced by any external meddling." End quote. So you see, the national campaign manager of the Conservative Party of Canada is saying that he can confirm without a shadow of a doubt that the whatever forms of attempted interference were present did not have an impact on the results of the election. So, you know, being that as it may, I mean, I think it makes a case for having him come to our committee and speak to why does he say something like that with such degree of confidence. And when we have many Conservative members, you know, claiming all kinds of things that are untrue as you know, as sensationalistic and absurd as claiming that the Prime Minister is working against the interests of Canada, which is treasonous. Like that those kinds of claims are hyper partisan, sensationalistic. They're not true. They're disgusting, and they detract from the overall stability of our democracy as a whole. And I don't know how anyone who's a member of Parliament can utter such things without having some basis for making such absurd claims. They're completely unfounded claims. So, you know, for me, if we have Fred Delory as prominent as the national campaign manager for the Conservative Party of Canada, claiming that beyond a shadow of a doubt, there was no impact on the election results, we should probably hear from that individual. I mean, certainly hearing from the national campaign director manager of the Liberal Party of Canada would be great, and the NDP's manager, et cetera, and other parties' managers would be very helpful as well. I think it would allow us to dive into, you know, I think a very important topic, which is, well, to what degree were we present to online campaigns, misinformation, disinformation that were being spread throughout the country during the and perhaps before the election. I know that you know, during the election, there was an independent third-party analysis done for the 2021 Canadian federal election. And despite what Mr. Barrett said, which I found very offensive when I made a point of order earlier, and he implied that I just got out of bed at something like 11 o'clock or something like that. I don't know why he would say such a thing. I was actually up early reading this quite extensive 80-page report on mis and disinformation during the 2021 Canadian federal election in preparation for our meeting today. And I've got lots and lots and lots of observations and I would say insights from this report that I would like to share. And it all goes to the argument that we should really be having national campaign managers come before the committee because, of course, they would be best placed, in my view, to comment on the level of misinformation that was circulating during the election and probably corroborate some of this independent report, which has been done by a group called the Media Ecosystem Observatory, which consists of the Center for Media Technology and Democracy, the Max Bell School of Public Policy, McGill University, Pearl, which is the Policy Elections and Representation Lab, the Monk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy, and the University of Toronto. So prominent individuals in their field have all participated in this work. There's a long list of contributors. And the report, again, just for anybody that wants to look it up and read it, it's called Mis- and Disinformation During the 2021 Canadian Federal Election. It's dated March 2022. So it's been around for a while, for at least a few months, long enough for us to sort of have a review and read of this. I've spent quite a lot of time just looking at it because I think it's got quite a lot of really useful information. And again, I think what's interesting about this report is why is it important? Well, it's important because we know that dating back to 2018 at least, there were reports done from parliamentary committees on threats to Canadian democracy. And the biggest threat that seems to be, or let me put it this way, the major factor that seems to be evolving or changing the threat environment, we've heard from every national security and intelligence professional that the threat environment is evolving. Well, why is it evolving? It's evolving predominantly because of the spread of online information, digital platforms, and the prevalence with which they're used by Canadians. And so that is one of the most important vehicles for the spread of information that may mislead Canadians, erode Canadian democracy, and change the intentions and voting behavior of the public. So if that's the case, and I mean, I would go back to Morris Rosenberg's report. In the report, there are instances of misinformation that are listed, and some of them do target candidates in the last election. But what's interesting is we can't just immediately jump to conclusions about that. Well, we already know that domestic and foreign interference online is happening all of the time. It's ubiquitous. It's literally every single day there's information that's being spread that's not entirely accurate, and sometimes it's entirely fabricated, but most of the time it's partially inaccurate or partially true, and so it's stretching, the truth in a sense. So what's interesting about this is that it actually has an impact on the population over time. And we should be looking at, well, how do we, make useful recommendations out of our work today and over the course of this study on that topic. What's interesting is, in the very sort of first pages of this report, they have a summary, and I've read the whole thing, so I'm not just going to quote from the executive summary. I've done the work here. But, the most extensive documented misinformation in the last 2021 Canadian federal election was on COVID-19 misinformation and widespread claims of voter fraud. Those were the two biggest, misinformation campaigns online, which is interesting because they also note at the beginning that a lot of the discussion has focused on Chinese interference, which is interesting because there is actually a lot more evidence of COVID-19 misinformation and claims of widespread voter fraud that circulated on social media platforms. So they should actually be part of our conversation on this topic. Like we're not looking at all of the threats to our democracy if we're only focusing on the forms of foreign interference coming from China. We actually have to broaden our scope and look at all forms of foreign interference related to misinformation spread online. So what's interesting is that one of the things I think it's important for us to note is that Canadians were generally able to detect false stories. So that's kind of important when considering this topic, is that there's really strong evidence here that Canadians are able to detect what is false from what is true. Now, that's not to say that the rapid spread of misinformation isn't having an impact on the population, but it is to say that thank God for Canadians' ability to discern what is true and not true, that is somewhat holding up in an era where misinformation and disinformation is so rampant and far-reaching. So the other is we find, I think the third point in the summary is that we find no evidence that Chinese interference had a significant impact on the overall election. So that's a really for that to be on the front page in the executive summary is a pretty important. And that's not to say again that there weren't attempts. Misleading information and information critical of certain candidates circulated on Chinese language social media platforms for sure. And there's lots of comment in the report about that, but that it did not have an impact, and there's no evidence of it having an impact on the overall election, again corroborates what we've heard from national security and intelligence experts, what we've heard from the National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister, what we've heard from all of the public servants that are part of the panel that oversees the protocol during the caretaker period, but also from ministers that have come before this committee. So, I think, if we trust the experts, the people whose jobs it is to do that work and to protect us and our democracy, we have to sort of say, okay, not only have we had every level of accountability come before this committee, we also have independent reports and professionals from outside of government that are commenting as well and corroborating the same conclusion, which is that it did not have an impact on the overall election results. I think that's important for us to note, and it's also important. It's probably why, I speculate, it's probably why someone like Fred Delory, the Conservative campaign manager from the last election, could so confidently say, I would also say maybe he could confidently say that it had no impact on the election results, probably also because, and I don't know this for a fact, but I think he had the opportunity to participate in some of those briefings that were given, which again is a mechanism that our government set up during federal elections to have party briefings during the election on foreign interference, or attempts at foreign interference. So I think it's good to note that when in this research study that was done by the Media Ecosystem Observatory, they certainly have verified the fact that most Canadians believe the election was safe from foreign interference. And a minority of Canadians believe that misinformation was a serious problem. So, that may be changing in our discourse today as a country. Maybe more Canadians are believing that it's a bigger, more serious problem. I think that raises public awareness. So if out of all of this, we get a greater degree of public awareness around this issue, that's probably a good outcome. But I think in terms of this committee's work, we've got to be working to get to the bottom of things to make really good, clear recommendations on how to move forward. One of the things that struck me as a conclusion that they drew from this research, this huge body of research, and I'll go into a little bit more detail as to how extensive the research was that they did. But they document, one of the findings is that a cohesive, misinformed and misinforming group has emerged, which is interesting. They call it, there's a rise of a big tent of misinformation where groups who hold false or conspiratorial beliefs about one topic appear to adopt similarly distorted opinions about a broad range of topics. That's a direct quote from the report, by the way. So what's interesting to me about that is we see that the more of a sliver of the population that buys into misinformation campaigns, you know, they get kind of co-opted by these distorted opinions that they're receiving through online sources and means. They're then further, you know, susceptible to absorbing other sorts of conspiratorial beliefs and opinions that come at them online. So, you know, and I think it's interesting because that coincides with my personal experience at the doors in the last election campaign, that I saw that the prevalence of that was becoming more clearly identifiable. And it's very disconcerting for me that the population of individuals who might be already slightly susceptible to that will then consume more of that misinformation and adopt it into a worldview that becomes more and more extreme. And I mean, this is kind of in other circles and conversations that we've had on Parliament Hill is really, you know, part and parcel of the challenges that, you know, online digital media presents to, you know, an evolving era of information consumption, and just how we get news and media sources and information today, and how we absorb that, and how much do we question it, and how prevalent is it in our lives. So I think it's really important for us to sort of think about that and think through, well, how do we combat that really ubiquitous kind of foreign interference, and how do we have to be, you know, asking ourselves at every step along the way, like, well, what is the truth? What is factual about how this is done? Like, how is it actually, you know, being adopted by Canadians? To what degree are people buying into it? To what degree is it impacting their behavior? And I think there's some good news in this report, and there's some bad news, but I think there's some good news in relation to foreign attempts at election interference when it comes to misinformation, which I think is probably the vast majority of the attempts at foreign interference in our elections really came through misinformation online. I think that's fair to say. I mean, I'm not a national security and intelligence expert, but if we read through the reports and information, I think there's a lot of work to be done in this area at the very least, and it certainly is something that's been documented over and over and over again as changing that threat environment that we need to be responding to. And it continues to evolve very, very quickly. One of the other things that they outline in the very beginning of this report is the vulnerabilities that we have as a Canadian society. And one of them is what they call a fracturing of the Canadian information ecosystem. And maybe I'll quote this because it's probably better said by them than myself. So quote, Canadians are increasingly obtaining their political information from a range of untrustworthy sources. There is an increasing danger of echo chambers or filter bubbles where people will mostly be exposed to information that supports their existing worldview and or promotes a narrow political view, period, end quote. So, I mean, really, this is one of the big vulnerabilities is that, you know, and I think we've talked about algorithmic transparency and the you know, the need to understand how algorithms that social media companies are utilizing are feeding people information based on their preferences. You know, just how that can sort of take them down the path to becoming more polarized and potentially have more extreme views that coincide with their overall worldview over time. And that leads to heightened divisions within the Canadian society and maybe less tolerance for sitting down and talking through our differences and really respecting perspectives and appreciating the perspectives of others. One of the other vulnerabilities that is mentioned here is the increasing difficulties in detecting disinformation and coordinated information operations. So what's interesting is that it's hard to detect. I mean, the rise of platforms focused on privacy that exercise minimal moderation has led to a more vibrant and chaotic environment that can provide opportunities for those seeking to mislead, misinform, or manipulate. So again, that was a quote. Again, that is, another aspect of this that we need to take quite seriously, which is that it's difficult to detect, and it's becoming easier and easier to mislead and manipulate that information. One of the other vulnerabilities was a gap between the reality and perceptions of mis and disinformation. This one's, I think quite concerning as well, because I think the idea here is that, and this probably is true for our foreign adversaries that are attempting to mislead and misinform the Canadian public, whether it be during elections or outside of election periods, that and we've heard this many times said by our members, and I'm sure it's acknowledged by all of us, that their intentions are, to draw out of us and sow the seeds of division so that our society becomes less trusting and more chaotic and more extreme, more polarized, and it really erodes the fabric of our democracy. So, and to me, this is one of the gaps that they mention in this report, which is that we're over time, in a way, we're sowing the seeds of distrust of all information sources. Doesn't matter whether you're a politician, a journalist, an online platform, wherever people are getting information, they're able to say, well, I don't really trust that. So how do they really know whether something is truthful or not? And over time, it's shifting. I was happy to hear from this report that the findings still showed that Canadians were generally able to discern what's truthful and what's not, but I think it is changing, and there's more and more Canadians that are consuming misinformation and not necessarily identifying it as false, or being able to pull out the pieces of falsehood within, information that combines some truth. So it's cloaked in, you cloak your lies in truth, or the opposite. And it reminds me of my philosophy course called Truth and Propaganda when I studied at Carleton, and Randall Marlin from Ottawa taught us about truth and propaganda. Anyway, I won't get into that, but the other thing is the emerging distrust in the Canadian democratic institutions, and this is another vulnerability that was highlighted in this report. It's a pretty significant, and I mean, they sort of link it that there's individuals that have really tried to use the pandemic to sow the seeds of distrust. And to some extent, I mean, well, what they say is that there is a growing number of individuals who no longer share the same factual reality as the majority of Canadians. I mean, to me, that's really scary. It's scary because there's a growing percentage of the population that don't share in the factual reality of the majority of Canadians. That if there was ever a symbol, that or a sign that we should be concerned, that to me is it. Because I think, I would say if democracy is about anything, it's the pursuit of truth. And it's amazing that, we're not taking more seriously in terms of our work here on this committee, the threat of misinformation online. It would be great to do some more in-depth work on that. I guess one of the other, so I'll just sort of go to another section here where I think it's important to note a few things that I think are really helpful for our work, or at least I feel are important, and really again relate to why we should have a campaign director component to this and have the campaign managers, the national campaign managers, come before this committee. So one of the summary notes on the global context, which is one of the chapters in this report, is the tactics used by large-scale foreign influence and disinformation operations have increasingly been employed by non-state actors, including hate groups, extremist organizations, and populist political parties. That's really interesting because one of the big, summary points or conclusions or findings is about non-state actors using disinformation. So foreign influence isn't just about state actors, it's about non-state actors as well, which is interesting. So I think we should also be looking at that in our study and our work, which is to say that information is coming from foreign sources by non-state actors, and that information is being picked up and spread in Canada within our elections, process, and potentially having an impact on Canadians. And again, I'm going to call into question just how much of an impact does that have on Canadians' voter behavior and intentions. I think there's some interesting data in this report on how much did misinformation coming from China have on the voting intentions of voters, even in the ridings that individuals are saying were impacted. And it's interesting to look at what this report says, this independent report. Again, what does it say about that? And there's some really interesting findings there. So I'll get to that in a few minutes. But I think it will be eye-opening for a lot of us. I think there's another finding here from the summary that says that disinformation tactics are no longer simply the dissemination of fake news stories by easily identifiable bot networks. They include more subtle manipulation of pre-existing polarized issues, such as immigration, equity advancing policies, climate change, LGBTQ plus rights, etc. So it's interesting that the issues that are already kind of polarizing are the ones that these disinformation tactics and campaigns seem to center around, which is very interesting. So you think if you were a foreign actor, what would you do to try and disrupt Canadian democracy? Well, you focus on the more contentious issues and try to amplify the amount of discord in the Canadian public over those issues. So it's interesting that those are some of the tactics that are being used, again, to the point that by Conservative members making this a partisan activity, they're playing right into the hands of our foreign adversaries, right? And they're essentially sowing seeds of distrust in our democratic institutions by doing that. And they're pushing that narrative and claiming all kinds of untrue things. And then, having the public start to, so this is a tactic. I mean, it's a tactic straight out of the playbook from our foreign adversaries. And I don't know why they would perpetuate that. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would take that approach when we're all sitting here, rational human beings, saying, okay, let's do what actually makes sense, what all the intelligence experts and advisors are telling us, what many Conservative, senators, former senators, and their national campaign manager has said, and the former director of CSIS, Ward Elcock, has said the same thing. That so I don't understand why they're continuing to call us back to this committee over and over again to debate something that is so clearly a rational approach to it that they just don't want to admit for whatever reason. I guess it's just simply the only conclusion I can draw is that the political games are more important to them, or political gamesmanship is more important to them than actually doing real work on this issue. And obviously, to do that, they would have to admit the factual reality that our government has done more on election interference than any previous government, as far as I can tell. So, and that's, I guess, another example of how they're not living in the factual reality that most Canadians are living in, which is something we've seen quite a number of times, from the denial that climate change is real to, and there's many other examples. I won't get into all of those, but I think the fact that people are and disinformation campaigns are exploiting those polarizing issues is quite concerning as well, and we should be looking at that and how misinformation sort of wraps around or gravitates or is really heightened during those times that Canadians are focused on big polarizing issues. I think it's also important to note that one of the big challenges that they identified was the accusations of election fraud in the United States in the 2020 presidential election, and just how much that sort of campaign seeped over the border through our social media platforms and networks and chat groups, etc., and how there was that was present during our last federal election campaign. They also note that Canada has historically been relatively resilient to mis and disinformation, and has adopted a series of measures to limit the spread of misinformation over past years. Again, this acknowledges the work that our government has done, which I made mention of in my previous remarks. The Canada Declaration on Election Integrity Online, which was, adopted in 2019. All of the major social media platforms signed on to it. Well, I guess not just social media platforms, Google and Microsoft and LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, etc., all signed on to that declaration, and then updated it before the last election. It was signed on to again. And then there was quite a lot of awareness raising around citizen preparedness. So, and this included the Digital Citizen Initiative led by Canadian Heritage, which increased sort of digital literacy skills, and then a public awareness campaign called Get Cyber Safe. There was also training done for journalists and all political parties, et cetera, et cetera. So, no one can say that our government isn't taking these threats seriously, but I would say, and has done some very significant things, like the one public awareness campaign reached over 12 million Canadians. So that's pretty significant. I mean, no one can say that reaching, like a third of the Canadian population isn't significant in terms of its reach. So I think, how much impact would an awareness campaign have on Canadians? Certainly, it would allow them to start to identify perhaps when they're seeing misinformation. Perhaps it even prevented some of the impacts of attempted election interference, both domestically and from foreign sources. We don't really know that. It would be hard to establish a causal link, but certainly is, something we could look at. That would be something we could look at. That's a lightning bolt idea, is how do we determine what awareness raising and, citizen preparedness initiatives have had a positive impact on the Canadian public in terms of being able to identify and pull apart, question and perhaps pull apart what is true and what is not true from what they're consuming online. That to me is a worthwhile pursuit, because then we could optimize our strategies and approach to have the greatest impact. To me, that's very, very rational. So I think one of the other things was a section on Canadians' attitudes towards misinformation. And some really important findings here. Canadians perceive, so I'll quote from this briefly and then discuss why it's important. Canadians perceive many common political phenomena as misinformation, from politicians exaggerating their promises to the publication of completely made-up stories by a media organization and then as extreme as hate speech. And there is significant ambiguity and politicization of the term. So that doesn't help. Obviously, politicizing misinformation as a term is going to create more challenges and exacerbate things, because what we really need to do is understand what it means and what it is and stick to a sort of common definition and then educate the public around it. And so I would opt for that in terms of an approach. Another finding in terms of the summary was approximately 1/4 of Canadians reported seeing misinformation during the campaign, while approximately 40% believed misinformation was a serious problem during the election. So that's kind of interesting, is that, you know, 1/4 or 25% of Canadians reported seeing misinformation and 40% believed it was a serious problem. That's kind of interesting. A strong majority of Canadians, so this is another finding, a strong majority of Canadians believe that misinformation is a threat to Canadian democracy and is polarizing Canadians and threatens social cohesion. So that's a strong majority. So there you go. A strong majority of Canadians believe that misinformation is a threat to Canadian democracy. I think that's a significant finding that demonstrates why in this work we should have a focus on misinformation and look at that seriously. Here's another finding which relates to the Conservative Party. Supporters of right-wing parties, Conservative and the People's Party, report higher levels of exposure to misinformation. However, they do not think of misinformation as a more serious problem during the election and tend to perceive misinformation as less threatening to democracy, which is really interesting. So in fact, the Conservatives and the People's Party, so the right-wing parties, and this is not me saying this, guys, this is not me. I'm just quoting from this report, so don't get mad at the messenger here. But what it says is that, you know, right-wing parties in general report higher levels of exposure to misinformation, which is interesting in itself, but then they don't see it as a serious problem, which is really interesting as well. Well, why would right-wing perspectives or people with those values, and I don't know what the answer is to that, I really don't, but I find it an interesting finding from this very thorough work and research. So it brings up questions in my mind as to, well, why? So if you know the opposite of that were true, which is left-leaning parties are less likely to consume or less likely to be exposed to misinformation, but then see it as a greater threat to democracy, what does that mean? So it's interesting. So you know, it might enable us to come to terms with some of the differences we have, and may even highlight a way forward if we were to sort of unpack that a little bit together. I mean, I'm not saying that we'll have the opportunity to do that, but to me, I think that would be worthwhile. Canadians are largely in favor of content moderation, but tend to believe that social media platforms and not government should be making moderation and banning decisions. So interestingly, the Canadian public seems to want content moderation, but most of it should be done by social media platforms, which is kind of interesting as well. And then there are significant differences in perceptions of misinformation and support for content moderation across partisan lines, and socio-demographic groups and media consumption patterns. So that's kind of interesting as well. So there's lots more in here. Let me just see. There's some big aha moments, though. Maybe I'll just flip to those and give you some more, I think, you know, important findings. One on page 23, they've done an interesting kind of an experiment of taking 4 stories that are based on facts, 4 stories that are sort of partially true, or they would consider misinformation stories online, and then 2 stories that are completely fabricated, and looking at the exposure of individuals and the perception, their perception of the truthfulness of those stories. And it's kind of interesting to compare those and see, what what the results are, what it tells us. So one of the big findings, there's 2 or 3 of them from that experiment, which or that piece of research, which seemed pretty interesting. One is, and I'll quote this: conditional upon exposure to the story, factual stories were perceived as more truthful than misinformation stories, both during the election and post-election. So that's good news for us. That stories that had misinformation in them were generally perceived to be more likely to be perceived as false. And factual stories were more likely to be perceived as truthful. While exposure might increase the likelihood of believing that a story is true, exposure to the stories might also be driven by citizens' predispositions, with those denying the existence of climate change being likely to be exposed to the climate lockdown story, for example, which is interesting because, so that was a direct quote. So this sort of speaks to why algorithmic transparency or algorithms can be so impactful. When you think about how often is someone exposed to a story that has misinformation in it. And so what it says is, like, if you're exposed once, you're likely to be able to determine that is not true. But if you're exposed over and over and over again, or if you have a specific predisposition to, not believing in climate change, for example, for whatever reason, and then you're exposed to, a piece of misinformation like the one that they document from MP Gallant, which is about climate lockdowns, okay? And, you would now start to believe that over time. And so, this is important for us to understand. It's not just about one exposure, it's about the prevalence of this and how often we are exposed. We know even from marketing professionals as to how marketing works, that exposure to something over and over again eventually weakens your ability to determine that it's false, and you become kind of lulled into believing that something is true. Another really important, I think, quote or finding from this is that a partial truth is perceived as more credible than completely false information. So this is interesting because it suggests that there's a trickle, and I think one of the points I hope members take from my intervention today is that we should be looking at misinformation, but we shouldn't just be looking at it during election campaigns, because what we need to understand is that there's a slow trickle of misinformation that is happening throughout our society every single day. And when you mix partial truths with things that, are not true, so the misinformation is predominantly that. It's partial, the parts of the stories and the things that are being reported are actually true. But there's a sort of an exaggeration of it, or there's a spin on it, or there's things that are being drawn from what is truthful that are actually false. And so it's extrapolated, and it is more prevalent, but it's also more effective at lulling people into that false sense of security and letting down their guard and just absorbing that information sort of passively and having it affect their worldview. So to me, that's what I read from this, is that's happening all the time. So, if we're to take foreign election interference seriously, we also have to be considering what happens outside of the writ period. We have to be considering what misinformation, disinformation is circulating out there. Where is it coming from? I don't think it's easy to determine where it's coming from all the time. Can you link? And I mean, we heard this from, again, security and intelligence professionals that came before us, is it's not always easy to link where information is actually originating when it comes to online sources. So covered that. I think that's important. Okay, here's another really big important finding. So what's interesting is that the highest volume of misinformation in the last election, generally speaking, the findings here suggest it was on Twitter, which is interesting. So the highest volume of discussion of misinformation, don't let me get that wrong, because it's that I guess people are commenting more and engaging with misinformation more on Twitter.
Sorry, we have a point of order by Mr. Gerritsen.
No, I'm not calling relevance because I think this is very relevant and it's great. And I apologize for interrupting my colleague, but I believe that there is a member of Parliament, Ms. Jennifer O'Connell, who needs to be made a participant, and she's waiting for that to occur so that she can join the meeting. Thank you.
That was very important. We don't know what happened, but we'll look into that. Ms. O'Connell, welcome to committee. Mr. Turnbull, the floor is back yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that, and no problem at all for my colleague to intervene there. I'm glad MP O'Connell is joining us. I know she'll have a lot to offer on this important conversation. I know that, so I was sort of about to also cover a few other findings of this misinformation, disinformation report that was done by the Media Ecosystem Observatory, which, I mean, I think is really interesting. So they did a comparison of the volume of misinformation related to the 2019 election and the 2021 election. And what's interesting is they actually show, so they analyzed, this is based on 166,000 stories pulled from 159 Canadian media outlets that post articles to their Facebook page. So, and they did the 7-day rolling average, and the graphs are, wow. So in 2019, the amount of mentions and spread of misinformation and the volume of related discussions about it was much higher than in 2021, which is interesting, right? I mean, it seems this topic is coming up in our discussions now. What's interesting is it didn't come up as much after the last 2019 election, which is interesting. So, I mean, we could talk about that in terms of, well, why was the 44th Canadian federal election, why did it have less misinformation and less discussion about it on average than the previous election? I think that's kind of an interesting question to ask ourselves as to why, because I would have anticipated, based on all of the opposition's focus on foreign election interference, that you would see, and the fact that most of foreign election interference is probably mis and disinformation online. I think it's interesting to compare and contrast between the two elections. The other thing, I think that's important, and I'll quote this as well in terms of the summary. Misinformation related to the election and to COVID-19 was detected on all social media platforms examined. And despite more assertive moderation and election integrity policies, large social media platforms continued to be home to widespread information. So what's funny is when I was reading this report, I didn't realize that that's actually the direct quote from Morris Rosenberg's report, where he cites that exact finding, which is a signal to us and to the Canadian public in terms of that public report that we need to do more thinking and more work on the prevalence of misinformation. As the threat environment evolves, misinformation needs to be an area of focus for us in terms of our work of preventing foreign interference in future elections. Here's another important finding, and I'll quote this one too. the strong link between misinformation and social media has been well documented in recent years, end quote. So, and I mean, they're not just talking about one social media platform. They really talk about Facebook as the far most used social media platform. That's 79% of the population, followed by YouTube, which is 61% of the population, Twitter, which is 35%, Reddit, which is 14%, and then TikTok, which is 14%. So all of those findings are really interesting. I thought it was also interesting that more than 60% of Canadians aged 18 to 34 report that they are using Facebook or Instagram as a source of political news, as compared to only 20% of those 65 or older. So, well, what do we take from all of this? I mean, I think we know this, but I think it's important for us to sort of ask these questions in our work. Social media use is also strongly associated with whether individuals believed misinformation stories, which is really interesting. So that's another finding. So social media use, I'm going to repeat that. So it's a quote: social media use is also strongly associated with whether individuals believed misinformation stories. So, that's a direct correlation that they've found between how much you use social media and how much you believe misinformation stories. So, or stories that include misinformation. And there's many examples of this. And I note that some of the mainstream social media platforms have had attempts or made attempts to sort of limit the spread of misinformation online. And some of them have kind of done a reversal on that in recent months as well. So another really important factor in all of this is that there's niche social media platforms. And so they mention platforms that include Rumble, Gab, Getter, 4chan, Telegram, Odyssey, Discord, Substack, Locals, and BitChute. I probably said some of those wrong. I've never been on any one of those, but I think there's this concept that there's other niche social media platforms that are playing a part, and what they say is that many of the more the individuals that seem to be predisposed to wanting to consume this information or kind of getting hooked into it are now moving to these other niche social media platforms. And that's where, a lot of this misinformation can circulate more readily and without, any sort of regulation, because they're sort of, contained and not as open, which is also scary. So you can see that perhaps there's, that this sort of movement to radicalization or polarization of the Canadian public and their views can be, further brought to extremes by cordoning off or going into these other chat groups and social media platforms that are niche. So that's, to me, quite scary as well. Probably the most important part of this report, I would say, is the section 7, chapter 7, which is called Disinformation and Foreign Influence. And this one I'll spend considerable time on because it really flies in the face of some of the things that have been said at this committee in terms of some of the perceptions of members or opinions of members. And I think it's important for us to spell some of this out. So, and I think it has, again, a direct impact on whether we ask campaign directors or managers to come before the committee, which is what I had proposed. So it's directly relevant to the amendment that I put forward. So I think, so the first finding here is, and I'll quote this: a majority of Canadians are somewhat or very confident the Canadian elections are free from foreign interference. Canadians believe that China is the country most likely to have interfered in the election, end quote. So that's, I think consistent with what we've heard, is why we're all here talking about this, and is, pretty important as a finding. But again, it couples the fact that our elections, the Canadians have confidence in our elections, and then also that Canadians believe that China is most likely the country that would have interfered in the election, which is interesting. Another finding is Chinese officials and state media commented on the election with an apparent aim to convince Canadians of Chinese origin to vote against the Conservative Party. So that's clear. So misinformation coming from state media, Chinese, sponsored state media, did try to encourage voters to. So that's wrong. That's 100% wrong. Like, we should be cracking down on that. Again, it's another reason why I take this so seriously. However, I think the latter part of that finding, and I'll quote this as well, quote, however, we find no evidence that Chinese interference had a significant impact on the overall election. And they also say we cannot fully discount the possibility that some riding level contests were influenced. So, and this is important. I mean, this is an independent report that suggests that there may have been that there were attempts at interference and through misinformation campaigns, state-sponsored, and we have that. Like, the Rosenberg report includes examples of that. It's in this report, and what's interesting is we can dive into this topic, and there's some really key findings here that I think we should know about how that was done and what impact it might have had. Or might not have had. And why are these experts, again, all lining up and saying the same thing? Like, why is the previous Conservative campaign manager saying without a shadow of a doubt there was no impact on the federal election results from 2021? Why are they all saying the same thing? All the experts are saying the same thing. And yet, we all know that there were attempts at interference. There was misinformation campaigns put out there, and that they did attempt to interfere. So no one's denying that. No one has ever denied that. No one will deny that. And yet we need to take it seriously and do the work associated with this. I mean, Ward Elcock said in a recent media article, and maybe I'll quote him, he said, Chinese interference is not news. It's not news. So he was the former CSIS director, and he says, so that's the quote. To paraphrase him, he says, like, this is not the big, media story that it should be, because it's been around for a long time, which we've been saying all throughout our committee's work on this topic. Ms. O'Connell has said that. I've said that. There are many members of this committee that have said that for whatever reason, the Conservatives just woke up now to this and want to make a media story out of it for their political advantage. So that's why they're, wanting to, continue this charade when we want to get down to work on the real issues, which, is really too bad. So here's another important quote. Canadians with higher levels of, I'm reading the wrong part, my apologies. Those who frequently consume political news on social media are less likely to believe that our elections are safe. I found that really interesting. The more you consume political news online or through social media sources, the more kind of distrust you have for our system, which is interesting as well. It shows a direct correlation, and they've done that research to determine that result. Another finding is Canadians are critical of foreign propaganda, with 78% considering that it is either quite harmful or very harmful for democracy. So Canadians are agreed that foreign propaganda or misinformation will have, an impact, a harmful impact on our democracy. So I think that's important. They cite examples of specific Chinese language social media and, Chinese language platforms. And they found the largest amount was confined to a single platform, which was WeChat, which is where there are several views that were presented, during the election campaign that could have had an impact on voter intentions. What's interesting, though, is that the Chinese state-affiliated social media accounts, they looked at that. So they analyzed, so they say, we evaluated known Chinese state-affiliated social media accounts on Facebook and Twitter to assess the extent to which they were commenting and potentially influencing the election. They used publicly available lists of Twitter accounts and they yielded a total of 29 Twitter accounts and 17 Facebook pages. And of the 4,094 unique articles that were shared on Facebook pages since the beginning of the 2021 election, and only 33, so out of 4,094, 33 mentioned Canada, the Canadian election, or Canadian Chinese issues. So out of 4,094 articles that were shared on those 29 Twitter accounts, 17 Facebook pages during the election, only 33, so 0.8%, so less than 1%, mentioned Canada, the Canadian election, or Canadian Chinese issues. And on Twitter, out of 32,317 tweets shared by Chinese state media accounts, only 261 mentioned Canada. The Canadian election or Canadian Chinese issues, so that, again, that's 0.8%, which is interesting, in itself, that there was, out of all of the information that was shared, just a fraction, less than 1% of that state-sponsored or state-affiliated social media accounts, the information they were sharing during the election was less than 1% on Facebook and Twitter, which are the two main sources of political information and where people comment. Less than 1% made any reference to Canada or the Canadian election or Canadian Chinese issues. So that's interesting in itself, okay? Then it says and this is a really important one. So I'll quote this. When Canada was referenced, it was almost always in relation to Huawei's executive, Meng Wanzhou, and the cases of Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig, end quote. That's interesting too. So what's interesting is that the vast majority of misinformation shared online by state-affiliated social media accounts from the Chinese government that can be directly linked in some way. So out of all of it, a very small fraction, 1%, less than 1%, related to the Canadian federal election or Canadian Chinese issues at all. And almost all of that was then focused on Huawei's executive and the two Michaels. That's really interesting to me because it suggests, quite a different focus than what the conservatives have said and been saying. And I'm not saying that, that again, I mean, this report documents very clearly that there were members of different parties that were targeted and that there was misinformation online. There's no doubt about that. There's no denying that. And we have examples that are documented in this report. So no one's denying that. I think that's there. What's interesting, though, is that of all of the social media platforms, the majority that Canadians use for political information, i.e. Facebook and Twitter, when doing the analysis, that most of the information that was being shared or articles that were being shared a lot of it, like 99% of it, did not focus on the Canadian election, for one. And then the portion that did focus on the Canadian election was almost exclusively focused on Huawei's executive and the two Michaels. And remember, the two Michaels came back to Canada 4 days after the federal election. So that's interesting too, to note, is that at the time there was tension between Canada and China, and pressure to get those two Michaels back, of course, because we all wanted them back. And what they went through was just horrifying. What's interesting, though, that, in my mind, I kind of linked this to, well, was this a positive thing for, did this somehow skew voters, that information? Because this isn't even documented as misinformation. These are just the articles that were shared. So the specific instances of misinformation related to some of the views that, and they're documented here. So notably, anti-conservative mentions in articles increased, and a set of false or misleading claims and narratives emerged. One of them was that the CPC would sever diplomatic relations with China. The politicians were targeting Chinese Canadians for political gain was another one. CPC does not care about anti-Chinese discrimination was another one. And all ethnic Chinese with ties to China would be required to register as foreign agents. So that's another view that was shared by the Chinese language social media during the campaign. So, and no one has ever denied that that's true, and that's not right, and it should be stopped. Now, are the Conservatives opting to regulate social media companies to prevent against disinformation for all political parties that target candidates? I've never heard them say that once. Never, not once. They've never said that. They've never acknowledged that most of the information was spread through online platforms, and that perhaps we should be looking at further regulation in order to deal with the mis and disinformation that circulates online and that may impact voter intentions. I haven't heard them say that. It's kind of interesting. Another finding that's here is we find that overall Chinese state media tends to get far more interactions on Facebook. So that's interesting too. So the engagement from, the Chinese state media tends to get more interactions on Facebook, means that they're targeting Facebook more often because they probably know it's more effective, it's going to get more engagement. Now, here's a big finding that I think will shock everybody, okay? So they did a major look at, engagement on Facebook and Twitter posts by Chinese state-affiliated social media accounts during the Canadian federal election 2021. What this shows, and they looked at, they looked at engagement across both platforms. And what's interesting is they said they observed no substantive differences in engagement between Canada-related content and other content, which is really interesting. So this tells me that, okay, so Chinese state-affiliated social media content that was pumped out on Twitter and Facebook did not have more engagement than any other social media content. That's a really important finding for us. When you think about how did disinformation, misinformation coming from state-sponsored actors, specifically China, how did it impact voter intentions and voter behavior? Well, it didn't get any more engagement, is what this report independently concludes. That's interesting. Now, there's some other findings here, which is interesting too. Because you would think that, and this is, I think, an assumption, but I would say it's a true assumption, that if there was a true intention of the Chinese government to influence voter behavior, and I'm not saying that they didn't have that intention, but I'm assuming that if they did that, they would try to amplify content on social media. around the election period. Well, what's interesting is this report suggests that there was minimal spread. In fact, the finding, I'll quote it, overall, we find no evidence that content produced by these or other Chinese state media were amplified during the election, and their limited spread appears organic. So that information spread online, but it wasn't amplified. You know how we've often talked about bots and, on Twitter, et cetera, and having campaigns that really try to spread that information online, not organically spread it, like where people are, like actual people are sharing it. So that's a really interesting finding too. So not only did that content shared not get more engagement, it also didn't get amplified superficially using a strategy, a subversive strategy to try and amplify that. That's an interesting finding too. Again, this is not me saying this. I'm looking at this independent report done by researchers across Canadian institutions as reputable as McGill University and the University of Toronto that have done this independent research and review of the 2021 election and are making these observations and conclusions based on their research. I trust that they have no political motivations. So again, it comes back to the point that over and over and over again, the Conservative Party wants to pursue this for political gain. And we want to do the work based in reality, based in evidence, based in science, facts, information, to make our country and our democracy better, safer, and, essentially protect it from the threat of foreign interference that really is truly a threat we take seriously. So the next section is even more telling for me. It's the section called Evaluating Impact. So it evaluates the impact of foreign interference in the federal election in 2021 related to misinformation, disinformation on through online campaigns. Okay, and so I would like to share a couple of findings on that, which I think are really important. Okay, so here's the big one. If it is these Chinese Canadian voters who shifted against the Conservative Party, it should be detectable in the survey data. We evaluated whether Chinese Canadians switched their vote intentions or changed their evaluations of the Conservative Party using survey data collected during the campaign and just after the election. This is a direct quote. We compared Chinese Canadians' vote intentions during the first 2 weeks of the campaign to their vote intentions during the last 2 weeks with the results in figure 22. So 22 is here. I can't hold it up because it would be a prop, but you can look at the report yourself. The two left panels show that there was no change among Chinese Canadians from the first 2 weeks to the last 2 weeks for overall evaluation of either the Conservative Party of Canada or Erin O'Toole specifically. The third panel shows that there was no shift in intention to vote for the CPC among Chinese Canadians between those surveyed during the first 2 weeks and those surveyed during the last 2 weeks of the campaign. The far right panel, again, this is another graph in figure 2022. So again, quoting, the far right panel shows self-reported vote for the Conservative Party among Chinese Canadians, which closely resembles stated vote intention in the pre-election period, end quote. So, I mean, to me, this is a wow, because this is one question I've had in my mind since we started this study. To what degree can we honestly say that the misinformation that we know happened during the 2021 election that circulated online, although a very small amount, in fact, remember what I said, less than in 2019, that it was 1% of all the state-sponsored articles that were shared on social media, less than 1% related to Canadians, and the vast majority of the articles and information was related to the Huawei executive and the two Michaels. And then of that, there was a sliver of information that spread organically, was not amplified, and did not impact voter intentions or voter behavior. There's no evidence of that. Independently verified by researchers at universities across the country. So the reason our security and intelligence experts are saying this over and over and over again is because it's true.
Mr. Turnbull.
Sorry, I'm getting a little bit amplified there. My
And
apologies.
I appreciate you noticing that, because what happens is the interpreters get to hear that amplification like exponentially. So I just will
really
just
sorry
remind
about
us.
that.
I
You're right.
appreciate it because it is a very serious issue, and the points you're raising are welcome. So I'm just gonna give you back the floor and just remind us. Perfect.
Thank
Back
you,
to
Madam Chair, and I'm really sorry for that. I hope I didn't cause the interpreters any discomfort or any injury. That was never my intention. So my sincere apologies. I got a little carried away there. And it's probably just sitting through the many hours of this committee and doing all of this research that I just got a little carried away with my emotions there. So my apologies. You know, for me, I keep coming back to this point that the truth really does matter in our democracy. And what we've seen is that these misinformation campaigns do have an impact. They do have an impact. They are a real threat, and we do need to be evolving our approaches and our strategies to combat them. But I think in this particular case, where we have conservatives claiming things that are just quite frankly not verifiable or corroborated with any evidence, I think we just have to be very careful and cautious, and we have to really hone in on the key questions here. Like, are these misinformation campaigns having an impact on the Canadian public or Chinese Canadians' voter intentions has been claimed? And I think the answer here from this report, again, is another corroborating piece of evidence in addition to expert testimony that have verified the same or come to the same conclusions through independent means. When you have multiple pursuits that are independent of political influence that are coming to the same conclusion, you have to start to, go, okay, well, maybe these, are approximating the truth pretty closely. I mean, that's the conclusion I'm drawing from all of this, which I think is quite rational. I pride myself on operating on the principle of sufficient reason, which is this, test of, okay, if you say something that conflicts with my worldview or my argument or my position on something, and I think it has merit, even if it has partial truth, I will take it into consideration and try to understand how I can benefit from that and how I can change my perspective based on that. Whereas in this particular case, I just feel like opposition parties are just denying the facts. They're just saying, okay, no, we're just going to believe the allegations that are flying around and not, look at the facts and information. So that's why I'm very animated about this, Madam Chair. And it's really a shame that on my constituency week, not that I'm opposed to doing great work on behalf of Canadians on a constituency week. I would be doing it whether we were in this committee or not. It's just that I'm diving into extensive reports on this topic on a constituency week, which, I would rather, like Ms. Blaney said the other day, would rather be meeting with my constituents, which I feel are very important to meet with. And I've had to cancel meetings for the day, and all of that's fine. I mean, if opposition members would rather do this, then fine. But, I will continue to, bring facts and information to this conversation, and my arguments will be based on that. I think, so I'm going to get back to this report. There's a few other findings here that I want to share. And I really do think they're important ones. Another key finding on page 66 of this report is that Canadian voters, so this is a direct quote, Canadian voters do not consider China to be a top electoral issue during the 44th Canadian election. So they did an analysis of all the federal election issues, and you know, China or foreign affairs related to China was not one of the top issues in the last election. And again, that's not me saying this. It's an independent report that surveyed all the different issues, you know, I think it's interesting to conclude that you know, so when people are claiming things like, oh, this had an impact on the election, well, okay, you know, I mean, in some cases we've had some really extreme, you know, cases and claims that have been made by conservative members of parliament and the you know, the leader of the official opposition related to this. And then other times we've had more, you know, I would say, you know, more benign sort of claims that are going on. But if, again, the argument is this, is if independently verified groups are saying, you know, have done work to say, well, China and foreign affairs related to China wasn't a top election issue. And we can also see that the relative response and engagement of the online misinformation campaigns that were state sponsored had no verifiable impact at all on voter intentions or behavior, and was a very small slice of what was happening during the election, then why would anyone ever try to claim that somehow the overall election results were changed as a result of foreign interference, when we know that the vast majority of it was online? So, I mean, that to me is, you know, goes to the heart of some of the arguments and perspectives that we've heard. So another finding, quote, we see no evidence that China-related issues were consequential for the election, nor that the content circulated on social media had any influence on opinions at a national level, end quote. Another pretty telling conclusion that I think speaks volumes to how disappointing it is that yeah, we continue to do this. Anyway, so lastly, maybe we'll just quickly summarize some of the recommendations. I think there's some real importance to these, and there's only 4. So bear with me for a few more minutes, and I will just wrap up by summarizing these conclusions. So one of them is to develop a community of practice focused on tackling misinformation in Canada. I mean, this is the type of recommendation that I would put a lot of weight into and say, yeah, this is something the PROC committee could be recommending. It's something that probably coincides with some of what we've heard from the experts that we've heard from in this committee. This relates to that sort of fracture of the information ecosystem that I talked about at the beginning, which is one of the key vulnerabilities. So if you develop a community of practice that includes government bodies, researchers, media organizations, and civil society organizations all working together, you know, this would really help combat that fracture in the information ecosystem. In other words, that coalition or that community of practice, which would share best practices, could really, you know, leverage all of the expertise and the reference points and perspectives that people have in order to, you know, enhance our ability to tackle this in a really comprehensive way. That to me is a really solid recommendation. I think we should heed that advice from these professionals and recommend that in our future report. Another one is engage in strategic countering of misinformation. I found this one really interesting as well, because the focus here is on strategic. what I think they've concluded throughout this report is there's certain things that spread and have an influence more than others, and there's certain segments of the population that perhaps are more vulnerable or more predisposed. There's social media platforms that are targeting information based on critical issues, based on polarizing issues. There's the amount of exposure that one has. There's a whole bunch of factors, and one of them is that the spike in misinformation during the election period, I don't think is what they're saying is the biggest threat. They're actually saying the biggest threat is the ongoing ubiquitous nature of misinformation throughout Canadian society that's being consumed every single day, that is polarizing the views of our population over time. And that, to me, again, both of those kinds of observations would require us to be very strategic about where to focus resources, what's having the most impact on Canadians, and what is the biggest threat to Canadian democracy and our electoral process. So I think, to me, that is another really worthwhile consideration or finding or recommendation, I guess is better put. The third one is increased public resilience to misinformation. And I think this is one that our government has done considerable work on, but I think we could certainly benefit from a lot more. This again is that public awareness piece, this digital literacy sort of skill building of the public to be able to identify misinformation when they see it, which is not easy. I myself have moments in my political career where I'm like looking at information online and I'm going, oh, should I really share that? And is that a view that, like, I don't know, it's questionable, right? It's questionable, and we need to be promoting that critical lens. So there's a whole bunch of aspects of developing public resilience to misinformation that I think we could do. And there's some more specifics in this report. And lastly, the fourth recommendation is extend initiatives to limit and counter misinformation to non-election periods. So this is, something, again, Morris Rosenberg had mentioned in his report. And, he basically says, well, we should be looking at foreign interference outside of the caretaker protocol, or the caretaker period during the writ. And so outside of elections, we should be monitoring and tackling this stuff. And I would say the government has been doing that, but I think we need to step it up. I think based on these conversations, I think we could probably all agree that we should be doing that. So I think there's lots of opportunity there to dig in deeper, and outside of election periods, we could look at all of the misinformation that's being circulated. So, and here's another quote: "The threat to democracy may lie more in the slow, steady erosion of factual agreement, institutional trust, and social cohesion than in a flurry of election activity." And I think that's where we need to focus, right? I mean, that's the true threat to Canadian democracy. It's not just during election times. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be monitoring and doing all that we can to prevent foreign interference during election time, but we have set up the processes for doing that. And it is working. Could it be improved? Yes, I think we've said that from day one. And we're open to that. And all of us, I think, take that responsibility very seriously. But I think it involves, continuing to, adapt our efforts and include more strategies that will work and tactics that are better suited to that evolving threat environment. And that includes non-election periods. So that would be now, like all of the time we should be monitoring and trying to combat misinformation online. So, I mean, there's some specific recommendations here. One of them is governing bodies may also wish to examine whether the regulatory regime in place during elections should be broadened to cover non-election periods, including but not limited to ad transparency, algorithmic audits, and limits on the use of foreign funds for advertising and partisan activities. And I mean, our government has done work on that. We asked, you know, and again, I'm not saying that we can't improve things. If there's additional things we can do, we should look at those. But Bill C-76, the Elections Modernization Act, did prohibit third parties from using foreign funds for partisan advertising, and prohibits foreign entities from spending on partisan advertising, both pre-election and during the election period. It requires online platforms to publish a registry of partisan advertising. You know, again, so there's things we've already done, significant things on foreign funds for advertising for partisan purposes. I think the algorithmic audits and algorithmic transparency is something that we've been talking about, and the government has had quite a few conversations about with you know, in open forums. I've gone to several events to talk about that with colleagues and debate that topic, and I think we could be looking at that. So, you know, I think there's lots to do, and there's lots of benefit to working together, but I just don't see how we get past the impasse that we're at when opposition members won't, you know, agree to being fact-based and look at the reality of what the government has done, and also look at the independent reports that are corroborating some of the big findings that we all have heard now over and over and over again. So it's not as if people can claim that they haven't heard, you know, or that they didn't know. You know, when they're going out saying misleading things, they know that there is credible evidence of all the things our government has done to combat foreign election interference. We've heard from the national security and intelligence community about all of the independent mechanisms that have said that our elections, the last two elections, were free and fair. We've heard all of this corroborated in multiple ways, that the things that are being claimed are just, you know, it calls them into question, you know, and it's really disappointing when you feel as a member of parliament, you're putting your best foot forward and want to do good, meaningful work for the benefit of the public, and we end up having to play partisan games because we're roped into it in a constituency week when we should be, you know, out with our constituents. I'm sure many of us would rather be, you know, working out in our communities, meeting with our constituents today. But again, I'm happy to talk about this. I have lots more to say. I have quite a few other really substantive reports that corroborate what we've heard from all of the experts, both the folks on the panel, the Critical Incident in Elections Protocol and Panel. I always get that acronym wrong, but I think I said it right, yeah. And all of the national security and intelligence experts. We've had it again mentioned over and over again by conservative senators, their former campaign manager from the last election. We've heard it from the former CSIS director. We've heard it anyway. We've heard it over and over again. So hopefully we can base ourselves in some factual information and move forward with this study and get it wrapped up with some really solid recommendations that the government can use to really protect our democracy from these very serious threats. With that, Madam Chair, I will wrap up here, cede the floor, and look forward to hearing from my esteemed colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Now we will be going to Mr. Fergus. And just for the purpose of everyone knowing who's on the list, it's Mr. Fergus, and then Mrs. Blaney, Mr. Barrett, Madame Normandin, and Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Fergus.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I might ask someone to give this to the interpreter.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, the reason why I'm going to quote from the Maher Arar report again is because this time, Madam Chair, I would like to touch on the beginning of what Mr. Justice O'Connor discussed on the consequences of having a misperception that that grew in the interim. So the importance of not encouraging the propagation of lies. And that we really must proceed with a lot of wisdom before moving to an inquiry on components that are well, so that they don't reach a threshold of what is reasonable. So, Madam Chair, you know, this whole debate, which is embroiling the committee here at PROC, has at its origin what a journalist published. A report that was published on Global, and it was based on a leak of information that was claimed, came from a source that was a certain source, a safe source, and that had information, a source that worked within the National Intelligence Committee or community in the government. But we have to put asterisks around that source because we don't know what it is. We don't know if that person works for intelligence, and if so, they're breaking the law. And that casts out already on what they're doing. So does this person have a more complete portrait of what's happening? Do they have access to analyses that our intelligence entities working on national security are basing their work on? I strongly doubt that because of the testimony we heard before our committee from the authorities, by those in charge of all of those intelligence services on national security. The second thing which encourages me to be very careful as I move along, Madam Chair. We have these officials that are telling us that this is partial information, that it's not complete, it's not accurate, and that they have doubts. But we are still persisting in having an inquiry on this subject. My colleagues across the way are asking me, why, Greg, are you so reticent to embark on this? But look, if everyone's innocent and everything's fine, we have nothing to fear. And they have this attitude. But, Madam Chair, we're turning everything upside down here. Before we decide to carry out an inquiry, because we are elected officials and we have privileges, and those privileges go far beyond the burden of proof that we find in the courts. We have privileges that are unlike any other in Canada. And with those privileges, Madam Chair, we need to exercise a great deal of wisdom because there's great responsibility. Before we undertake anything that could harm the reputations of other Canadians and indeed entire communities. On top of that, not only for those reasons that I got into those arguments, but I have access, as does everyone around this table. We have access to information that is relevant. We've already seen this film. And it was in 2002 to 2006 with Maher Arar. And I think that it is altogether relevant to examine the inquiry that Mr. Justice O'Connor was responsible for concerning Maher Arar, and secondly, to read the most feverish parts, which is related to the experience that we are having here today. And I hope, once again, because I assume my colleagues act in good faith, that they will be able to be fair and they will exercise a great deal of caution before we embark on an inquiry that can harm the reputation of many people, including an elected colleague. So, Madam Chair, if I may ask the interpreters to look, it'd be pages 60 to 62, section 3.4 in the volume Analysis and Recommendations. And in this part, we can see what brings Mr. Justice O'Connor to draw these conclusions and give an overview. I'll give an overview of his conclusions. He talks about Maher Arar and how he was subjected to torture. He talks about detention and how this all unfolded, his detention in New York and his being sent to Syria.
He talks about the maltreatment in Syria, and that's a euphemism for the torture that he faced. And Judge O'Connor doesn't mince words. If it was limited to just that, already it would be horrible. But what is truly terrible is that these leaks of information continued after Mr. Arar's return from Mr. Arar, but also from two other persons of interest, even during the investigation done by Mr. O'Connor. I can't believe that all this happened. And Mr. O'Connor had a great many recommendations. And it is in the interest of everyone that we be aware of this information. The part that I would like to quote has to do with the overview by Mr. O'Connor on the false perceptions of Mr. Arar, and I quote, he said that at the beginning of the Commission's work, many public servants and certain members of the public believed that Mr. Arar had not been tortured while in Syria, and that he had voluntarily admitted links to terrorist activities. It is instructive and disturbing to trace how this misunderstanding grew. Let me recount, or as Mr. O'Connor wrote, let me recount a few of the milestones. After the Canadian consul first visited Mr. Arar in Syrian custody on October 23, 2002, it should have been apparent that Mr. Arar had likely been tortured in the preceding 2 weeks. Madam Chair, it was already quite serious. Tortured for 2 weeks. And he was incarcerated for over a year. Some Canadian officials, including Gar Party, Director General of Consular Affairs at the Department of Foreign Affairs, operated on that assumption. However, others did not, saying they required more evidence. At the beginning of November 2002, the Syrian military intelligence gave Canada's ambassador a brief summary of a statement Mr. Arar had, and SMI is the Syrian military intelligence. So they gave a brief summary of a statement Mr. Arar had apparently given Syrian authorities during his first 2 weeks in custody. In that statement, Mr. Arar had said that he had attended a training camp in Afghanistan in 1993. The department distributed the statement to the RCMP and CSIS without attaching a note cautioning that it was likely the product of torture, and that, even if true, the admission was of doubtful significance for establishing terrorist links. Before I continue, Madam Chair, that part is very important because it comes back to the importance of giving all this information a context. And the leaks that were shared with that journalist by an anonymous source well, there's no mention of context. And what have the experts of intelligence services said to us? Every time they receive a tidbit of information, a rumor, or anything like that, what do? They put that into context. Sometimes we might think that it comes from a reliable source, so it must be true. But sometimes it comes from a shady source. So they'll say, be careful about this information, but this is what we heard. And, Madam Chair, there was no context in all of this. A text without context is pretext. So, if there is no information surrounding that, well then, it's only a pretext to justify a conclusion that is not based on facts. That's exactly what happened to Mr. Arar. And there should be a warning for all that we do here. Because if we continue with this study, this investigation, without knowing the context, well then we're only here to prove a conclusion that's not based in facts. And it's not rational to do that. I'll continue quoting from the report. In late April 2003, a briefing note to the RCMP commissioner indicated that Mr. Arar had, quote-unquote, volunteered to Syrian authorities that he had attended a training camp in Afghanistan in 1993, the implication being that he might have terrorist links. And what was that based on? Again, it was determined that that information was false. In July 2003, the Syrian Human Rights Committee published a report saying Mr. Arar had been tortured while in Syrian custody. The Canadian consul visited Mr. Arar on August 14, 2003. Syrian officials were present throughout the visit, and Mr. Arar, who was anxiously hoping to be released, was very careful about what he said in front of them, indicating that the truth would come out when he returned to Canada. He also stated that he had not been tortured, beaten, or paralyzed. Understandably, the consul was skeptical of this last comment given the circumstances in which it was made. Finally, a bit of context. When we're surrounded by people who have tortured us, it's not likely that we're going to tell the truth. That's why we don't accept the words of someone who was subjected to violence, because the fruit would be poisoned in that case. And we need to keep that in mind. Later the same day, Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs made a public statement about the consular visit. He had not been properly briefed, according to Mr. O'Connor. He indicated that during an independent visit, Mr. Arar had confirmed that he had not been tortured. This statement created an inaccurate picture, as the visit had not been independent. Syrian officials had been present throughout. Moreover, the minister made no reference to the need to view Mr. Arar's statement about not being tortured with skepticism. But if you're just the average Canadian or MP and you'd heard the minister say or tell that story without giving the context that Mr. Arar was not alone when he made that statement, well, I think in that case, 99% of Canadians would have been shocked. They'd say, tell us more once you've spoken to Mr. Arar on his own, not when there are people in the room who held him illegally for 10 months. You can't expect the truth to come out of such circumstances. Everybody knows that. I'll continue now. When Mr. Arar was released on October 5th, 2003, he flew back to Canada with the Canadian consul. He gave the consul some details about his ordeal, stating that he had been beaten on occasion during the first 2 weeks of his detention. The consul reported his conversations to other officials at the department a few days later. However, subsequently, in memoranda, he reported that Mr. Arar had said that he had not been beaten. No mention was made of the statements Mr. Arar had made on the plane trip back to Canada. Mr. Arar spoke publicly of what had happened to him in early November 2003. He described how he had been beaten during the first 2 weeks of his imprisonment and had given the Syrians a statement. Although somewhat more detailed, the description was consistent with what he had said on the plane. Professor Toop found Mr. Arar's description completely credible. In the months following Mr. Arar's release, there were a number of leaks from unnamed government sources indicating that Mr. Arar had admitted to having terrorist links in Syria and stating that he was not and I quote, a nice guy or a quote-unquote virgin, as would be seen when the truth came out. it is fair to assume that some government officials and members of the public had the impression that Mr. Arar had admitted to having connections to terrorist activities, and they formed a negative impression of him. If nothing else, some assumed that where there is smoke, there is fire. We've been hearing something similar in this room. Certainly, at the beginning of the inquiry, it was obvious to me that many within government believed that Mr. Arar had not been tortured, and that he had voluntarily admitted links to terrorist activity to the Syrians. They were of the view that the truth would come out during the inquiry. And I'm quoting here. Well, the truth did come out. When Professor Toop's report was made public over a year later, the government did not challenge the findings in the report, and indeed, through counsel, the government indicated that Mr. Arar had given a credible account that he was tortured. The disturbing part of all of this, and again I'm quoting, is that it took a public inquiry to set the record straight. Getting it right in the first place should not have been difficult, and it should not have been a problem to keep the record accurate. However, over time, the misperception grew and seemed to become more entrenched as it was reported. In the report, says Justice O'Connor, I speak often of the need for accuracy and precision when collecting, recording, and sharing information. Inaccurate information can have grossly unfair consequences for individuals, and the more often it is repeated, the more credibility it seems to assume. We have before us partial allegations that are incomplete, that experts are denying. But there are some at this table, some of my colleagues, that insist on repeating this information that has not been proven. According to officials, this information is not true. And yet, they're continuing to repeat it. And to Canadians, as the judge said, more the information is repeated, more it will be believed. That's very important. Inaccurate information is particularly dangerous in connection with terrorism investigations in the post-9/11 environment. Officials and the public are understandably concerned about the threats of terrorism. However, it is essential that those responsible for collecting, recording, and sharing information be aware of the potentially devastating consequences of not getting it right. Madam Chair, this burden weighs not only on our intelligence services. Yes, that is a significant burden for them, but it is a burden that we all have to bear. It is something that we all have to bear. We are elected officials. We have privileges that anything that we say here in Parliament, well, we can say whatever we want, and we won't be held accountable for what we say, because we have the freedom to speak, and it's important for being a good parliamentarian at the House or at the Senate. And, Madam Chair, with this responsibility, or rather, with these privileges, comes responsibility. And what really angers me is the fact that the people who are responsible, the people who have a more exhaustive understanding than we do, they came to the conclusion that, yes, there's always foreign interference in Canada. But the allegations that we're reading about in newspapers are not true. They're not credible. And they're going to mislead Canadians. If we want to question these people, then we're all lost. Because these people have experience. They are devoted to protecting all of us. They've learned from the past. They do their work. They work hard. They have sources of information that comes from our allies, the United States, Great Britain, or rather the UK, Australia, New Zealand, the Five Eyes. And they probably have other sources of information. I don't want to invent anything. I don't want to share information that might not be entirely true. But they have access to this information. We can say that. And they came here, and without sharing information that would be detrimental to national security, they answered our questions truthfully, and they concluded that the things that were stated in the newspapers were not true. So why are we continuing to push this? Why are we trying to break parliamentary traditions for this? Why are we accusing some people of being under foreign influence? How is it that we find that acceptable to say this about a prime minister? It doesn't make sense. Everything's been flipped upside down. Madam Chair, I know that there is one government at fault, the Chinese government, and other authoritarian countries like Russia or Iran. They're watching us as we rip our shirts. Some are insisting on repeating lies. Some have good motivations but are still playing this game, maybe for noble reasons, but their reasoning is wrong, as has been confirmed by those who are responsible for our safety and our security. I really don't understand how we're continuing to repeat things that are undermining Canadians' trust in our institutions. Even when experts tell us that our institutions up till now have resisted the efforts of foreign actors. And, Madam Chair, that doesn't mean that we can rest on our laurels. We always have to stay vigilant. We need to adapt our measures in order to respond to these countries that are trying to create chaos in democracies around the world. I'm not sure if it's Ms. Vanderbilt who said that the real issues today are not capitalism versus communism. It's authoritarian governments versus democratic governments. It's Ms. Vanderbilt who said this with her experience where she worked in developing countries and she saw what happens in an authoritarian system. Where there are some who work in those countries and try to establish a good government, to have something like what we have here in Canada. They need help. And I hope that we'll always be there to help them. She saw with her own eyes and spoke of the importance of best practices being adapted. And Madam Chair, Ms. Vandenbelt mentioned this morning how Canada is perceived as a leader on these issues, global leaders.
She talked about her experience, the beginnings of how it is possible to democratize as much as possible the responsibilities, international security. Oh, I touched the mic, I'm sorry. To share responsibility for issues concerning national security, international security. And it started with a proposal by former Prime Minister Paul Martin to establish a committee on national security. He tried to create this through support in Parliament to involve parliamentarians so that they could swear an oath as members of the Privy Council in order to be able to have access to national security information secrets. Unfortunately, he lost the majority government that they had, and the Liberals formed a minority government, and then the next election was lost. Then we had a prime minister that claimed at the time to be very strong when it came to national security issues, but in fact, he never followed up on that good idea. He never put in place a committee, an advisory committee, to look into national security issues. It was only in 2015, after the election of majority Liberal government under Prime Minister Trudeau, that this Committee on National Security was actually created. We call it NCCOP in English. Not only did the government create that committee that was so much desired, but the government also created an oversight body in CIRA, it's called. And this is a different committee. It is made up of officials who are responsible, have responsibilities for national security issues and protection in Canada, but also it is a body that includes the recognized political parties in the House with campaign directors and others who have sworn an oath, and they too have access to information about major threats or major efforts by foreign powers to interfere in our institutions or in our elections. Madam Chair, this was another important innovation. As my colleague, the member for Kingston and the Islands, demonstrated today through his comments, the national campaign chair for the Conservatives in 2021, Mr. Laurie, he said that there was no doubt in his mind that the election was not threatened by foreign interference. The result of the election, whether we're talking about the national result or the result of each riding, reflected the will of Canadians. He also said that the debate that I find myself in, and Canadians are watching us tonight here, he came to the conclusion that unfortunately his political party was playing politics, and it is unfortunate because this is a national security issue. He is not alone. He is not the only conservative and well-known conservative to say that NC COP should be the ones looking into this. Mr. Laurie said further that after the Prime Minister's announcement last Monday, he said that the Prime Minister had gone further than what he would have recommended himself, and that it would be important to take this opportunity to look into these matters outside the bounds of partisan interests. I think that Mr. Laurie was reflecting the will of most Canadians. Removing these issues from a partisan forum was an important thing to do. So I'm very pleased to see that that was the case and that there is an agreement here. People are nodding around the table. I'm encouraged by that. I'm really encouraged because maybe we will find a way to get out of this impasse that we're in. But I said, Mr. Laurie was not the only conservative to say these things. We had a former assistant, RCMP assistant, a former chief of the Ottawa Police Service, Senator White. I have had the pleasure of having a number of conversations with him about the future of Wellington Street, not only our desire to make Wellington into a sort of plaza that would be more pleasant, more interesting for Canadians, so that they have a place to come and celebrate, but also sometimes to come and protest. Mr. White had looked in depth into issues relating to security on Parliament Hill, and he and I agreed that government and our institutions were being unreasonably exposed to risks. We need to protect our parliamentary precinct. I don't want to talk about this much longer because it's really not relevant to our debate, but I just want to say in this regard that Mr. White, former Senator Vern White, was someone who was motivated by the national interest, and we were able to get beyond partisan interest to talk about the real issues. I consider him a friend. I heard him say on television, rather on the radio, on the weekend. It was on the program on CBC in English. It's called The House. He said in a very frank manner that it was hogwash, and that would be the politest way to put it. It was hogwash to say that NCCOP was not the best place to look into these matters. Because in that forum, parliamentarians can have access to information, to all of the information. It's a committee that already exists. And it is completely free. It does not come under the Prime Minister of the day, does not come under his control. It is completely independent of the Prime Minister. He was part of that committee, and he said that it did very important work looking at overall security issues. There are no leaks that come out of that committee. The current members and former members, without exception, took their work very seriously. And they don't deserve to be insulted by some people that consider NCCOP to be a forum that is influenced or controlled by the Prime Minister and under his will. So, Madam Chair, it is so important that we continue to support NCCOP in its work. I can tell you, Madam Chair, that we have to avoid tarnishing the reputation of those that sit on that committee, because like Mr. Delory, Mr. White, we have come to the conclusion that these are two very important tools that we can use to get to the bottom of these issues without incurring huge costs that would be borne by Canadians. And I think that those are at least two very well-known Conservative to have said this. Now, my colleague, the member for Kingston and the Islands, mentioned a third Conservative, former Senator Hugh Segal. Once again, he is a great Canadian with a very important background. He was a former member of the PCO. He worked with former Ontario Premier Bill Davis. I come from Quebec, but I remember that Premier Bill Davis was always considered one of the best premiers. He, too, Mr. Siegel, indicated in an opinion piece in the Toronto Star that was just published that he came to the same conclusions as Mr. White, Mr. Delory as well, the former Conservative campaign director. He said NCCOP is where these matters should be dealt with. That is what the Prime Minister proposed, and this is what should be done. We have to stop playing petty politics concerning such an important issue. Madam Chair, there is no doubt. There really is no doubt at all that this is the case. And Madam Chair, I would like to continue, but I know that there are other members that wish to speak, and I would really like to hear from my colleagues, especially those in the opposition. I hope they won't just keep saying the same thing. That is, we've been talking about this for hours. This is an important issue, and we have to take the time that is needed to really discuss these issues, period. So if they have new arguments, new comments to make, I certainly will be listening. But I hope that they will stop repeating the same old refrain. I hope that they will listen to me, as I intend to listen to them, and I hope they will consider the reasons that I have given for respecting our traditions here in Parliament, that we should end this debate, withdraw the motion, and allow the committee that has a mandate to look into these issues. And what the committee can do publicly, it will do, but what it needs to study in camera, it will do that way in order to protect our national security interests. They should be allowed to make this the report, and then we can all know. So thank you, Madam Chair. I will now listen to what others have to say.
Mr. Fergus.
Thank you, Mr. Fergus.
I'm going to go to Mrs. Blaney, and then before I go to Mr. Barrett, I am going to give us a quick break, a quick health break, and then we'll resume with Mr. Barrett. Mrs. Blaney, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Chair, and I hope that the sound is good. I know that I was gone for a short period of time, so you'll let me know if the interpreters have any concerns, because I definitely want to make sure they're supported. Madam Chair, this is a serious issue, and I don't take any of this lightly. We are talking about how elections are done in our country and the impact of foreign interference, and that is incredibly serious. And I take that very seriously as I move forward in these discussions. I do want to say that when I look at Mr. Turnbull's amendment, I have no problem with it if it's added to the content that we have already in the motion. So I just don't see it replacing. I don't think it's appropriate. You know, there's a long history of the NDP, and I've heard many of my Liberal friends remind us of that, of not pulling in staff. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where this keeps coming out in the media, and it is impacting constituents and Canadians. And I was really surprised to listen to an earlier member from the Liberal benches today talk about that it's no big deal. and that no one in his riding is contacting him. Well, I don't know his riding. He knows his riding better than I do. But I can assure him that I am not here because I enjoy being away from my constituents when I should be with my constituents. I'm here because my constituents have contacted my office enough for me to understand that they are experiencing some serious concerns around our democratic institutions, and we need to take that seriously. That, to me, is the very point of this. This is why we've been calling for a public inquiry. This is why we've been saying repeatedly it must be a process that is transparent, that it's public, and that it's independent. Because we've now gotten to a point where all people hear is the Liberals justifying, instead of us just saying, okay, we're now at a point where we have to have a public process because Canadians are getting concerned. And those institutions fundamentally matter. I too trust our institutions. I agree that they could be stronger and better. This is why a public inquiry is so important to the NDP. And I think it's very concerning that the Liberals have been pushing back against a public inquiry, suggesting that it's unable to deal with secret information. We know that's not the case. We've seen that happen before. It can happen again. And I'm also very concerned. I heard MP Sahota, when she was here the other day, dismissing them because they cost a lot of money. Again, that's really concerning to me. It isn't about us as politicians. It's about Canadians in this country having faith in our systems. So when she compared it to the LRT inquiry, suggesting that it wasn't worth the cost, I'm not sure that people from Ottawa would share that opinion. So I just, I want to bring these forward. This is concerning to me. This is a position right here in this committee where we are very partisan. That's the truth of politics. That's why we're asking for it to be in a venue that isn't partisan, that really takes Canadians' concerns seriously and lets us know what's happening. That's it. It's a transparent process. And I just want to point out that I've been listening to Mr. Fergus, my friend Mr. Fergus, speak for over an hour and a half, I believe, about the Arar Commission and how that investigated intelligence leaks and misleading leaks from government sources, who I just think is important to note, and I think he noted it as well, was a Liberal government at the time. I agreed that we got a lot out of that report. And I think this is the part that I find most perplexing, is that this is an excellent example of how relying on a public inquiry to get to the bottom of things, to get information out, for the public to have faith in that. It's like watching the member argue for what we're asking for. So I'm not sure why that is not happening. There's a really great opportunity. It sounds like he's calling for a public inquiry. I support that. So hopefully we can get some actions done. But I also just want to come back for a moment, just on a personal note. We saw something happen today where we had a member raising their voice. And I just want to recognize that it was dealt with. And I appreciate the apology that was made. But one of the things that is sticking with me is the difference between intention and impact. And that when we're talking about these decisions that we make, we must be always focusing not on our intention, but on the impact. So when I talk about a public inquiry, to me, that's about what will be the good impact. I hear from the Liberals that they have great intentions. They feel that they've done a great job to deal with these issues. And I respect fulsomely all of the members on NSICOP. But the impact of what's happened in this country is that more Canadians are not trusting their public institutions. So I just want to remind everyone that we need to focus not on our intentions, but on the impacts of the things that we do and the actions that we take. And I also heard, I was referenced about the importance of spending time in a constituency week with our constituents, and I couldn't agree more. I've had to move a lot of things to accommodate this day. And I do it because I take my job very seriously, as I know everyone around this table takes their job very seriously. And, I don't want to miss time with my constituents. In fact, I was thinking of Miss Ramanado yesterday when I was in Gold River, where I was talking to the fire chief of Gold River and of Tassis, and was very disheartened to hear from the fire chief from TASIS that they have no space to deal with their contaminated suits, that their building was condemned and now everything is in a CCAN. So when they do anything, they have to think about it very carefully, because if they get any kind of moisture on their suits, how they're going to dry those are particularly hard because they don't have the proper infrastructure. So when I think of the work that we're doing today and the fact that we are sacrificing precious time with our constituents, I think everybody in this room needs to honor it. And I honor it especially because there are volunteers in my riding who will run to the fire and save people's lives and save people's houses the best that they can, and they don't even have a right place to decontaminate their suits. That is wrong in this country. It's shameful in this country, and there's a lot of work to be done here. I also just want to say that when we see something come forward that is public, independent, and transparent, I will be very happy to move quickly. I appreciate that a special rapporteur, and I agree that is something that's used all over the planet. It's a role that's very specific. I think most Canadians know what that is because Canadians are intelligent. I appreciate that, but it is a baby step. It is a baby step on an issue that is front of mind to far too many Canadians. And I want to see this taken out of this partisan place. I don't want to see this issue used to make political wins, and I am seeing the parties that are using it to make political wins. And I worry about that. I worry about how it's being used to create more fear. I don't like that. I don't do that easily. I never do that personally. So I want us to get to a place where we can vote on this and move forward, because I just, I really listen to what Canadians are saying. I see what's in the media, and we need to remember, if we do not have these issues dealt with in a way that Canadians have faith in the process, it just will become increasingly partisan. So I'm asking everyone, please, to work together to try to get to some sort of solution. Let's go to the vote. Let's get to work for Canadians, and hopefully we'll see something happen quickly around a public inquiry. I think we can all agree that Canadians deserve answers. This is the clearest way forward, in my opinion, and I think numerous opinions have come out supporting that. And of course, our leader, Jagmeet Singh, has been very clear repeatedly in the House of Commons that this needs to happen. So let's work together. Let's get to work around the boundary redistribution. I am also concerned. I have members in my own party, and I've heard from other members who have put forward concerns, and they want to be talking to the committee about getting that work done. I think we need to focus on that work, but we're stuck here. We're stuck here because the Prime Minister won't call a public inquiry. Simple. So I hope you guys figure something out. I hope that all of us remember that our impact is way more important than our intention, and work for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to release the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mrs. Blaney. And with that, I'm going to suspend for, I'm going to say 10 minutes because it ends up being 15. So for the people who follow the time, it'll be 15 minutes, but otherwise 10 minutes. See you back very shortly. Quick health break. Thank you.
Just before we get going again, I wanted to follow up on the status of the consolidated response from CSIS and the PCO. That was from March 1st and 2nd, and there was although there wasn't a commitment to provide it within a specific timeline, we had asked that it be provided. I had asked that it be provided within a week. It's been now 2 weeks, and I'm curious as to where things are at with that. So I don't know, Madam Chair, if you have any insight, or if the clerk could follow up and report back to the committee.
The clerk has whispered to me that she will follow up, so I don't have any additional insights. I can assure you that if we receive anything, it is sent out fairly quickly, but we will follow up. Thank you for raising that, Mr. Cooper. Okay, so we're going to proceed with our speaking list. We will be going to Mr. Barrett, followed by Madame Normandin, puis Madame O'Connell, Madame Lambropoulos, et puis Mr. Fergus. Mr. Barrett.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's been nearly 21 hours of filibuster on this issue. It's quite straightforward. The majority of members on the committee have asked for the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, to appear at this committee and testify on the briefings that she received on foreign interference in the 2019 and 2021 elections. Now, this request from opposition members was precipitated by reporting in Global News and the Globe and Mail based on their sources with the Canadian Security Intelligence Service that detail the attempts of the communist regime in Beijing to funnel money and influence and resources into specific ridings that they were targeted to affect the outcomes of our democratic processes. This is obviously unacceptable that a foreign state would engage in that. Conservatives have called for an open, public, transparent inquiry. And concurrently with that, we're looking for the most senior, non-elected person who works in this place, the right hand to the Prime Minister who received those briefings, his Chief of Staff. This is the same person that the Prime Minister has said to have told members of his caucus that if you're talking to her, it's the same as talking to him. But we're going to eclipse the 24-hour mark in this filibuster today, likely, and Canadians want that cover-up to end. They want the filibuster to end. We should vote on the sub-amendments and the amendments, vote on the main motion. As I often will tell my children, just because you get your say doesn't mean you get your way. And I think that we've seen over 20 plus hours that everyone has had the opportunity to get their say. I won't go over 2 minutes and 30 seconds with this intervention because I think all that needs to have been said has been said. Let's get to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Madame Normandin.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't intend to take a lot of time because I am also part of those who would like for us to move to a vote. But I would still like to come back to certain comments that I heard today. I think it's relevant to do that in order to reframe the debate. One of the things that I heard a lot today, and which I find confusing, is that NSICOP is the best forum to do the work, as though we needed to put in opposition the work of NSICOP and an independent inquiry and PROC. There doesn't need to be opposition between these three entities. This work could be complementary. Here we're debating Katie Delford so that she can come testify on what she knew and what she did with what she knew. Some mentioned this today, that it wouldn't be her first time testifying. She came when there was the cases of sexual misconduct in the Department of Defense, and she testified on Jonathan Vance. And you might remember she mentioned that she had not advised the Prime Minister of the information that she had received. And in that context, in the context where our Liberal colleagues are talking to us about departmental responsibility, well, there's a question to ask. How can there be that accountability if a Prime Minister is not made aware of a situation? That in itself raises questions. And that justifies that we invite Ms. Telford, because there are two reasons for this. Either the Prime Minister knew what happened, and so the actions taken are problematic, and then we could invoke departmental accountability. But if the Prime Minister didn't know, well, then we have to examine issues of internal governance. And in both cases, it is important to shed a light on what happened, and that's the goal of having a public inquiry so that we could change our way of doing things in the future. The idea here is to shed a light on any shortcomings that could have occurred so that these mistakes aren't made again. Unfortunately, what we're seeing now is that it takes media coverage, it takes news for things to move. For example, the Chinese police stations. We're seeing more and more information on this, and we're seeing different levels of government that are working so that these police stations can no longer be funded. Well, it's important to shed a light on what's happening. That way, there's an obligation for us to act, because if it stays secret, well then, nothing will be done, as was the case in 2019 and 2021. We have information that needs to be validated. And for partisanship now, that's the other argument that we've heard, that the opposition is playing cheap political games. I would say that it's the opposite, actually, that is true. And I just want to highlight the Conservatives' position. I don't always agree with their way of doing things, which is a bit more abrasive than what I prefer, but it's at the end of the day a matter of taste. But they are for a public inquiry, and I heard a bunch of arguments on a public inquiry. The committee already voted on this, that there should be one, so we don't have to come back to this. But the Conservatives voted in favor of a public inquiry even though there was information in the media that some of their candidates could have a link to this foreign interference. So this could be not so beneficial for them. If that's not nonpartisan, I don't know what is. The only people playing political games seem to be the Liberals. They are continuing to undermine the trust of Canadians in democratic institutions and in the Liberal Party. I think that they are causing themselves problems where we could now vote on a motion to invite Katie Telford or to not invite Katie Telford. We could amend the motion to reduce the number of hours. But it seems that you don't want to invite her at all. You can propose other things if you think that 3 hours is too long, instead of talking about a bunch of things that have nothing to do with inviting Katie Telford. So let's shed a light on all of this as quickly as possible for Canadians and in order to help maintain their trust in public institutions, which we all represent. I will stop here and give the floor to the next person.
Merci, Madame Normand.
Thank you, Ms. Normandin. We're going to continue with Ms. O'Connell.
We've not done a sound check, and it's your first time speaking. So can we just perhaps hear about how you're doing today?
Thanks, Madam Chair. And yes, I've switched microphones. This is a compliant House of Commons headset. Internet's plugged in. Is the sound coming through okay?
If I can just get a hands up or a thumbs up. Are we hearing it okay with the interpreters? Maybe, I got it. Well, you want to tell me a little bit more about your day? I know you celebrated your birthday. Was it a good birthday?
Well, I will give a shout out to the wonderful staff at Staples and Pickering who made sure that they had extra headsets available when mine were no longer on the approved list. So
we got a thumbs up probably for your team members as well as for the sound. So with that, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to be here and be able to participate once again in this debate. You know, I've listened intently to the various conversations. I find it interesting. I just want to start off with Mr. Barrett that, you know, his comment that he feels everything that needs to be said has been said and therefore debate over. And so while he may speak to his children in that way, we are not children. And we have every right and ability to raise our concerns as much as we feel is needed, as we all have earned the right in this place to speak. And I have sat through numerous filibusters from the Conservatives where they literally read out of a phone book or different literary novels. And so for the fact for the Conservatives to now be criticizing Liberal members who are not in fact reading from a phone book, but are in fact raising very legitimate issues and concerns, and to be, you know, chastised that it's, you know, they've heard enough, you know, doesn't really hold any water with me. And I'm not surprised that they don't want to hear it, because again, I've said it before, you know, they don't want to, their minds are made up. Let's not be confused with the facts. So, Madam Chair, I also heard throughout this debate some of the comments around, you know, a public inquiry or not a public inquiry. And I understand those debates. I think that's a fair thing that people would want to be talking about. What are the merits? Even if you look in the media, even amongst Conservatives in their own ranks, and I know my colleagues have pointed out many who have raised issue, you know, Conservatives who have gone on the record of saying why a public inquiry isn't the right thing or why it would be. Again, I think that's part of the public discourse that is open and something that many people want to chat about and share their views on. And that, to me, I don't have an issue with whether or not that is the appropriate debate. I think that's a very fair and reasonable thing that people want to debate. How is the best kind of way forward? In fact, the Prime Minister has even said that, nothing is off the table, that appointing this special rapporteur is to kind of look at those options to allow NSICOP and CIRA to do their work, the work that PROC could put forward if we ever get down to talking about recommendations for this study, that a special rapporteur could then say, here are the gaps, here's where I think we should move forward or not, etc. An independent, impartial person. So something the Prime Minister even acknowledges that this debate is a fair and legitimate one. The point I would like to raise, though, is that's not the motion on the floor. That's not actually what we're debating. We're debating whether or not staffers should be invited to this committee to answer for the government. And I think we've heard time and time again, Mr. Julian from the NDP actually was the first to raise the fact that it was Conservatives when they were in government who time and time again rallied against bringing staffers forward and the idea of ministerial responsibility. We've had Minister Joly LeBlanc twice. We have opportunities to invite others if that's the will of the committee, but that's not what this is. We're not debating, and I've said this before too, we're not debating whether or not we bring in additional witnesses, to look at how European Union countries are dealing with this, how Australia is dealing with foreign interference with New Zealand, the US. We're not debating, how do we get the best information. We're debating bringing in one particular staffer, which is who the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, which is who the Conservatives seem to be most fixated on. And so while I sit here and listen to the arguments for or against the public inquiry, that's not what we're voting on. And so by kind of the very nature of the fact that this motion is about bringing in Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister is purely partisan. That's what we're debating here today. That's what I find so egregious, is that we are not using committee time to move forward in this study, which I think we have all said is important. We've extended the study. We've agreed to additional witnesses, bringing ministers back as new information became available. We've put forward ideas. We've talked about even the foreign registry was something that this committee was starting to talk about. There are lots of opportunities to discuss various things dealing with the very serious issues of foreign interference. But that's not what is preoccupying this committee today or on the other days that we've been talking. It's been purely partisan. So that's what my comments are going to be reflecting, because it's the partisan nature of the motion that I find not helpful to Canadians. I don't find it helpful to dealing with foreign interference, that there are opportunities for NSICOP and CIRA for a special rapporteur to look at all of the information, and if anything is sensitive in nature, it can be done through NSICOP in a manner that handles national security with the care and sensitivity that it deserves. So something that PROC just frankly can't do. And as much as Conservatives have time and time again tried to access, or try to make public national security documents, luckily, cooler heads have prevailed, and national security, the seriousness that it deserves, is taken into account. So back to the partisan nature that all of this is really about, and any Canadians watching, make no mistake, that's really what this is. This is a motion to try and get the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister to come in to try and get some clickbait for, Conservatives and their followers. It's not about making democracy stronger. It's not about, protecting from foreign interference in future elections. If it was, we'd have serious witnesses in dealing with, like I said, how other countries are dealing with this, in how we are going to move forward in protecting our institutions to make sure that they maintain the level of strength that they have up to date. It's the national security community has confirmed for us time and time again that it was Canadians and Canadians alone who determined the outcome of the 2019-2021 election. But we have to continue to be diligent with that we can't take that for granted. And so there is an opportunity for this committee to be doing that work, to be making recommendations, the threats around foreign interference and how foreign state actors engage in this is constantly changing. So what we could be talking about today, even in 5 years from now, could be totally different. And a future PROC committee could be seized with this issue and how to change and adapt once again. But again, that's not what we're discussing. We're not discussing the forms of foreign interference. We're discussing one particular staffer that the Conservatives are just hell-bent on coming to appear on an issue of national security, where they know there will be limitations on any sort of testimony when dealing with national security in a public forum. It would be irresponsible for someone to come forward and share national security information in a public manner. And, I don't know what the Conservatives' ultimate goal is. I think it's just clickbait, but is it to try and release national security information? I don't understand why they think that that would be a good idea for Canada or for Canadians or for the security of this country. But I don't try to or pretend to get in the head of Conservative strategy, because I think it'd be a very dark and scary place. So, Madam Chair, with that being said, and the issues around partisanship, I want to get back to something that actually the leader of the opposition said to Minister LeBlanc during question period, when we asked the question of why the Conservatives, or why, when the leader of the opposition was the Minister of Democratic Reform, why he opted to do nothing about foreign interference issues when he was the minister responsible, even though there had been warnings from the national security community during the Harper government. And his response was saying, well, I'm paraphrasing here, but there was no partisan reason for them or advantage for them to do anything about it. And I think that says it there about what all of this is about. It's when the Conservatives seem to take national security and foreign interference seriously when they believe there's some sort of partisan benefit for themselves. So I want to dig deeper into this partisan rabbit hole that the Conservatives have been going down actually for a number of years. Because it was actually, interestingly enough, it was Mr. O'Toole who first claimed that there was some sort of foreign interference after the 2021 election. And it was Conservatives who said, no, that's not true. In fact, a conservative senator, had to apologize to Mr. Chu for calling him a liar over the issue of foreign interference. In 2021, Aaron O'Toole was talking about how he only lost he lost 8 ridings, and then it changed to 9 ridings, and then 13 ridings. And they blamed foreign interference. And then Mr. Chu said, no, it was Conservatives and Aaron O'Toole's stance. And this is all documented in media reporting. That's what's so interesting to watch about this, is that there are, going back at least a year, if not 2, there has been this infighting amongst Conservatives about the Aaron O'Toole campaign strategy And there were talks about how, in fact, there was a whole press conference held from a group of Chinese conservatives who called on Erin O'Toole to step down as leader because they said that, I'm reading here from an article about it, they said that the reason for the loss in the 2021 election was that there was a shift towards the center politically, a lack of outreach to the Chinese Canadian voters, and a failure to embrace Peter MacKay, who lost the Tories' last leadership race to O'Toole. And so that there was this feeling amongst even Canadian Chinese conservative members and politicians from Toronto, BC, that actually held a press conference asking for Mr. O'Toole to resign because they felt he did such a poor job in engaging with Chinese Canadian members of the community that they didn't want him as leader anymore. And they felt that as Chinese Canadians, that they had a hard time within these communities to, sell their conservative message. So I find it interesting now that, after all, and again, this is all documented online, that now the conservatives are coming out saying, no, it wasn't our messaging with the Chinese Canadian community. It wasn't, Erin O'Toole's failed leadership, which, by the way, I would also like to point out that in BC, part of the time when Mr. Chu had been talking about seeing a decline in support in the election was also the time Erin O'Toole flip-flopped on gun control, which is a very important issue in many communities, but in the greater Vancouver area as well, it's significant. And so the Conservatives, including Mr. Chu, have spoken about how, or they've changed their positions on whether it was Erin O'Toole's lack of leadership. And now you have Conservatives saying, no, it's absolutely the result of foreign interference. But we've actually had the nonpartisan national security community testify before this committee even a couple of weeks ago now, confirming that although they saw a lot of chatter against the Conservatives, especially in the Chinese diaspora community, that they couldn't determine that it was actually foreign state based. And why that's so important is that there can be groups, whether it's seniors, in this case, the Chinese community, different diaspora groups, or groups of individuals, young people can come together and start campaigns on political issues that they don't agree with. And it doesn't matter their cultural background, their religious beliefs, how they identify as a group, but they are Canadians, and that's a Canadian-based kind of normal political activity. And we heard testimony that they could not find evidence that the increase in chatter or communications against the Conservative Party, that it was foreign-based. It's not to say that foreign interference isn't real or that it wasn't attempted. But I think if you're going to claim that a particular election was won or lost based on foreign interference, I think you really need to be able to back that up. That's a pretty serious accusation. It would be a very serious failing of our institutions. And I think you can't just say that without clear evidence. And that's something that the national security community, nonpartisan professionals, demonstrated that they couldn't find that connection to a foreign state. And I think that's really important, because I think that making those accusations without being able to back it up, again, undermines Canadians' trust in our institutions. And if our institutions are failing, then it has to be, we have to deal with that. But you can't just make that claim without evidence and then, create this fear. And I'll bring up an example of another kind of base of misinformation, but it was Canadian based. A group of conservatives got together in the last election and in the 2019 election as well. I received it in my riding. I think Mr. Turnbull probably did in his as well, where they mailed to every single household in our ridings saying that a liberal government was going to tax your primary residence. Wasn't true. The Prime Minister, the Minister of Housing had debunked it many times, but it was an organized, coordinated effort to mislead, to create a political outcome. Nobody said that that came from Russia. Nobody said that coordinated misinformation targeted campaign came from China. That's like a form of politics that I think most Canadians find really disappointing, but it creates, confusion, might change some votes, certainly causes local elections to have to quickly pivot and make sure that they are answering those questions and clearly clarifying what the real position of the party is. But those things do happen. And so I don't think there's any doubt that there were serious concerns from certain communities, upset with the conservative policies and agendas. And you have, like I said, Chinese Canadian conservative members who came out and spoke very clearly that Erin O'Toole failed to connect with the Chinese Canadian community. And that if those members of the community shared information that they were upset about and the conservative policies, and that's exactly what our national security community, when they testified, were alluding to. That there are campaigns locally or Canadian-driven information sharing that, many politicians, depending on where you stand or what your position is, may say, hey, that's not our position. Just like when Conservatives or Canada Proud puts out stuff, or, the Canadian gun lobby puts out misleading information. It's not pleasant to deal with, especially when it's not true in a local campaign. But those are Canadians expressing their views. And so I find it a bit rich that now the Conservatives, who can be some of the worst, I find, at putting out this disinformation into local campaigns, are now, without evidence, suggesting that similar sharing of displeasure towards Erin O'Toole and the conservative policies of the time, that they're now, that's somehow, not, that's not okay. It wouldn't be okay if that was directly related to a foreign state actions, full stop. But the national security community who monitors that were before our committee saying they couldn't make that connection. It's not the Liberals saying that. It's not the NDP. It's not the Bloc. It's not the Conservatives. It's the national security community saying that they couldn't make that connection. It also reminds me of, when the Conservatives, they, 2015, started the cultural barbaric practices hotline. Well, that really motivated the Muslim community across Canada to be outraged and organized. All very legitimate things to be upset about, to organize against local conservatives, because it was outrageous, those policies. And again, that's part of the democratic process that the national security community does not engage in as long as they can't determine that it's foreign state based. That is the sort of political discourse, whether you like it or not, that communities can come together and say, we don't like the direction of this policy or whatnot, and it impacts us. Heck, conservatives came together to oust Darren O'Toole because they didn't like the direction of his policies. I actually have sat in question period and watched as Liberals pointed out, that the Conservatives actually ran on a platform of pricing pollution. And how many members in the Conservative benches go, I didn't, but you literally ran on a platform under the way the party system works. The Conservatives literally ran on a platform pricing pollution, but because they didn't, now they don't like it and they got rid of that leader, they say, no, I didn't. So members of the Conservative Party, are disavowing their own policy, their own platform from the last election, but yet they are surprised that maybe voters also disavowed their policy platform. And that's the partisan stuff that's really underneath all of this, because I think it's not about foreign interference for the Conservative Party. If it was, they would have been talking about it, like I said, in 2019 when NSICOP first tabled this report in the House of Commons. They didn't talk about foreign interference then. They didn't talk about it in 2020, 2021, and 2022 is when I guess they started to wake up to the issue because they felt it was, the partisan reasons for doing so now made sense based on the leader of the opposition who clearly demonstrated that until it was going to make partisan sense for them, they weren't really interested in the issues of foreign interference. I also want to also bring up now, because again, if I thought this motion was about the merits or how we're going to move forward in dealing with the issues of foreign interference, or what's the best next steps, or what are the recommendations that are going to come out of this committee, I'd be talking about that. But since this is a purely partisan exercise to bring in partisan staffers instead of the ministers responsible, I'm going to continue to talk about the partisan nature and the partisan hypocrisy coming from the Conservative Party. Because what I find also interesting is that the Conservatives, like I said, once again, have woken up to foreign interference just now, even though it's something we've been really focused on and thinking about. It's funny because, when the Site Committee was created for the 2019 election, the Critical Election Task Force, and that were in place for the 2019-2021 elections, I find it interesting. I didn't see any Conservatives raising their hands going, hey, what is this? Let's have some more scrutiny on this. Are there better recommendations for how these groups could operate? No. They showed up to the foreign interference and the national security briefings. So they didn't raise any flags there either. They took the briefings. They were fine moving forward with that process. They didn't raise any issues in the past about how this structure existed. They didn't bring forward recommendations back then either of how to deal with foreign interference. So I find it interesting that, again, why now? I think why are Conservatives only caring now? Well, because they think that there's a partisan reason to do so. And it reminds me of in the U.S. The U.S. With the then President Trump, the slow undermining of election results and our political institutions. It started slowly with Republicans in the U.S., and not all Republicans, but certain Trump Republicans, I would say. It started slowly, to undermine voting rights, which our conservatives have, the former or the current leader of the opposition, the former leader or the former minister of democratic institutions, you know, one of the things they did was just make it harder for Canadians to vote. We see those mirrors in the US. We see the stop the steal, rhetoric out of the US. And then we start to see conservatives here using similar language, right? I saw Mr. Cooper talking about collusion, right? Where is this language coming from? Our neighbors to the south talking about corrupt, how there's something to hide, suggesting that the elections were not determined by Canadians. And then when directly asked, because I think conservatives must have some polling or know that being too closely aligned with Trump-style politics is probably not very favorable in this country, they go, no, we trust the results of the election, but we think there was collusion. We think the Liberals are in partnership with China, but we have no proof of that. But we'd like to just sow the doubts in Canadians' minds. And they're doing a good job of that, actually, of sowing doubt, but only amongst their own voters. I saw a poll today that 48% of conservatives think that the election outcome were not determined by Canadians. It's 7% for Liberal voters. So you're seeing an erosion in conservative voters of the trust in our democratic institutions. We watched that same erosion in the US. And what eventually happened there, when you start building this vacuum of mistrust in our institutions, what happens is there's a group of people that really believe that the democratic process is no longer fair and free. And when, confirmation or proof doesn't exist to back those things up, you start to think it's a giant conspiracy. And when that vacuum of concern and anger has nowhere to go, look what happened on January 6th in the US. A group of people who just couldn't believe that the outcome of the US election was what it was. And that's a dangerous game that is, going down this road. And it's not to say that dealing with foreign interference isn't something that should be done. It absolutely is. But creating this mistrust without evidence is what the dangerous game is that we've seen. And it's not just the US, we've seen in other countries. And when I see numbers like 48% of conservatives don't think the outcome of the election was free and fair, that is where every single Canadian should be concerned. Because there is not being an impartial person, and it's not partisan, but impartial through Elections Canada, the national security community, CSIS. Nobody in those impartial circles have said that there's evidence to suggest that it wasn't Canadians who determined the outcome of our elections. But by stoking this misinformation and disinformation, we are seeing certain groups start to no longer believe the impartiality of our public service. And we saw that in the US. We saw how that played out. So while, again, conservatives might think this is funny clickbait or this is fun and games, look at those numbers. Look at the base. I mean, look at Twitter. Not that I think that's a very reliable kind of source of information, but look at the extreme hate on this issue. I was one of the first parliamentarians with, part of the group of parliamentarians that was actually banned from China with the Conservative Michael Chong. Same round. I was banned from China because of I was on the study for condemning the treatment of Uyghurs. I actually voted in favor of the Conservative motion to ban Huawei. I have made it known my concerns and my position on things. And by the way, being banned by China is a point of pride. I have absolutely no issue with that. And I stand firmly in my stance on the treatment of Uyghurs and how deplorable that is. But, after all of this, there are calls that, I'm an agent of China and, like the most ridiculous things said, because facts don't matter in this world anymore. And that's the dangerous games that as politicians, we can't control what goes out on social media. We can't control what is amplified by certain groups who think it's beneficial. But what we can control is how we behave, and saying things like collusion when we know exactly what that dog whistle is, because we've seen it. We've seen it play out. We've seen the violence play out. And then, to see that trend continue, then we see, we talk about the convoy that came to Ottawa. And you want to talk about, if the Conservatives were consistent in their outrage for foreign interference, then why was there no condemnation for the foreign funding that was widely reported for the convoy? I didn't see members of the Conservative Party who stood proudly with convoy members and say, this is a great movement, but no foreign funding, please. Let's keep this Canadian. No, of course not. Because they didn't want to upset this angry base that they could tap into. But there were, the funding of that organization, for example, or that convoy would never have actually passed Elections Canada election financing rules. So it's interesting that I don't see that condemnation for that behavior that wouldn't pass the test for our own elections rules and our financing rules. But Conservatives seem to be silent on that. The other partisan piece of this, once again, is if Conservatives were truly worried about foreign interference in the Canadian democratic process, then why have I not seen any of the members sitting around here or in the House condemn the Conservative caucus members who met with Christine Anderson, the far-right European Union politician who met with Dean Allison, Colin Carey, and Leslyn Lewis? Now, Ms. Anderson has been known for spreading anti-immigrant hate, anti-Muslim ideology. She has publicly tried to, downplaying of Nazi crimes and the Holocaust. And she's actually, or her party, the Alternative for Germany party, is actually under surveillance as an extremist group. So why is it when it's foreign state actors, foreign extremist groups that come to Canada and share their political hate and views, why is it that the Conservatives are okay with that? If you really want to get to the bottom of foreign interference and ensure that misinformation and disinformation from foreign actors is not welcomed in this country, where's the condemnation for an alt-right hate group coming to Canada and meeting with Conservative members? Is it because Conservatives share those values, so it's okay? I sure hope not. I have a community of a lot of Muslim friends and neighbors in my community. And to see some of the hatred and vitriol coming from that party, to see it embraced here by Canadian Conservative members scares me. I've sat with members of my Muslim community when there have been attacks against Muslims in Canada, around the world, and the fear they have. And to see that hate embraced once again by the Conservative Party of Canada, it scares me for them. It scares me for our Jewish community, who we are seeing anti-Semitism on the rise. And to see that, again, a person, a foreign actor with these hateful views being embraced by the Conservative Party of Canada, why are we not calling that out? Well, we are. Why are the Conservatives not calling that out? So, you know, I think there's an opportunity here if we're, and by the way, CSIS has raised the alarm bells on alt-right hate groups for many years, domestic and foreign. And so if this is just saying, well, if the Conservatives are going to say, well, you know, we're talking about China right now and foreign interference and what CSIS is reporting. Well, I can tell you, CSIS has raised the alarm bells on the alt-right hate, like I said, domestic and foreign. And the Conservatives sit here and embrace a member of a foreign state sharing, you know, that it's under surveillance for extremist views. And I don't know how any member of the Conservative Party sits in this place and actually, you know, thinks that there isn't a giant hypocrisy in their positions, how they can let that go unchallenged, how they can let that meeting go unchallenged, how one of the members who met still sits in the Conservative front benches, and how you can sit here and say, the Conservatives can sit here and say, Madam Chair, that that they're solely focused on standing up for Canadian democracy, when they themselves, within their own party, are welcoming extremist hate groups that are from foreign states that are under surveillance. I guess it only suits the Conservatives to stand up for something if they feel that, again, there's some partisan advantage. It was interesting how Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party, you know, he condemned the views of Christine Anderson in a statement, but he didn't share it on his social media channels. Why was that? I wonder. Interesting. Why was it that when he was asked again, once the House resumed, if he'd be, you know, condemning those three members who met with her, why was it all of a sudden he walked back his comments about how vile her views were? How do you think members of the Jewish community or the Muslim community feel about him no longer calling her views vile? But I guess it shouldn't be a surprise from a party and a leader who buries misogynistic hashtags in their social media views, because this hate, this mistrust in our democratic systems don't fulfill, I guess, the goals of the Conservative Party these days. It's sad to watch. It's like watching the Republicans in the US, who I have never really shared Republican views, but to see their own party where members are trying to get back to kind of their morals and values and go off of this, you know, hate-filled kind of mission. And I know that there are probably members in the Conservative Party who feel very uncomfortable with this alt-right, hate-filled, you know, turn. And but we need them to stand up, frankly, because I keep going back to that 48% of Conservative voters think that Canadians didn't determine the outcome of these elections. And I'd be curious to see what that viewpoint was just a year ago or 6 months ago, before all the Conservative rhetoric just started spiking and going crazy, because there seems to be, as Mr. Poilievre has said, now there seems to be a partisan advantage to it, because there wasn't a partisan advantage to doing anything about foreign interference in the past. So I think it's incredibly scary to see the partisan nature of this motion that we're debating. We're not getting to the work of actual recommendations on how to make foreign interference or protect our democratic institutions from foreign interference. We're not making those recommendations. We've been debating, so Conservatives will complain about how many hours we've been talking, but we've been talking not about, the merits of one recommendation over the other. We've been talking because Conservatives want to turn this into, as they do, a partisan hit job. They want nothing more than clickbait, because if they were serious about getting to the bottom of this, we'd be talking about how we're moving forward, the recommendations that PROC could make, things we'd want to see with a special rapporteur, how PROC can, again, inform that process with our own recommendations, because we had started this work previously. And we're not doing any of that, because Conservatives are, like I said, they are solely focused on partisan points. If they weren't, then all the things I already spoke about, like condemning Christine Anderson and the MPs who met with her for her vile views and her rhetoric as a foreign actor who's under surveillance for as her party for extremist groups. The Conservatives would not be stirring up rhetoric about collusion and elections being stolen. It's only a matter of time before the Conservatives, I feel like, are going to do their own Stop the Steal campaign. And they're ramping up the rhetoric to the point of 48% Conservative voters, have lost trust in democratic institutions. It's going to be really hard to wind that back. And once you let that genie out of the bottle, like I said, look at January 6th and what happened in the US, and think very clearly before you start using rhetoric without being able to back it up with evidence. I've talked about how Mr. O'Toole, as leader, was asked to step down because of his lack of connection with the Chinese Canadian community by his own Chinese Canadian Conservative caucus members or party members, and how those things seem to be really completely under the radar now. The fact that actually Mr. Julian raised it numerous times too, the Conservatives in their talking points, they never seem to mention that of this media reporting, that it was actually Conservative members were identified as well. And now I'm not going down the road of let's play that game. But the point is, I find it interesting. Like the Conservatives stand on these, their soapboxes to say they're just trying to get to the bottom of it, but they leave out the fact that they too were named in all of this. So it's, again, if it was like a genuine concern for democracy, a genuine concern for standing up for what's right, then why aren't they standing up for everything that's right? That's the problem I have with this motion. That's why, despite Mr. Barrett's uncomfortableness or feeling that he's heard everything he needs to hear and there's nothing left to say, why I'm going to keep using my voice. Because there's such a hypocrisy. It's become so partisan out of the Conservative Party that I can't sit here and pretend that the motion that is being discussed is some way to improve our democratic institutions. Because if the Conservatives were genuine, they would have raised all the issues, all the things that were mentioned in the reporting, such as their own, the own accusations of their own party members. They would have raised the issues of Mr. O'Toole, and again, the fact that their own caucus, I've watched, abandon the platform that he ran on, but they seem to think that Canadians didn't. I find that to be the most interesting. And the fact that they don't even condemn foreign funding that wouldn't be acceptable under our Elections Act. They don't condemn alt-right foreign actors coming to Canada to spread misinformation and hate. So until the Conservatives come to terms with their own hypocrisy and at least be honest with Canadians that this is nothing more than a partisan issue, then yeah, I'm going to keep using my voice to highlight all of the hypocrisy, all of the ways we could be actually working to make our democratic institutions stronger. But I'm also going to continue to shine a light. What was it that Mr. Cooper loves to say? Shine a light, transparency, sunshine. I am going to be the sunshine shining a light on the Conservative hypocrisy, the Conservative inability to condemn the foreign interference that seems to be happening within their own caucus, and the inability to stand up for our Jewish communities here, for our Muslim communities, and condemn that vile rhetoric instead of welcoming those members with open arms. So yes, I'm going to continue to shine a spotlight. I'm going to use a voice on Conservative hypocrisy, on the partisan nature of the road that they've taken us down. When they are ready to deal with the real work of protecting our democratic institutions from foreign interference, I'll be right there ready and willing to work. So, Madam Chair, I think I'll leave it there for now and look forward to hearing the rest of the debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. O'Connell, for those comments. They are greatly appreciated. And I will now, just one second. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Fergus.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to pursue my comments on what we were discussing. I would like to start by congratulating my colleague, Ms. O'Connell, for having raised some good points, and she went to the heart of the issue. The heart of the issue is this psychological projection, where we project our intentions onto others. When I hear my colleagues, my conservative colleagues, say that we're playing petty politics, that's not the case. We are defending our position based on good principles. There is a principle that we don't ask political staff to appear before a committee. My Conservative colleagues often say, well, Ms. Telford testified before the committee twice. And I would say, yes, 2 out of the 3 times in the history of Parliament, she was invited twice. And before that, there was only one other person. And before that, no one. For centuries. So why would we want to create this new tradition? We want to know what the Prime Minister knew. But the thing to do is to ask the Prime Minister directly. We can do that during question period. The Prime Minister spent an entire question period responding to questions. That's the best place to do it. I think that if we want to respect parliamentary tradition, then we can't keep trying to receive testimony from political staff. And it's something that I can't tolerate. I think that it's unfortunate, Madam Chair, that we're mixing falsehoods here and misleading people. And saying a text without context is pretext. To say that Ms. Telford already testified twice so she can come back for a third time, well, the issue with that is the context. In the history of the parliamentary system, there are only 3 cases where something like this has happened. So when we look at the context, and I know that Canadians who are listening to us understand when I say that it's the exception that makes the rule, and we know that it is not commonplace to invite an assistant to testify. Secondly, my NDP colleague, whom I respect, Ms. Blaney, mentioned a special rapporteur who would be independent, and stated, why are Liberals arguing having an independent inquiry and a special rapporteur. Perhaps that person would decide to have an independent inquiry, and I'm sure that that person will explain to Canadians how a public inquiry will work, and it will likely be very similar to Justice O'Connor's inquiry in 2003, not 2002. We're going to have the same framework because, again, I'm hearing comments without context. We want transparency. We want a public inquiry. Transparency. We want to shed a light on things. But they're not saying, all right, a public inquiry that will examine documents pertaining to national security? Yes, an inquiry can deal with that. But for it to be fully open would be impossible. Some of these sessions would have to be in camera in order to examine the documents. That's what the Judge O'Connor did with the report on Maher Arar. Madam Chair, we were reading on the public aspects of things that he could share with us, but there's another side that I haven't seen. Perhaps members of the Committee of Parliamentarians on National Intelligence, perhaps they saw the complete version. And that's great, because they have the clearance to do so. But, Madam Chair, and for the Canadians who don't have the clearance, they will only get to read the version that I quoted many times. So if we're on the same wavelength here, great. I would invite my colleagues from the official opposition to admit it, to say it publicly. I know that my colleague, Ms. Normandin, said that she would be ready to move forward. But I would like for the official opposition to do so as well. And then we'd be able to have a discussion and negotiate. But if they're only going to mislead Canadians and say that they're going to see everything when that's not the case, well, that's disappointing. It only increases cynicism. I would like for them to focus on good information. But if not, everyone will suffer. There's a reason why airlines don't have smear campaigns against each other. people don't make a distinction between Air Canada and WestJet and on their safety records. It's only in politics that we allow ourselves to dirty the reputations of our colleagues. Canadians will feel betrayed by all political parties. And it's so important to not exceed the standards of acceptability in a political debate. If we do, we're going to ruin the system for everyone. Canadians will no longer be able to trust politicians. And so I implore my colleagues to come in to this circle of what is reasonable, if possible. Please avoid going beyond what is acceptable in our political debates. We have seen what has happened when one goes beyond what is acceptable. We can see that in the United States, where now it is believed that everything is acceptable. My colleague, Mr. Turnbull, explained very clearly what happens. We're only increasing mistrust towards elected officials. We have to come back to what is reasonable and give Canadians real options. We need to have discussions that are clear and authentic and reasonable. And we need to clearly define what we can do and what we can't do. That way, we can reinforce our democratic system instead of putting undue stress on it. We can ensure that we can work with our allies in sharing information pertaining to security. And Madam Chair, for what we have before us today, we can quickly come to a conclusion and have difficult discussions, but while always being reasonable so that we can overcome this impasse. I'll give you the floor back now, Madam Chair.
J'apprécie cela.
I appreciate that very much, Mr. Fergus. Now we go to Ms. Sachs.
At committee today, so I just want to do a quick sound check. Ms. Sachs, can you tell me how you're doing or how the weather might be?
Good evening, Madam Chair, and I am doing well. I'm home in my constituency here in York Centre with my daughter and family, and pleased to be here. Thumbs up. Yes, we're good.
Yes, that was more of a question, but I will
Okay.
assume that that thumbs up is for your sound as well as you being in your constituency. So, Ms. Sachs, the floor is yours. Welcome to Proc.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for taking the time. I know we've been in discussion for many hours. And at the crux of all of this, I think there are two things that really strike home for me. And I'd like to thank my colleague, Ms. O'Connell. As a Jewish woman myself, she really highlighted what the impacts of misinformation and disinformation are when they become the crucible for fostering and fomenting hate against the many communities that are a part of our diverse and inclusive Canada. And, you know, I think when my colleague, Mr. Fergus, talked about the importance of being reasonable and the importance of measured and important discussions, that we always have to remember why we are here. We are here to represent our communities. We are here to make sure that their voices are heard and that they have a sense of knowing that we have their backs and that we will stand up for what is right. And what is right is that so many of us come from so many parts of the world to choose Canada because it is safe, because it is a place of diversity, and because it is a democracy. And so many of us have come from so many different places, whether it's us ourselves or members of our family, maybe a second generation, third generation Canadian. But we made a choice to be part of a country that was anchored in democratic principles, but also with a sense of collective responsibility towards one another and our communities, and to ensure that the institutions that were built and that we have the privilege and also the very, very acute and heavy responsibility to uphold are a reflection of our communities back, and that we uphold the principles by which we were put here to represent those in our communities, in our neighborhoods. And frankly, Madam Chair, I have to tell you, you know, colleagues have referenced the convoy of last year. They've referenced several Conservative members who met with Christine Anderson from AFD. And I have to tell you that my community members in my community here in York Centre were appalled by this. They were hurt last year when I myself, walking through the convoy on a daily basis, saw Jewish Stars of David as buttons, to see swastikas flown, to know that at the core of many of the speeches of the leadership of the convoy were really about marginalization, about distrust of minority and ethnic communities that are part of the fabric of this country. And frankly, the fuel to the fire of the convoy and what happened on January 6th the year prior was about really misinformation and disinformation spreading at warp speed. And where does it spread? It spreads online. The power of these platforms, you know, 98% of Canadians, Madam Chair, are online in various platforms, 98%. And when we think of it, from every age, from every background, from every community, from coast to coast to coast, and there's no doubt that these digital platforms, these social media platforms become lifelines for communication. They certainly were for many during the pandemic, but they also keep our diverse communities informed and in touch with friends and family who live abroad. That's the nature of the world we live in today. But it's also a place where misinformation and disinformation can fester and grow and create stereotypes and, frankly, racist tropes and hatred towards communities, and it moves at warp speed. And, you know, a perfect example of that is, you know, there was a recent Toronto Star article that even said that with regard to these concerns on foreign interference, that it's based on speculative information. It's not based on facts. It's not based on clear markers of information that's been provided. It's a lot of talk, and it's moving at warp speed. And I want to lean into what happens when that misinformation and disinformation moves at warp speed. You know, I've heard members of the Chinese community talking about fear of anti-Asian hate against them yet again. They've just endured 2 years or more of that through the pandemic. And now there's this, we're moving down into a rabbit hole rather than having constructive, clear discussions here about how we ensure that all of our institutions are safe and secure, and that Canadians know that they are voting in a democratic process that with as little influence as possible, or none, frankly. We now have communities that are afraid or being questioned of their right to be here. And Madam Chair, I speak about that from a personal perspective. You know, it's no secret, aside from being Jewish, that I'm Israeli, and I get accused of dual loyalties all the time as part of anti-Semitic tropes. It's one of the oldest forms of hate, in terms of, you know, we can go as far back as the Dreyfus trials, which were about dual loyalties. And frankly, Madam Speaker, I can't believe that in 2023, we are here. We are here, and that this kind of hatred is going to potentially bubble to the surface. It already is for some communities. As Ms. O'Connell mentioned, you know, Muslim communities, Jewish communities, many communities are feeling marginalized and isolated right now because of the spread of misinformation and disinformation. And this is no different. This, frankly, this level of partisan foils that are being thrown out without any sense of accountability, frankly, by Conservatives of what they are putting into the Twitterverse and how they speak, and no apology either. I haven't heard the leader of the opposition really be public and firm about his members who dined with Christine Anderson as a member of parliament who represents a predominantly Jewish community. I find it abhorrent and offensive, as do members of the Muslim community that for their anti-Islam views, and frankly their Holocaust denial views of a lack of responsibility and understanding what are the facts of history, Madam Chair. And you know, and we've seen this in other forms of the power of this. You know, it was the Russian foreign minister who, in his frankly disgusting justifications of the illegal war against Ukraine, you know, claimed that there are Nazis in Ukraine that they are trying to foil, or alternatively, that Russian soldiers will be enduring a Holocaust in fighting the war. I mean, this kind of rhetoric, this type of you know, use and abuse of language and Holocaust denial that seems to be free flowing through Twitter and other platforms on social media, and then to see that those same weaving and turning of language is used by colleagues across the way when it suits them, or to close their eyes from it when it suits them. You know, frankly, Madam Chair, it doesn't suit Canadians. It doesn't suit our many communities, whether it be the Chinese community, whether it be the Muslim community, the Jewish community, or any community, to become weaponized by this type of partisan behavior that we're seeing from colleagues across the way. It makes me very sad. It really is. You know, when we talk about how do we recreate trust, well, we create trust by what we model and what we do and the actions that we take. And to be fast and loose with language, you know, the leader of the opposition calling NSICOP this secret committee, it's far from being a secret committee. It is a committee that was put in place, frankly, by this government, understanding full well that there are issues of national security that impact the daily lives of Canadians, whether it is in espionage or state security, defending our borders, making sure that we keep terrorism out of this. I come from a country where terrorism is rife, where security are paramount issues on a day-to-day basis, Madam Chair. And there's an understanding, at least certainly where I come from, that there are things that we can talk about with transparency, and there are some things that get talked about but behind closed doors. Because in order for the good work to be done to protect state security, sometimes not everything can be public right away. It needs to be reviewed. And NSICOP was set up for exactly that purpose. And it's not a partisan committee by any sense of the imagination. It is a place where all members from every party are sworn in to have unfettered access to secure documents in this country, to what is happening in terms of surveillance, intelligence studies, in understanding how we keep Canadians safe and our systems free of foreign interference. And there are no secrets in that committee. Everyone is free to ask the questions they need to ask. Everyone sees the same unredacted and clear documents that they need to see, so that they can weigh in on what are some of the most serious matters of state security and safety. And sometimes that information can't come out right away. That information may be happening in real time. There may be that they are following a trail to understand where, when I lived overseas, tracking terrorist cells can take weeks, months, years even, to understand the web of information that needs to be gathered to identify perpetrators and either act proactively to prevent harm or to mitigate continued harm if there's been some harm done already. In the cases of, how do we put cracks or a break into patterns of espionage and interference, and to tell the public really recklessly, that it is a secret committee, that the Prime Minister has, that only he can decide. Well, no, this is Parliament. This is Parliament. We've all been elected here to uphold the institutions of this place. And, even I think it was Vern White, a former Conservative senator, acknowledged the fact that NSICOP, that there's an entire structure around it to ensure that the work that's being done there is done carefully, that it has the capacity to do this important work, such as inquiring and really doing a study on foreign interference, and that to quote him, it's a good tool to use for this issue, Madam Chair. And yet my Conservative colleagues just continue to spread misinformation about this and paint a picture of systems that, frankly, when they were in power, when the leader was in power, he chose to not address with this because it wasn't within his interests to do so. How denigrating it wasn't in their interests to do this. As a governing minister, it wasn't in his interests. Really, our interests are the interests of Canadians. Our interests to uphold trust and a sense of belief that our institutions are free and clear of foreign interference, to know that Canadians can choose their elected officials with their own convictions, without fear, without intimidation, without influence, without misinformation or disinformation, frankly, is an obligation that each and every one of us sitting in this Parliament have a role to play in ensuring that system stays in place. And time and again, I see conservatives picking and choosing what works for them and what doesn't work. The leader of the opposition said so. He didn't work on it during his time because it wasn't, he chose not to. You know, Madam Chair, I sit on the ethics committee, and the conservatives, Mr. Barrett, brought a motion there for foreign interference study as well. Myself and my colleague, Mr. Fergus, who's here, we had lengthy discussions on it, and we weren't against doing the study, frankly. We said that's fine. We just wanted to extend the scope. We wanted to make sure that we weren't just looking at 2019 or 2021, that we went back, because we know that this has been a growing issue for some time. It's no secret. The leader of the opposition said so himself, that he knew about it. He just didn't deal with it. So we decided to go back. And we also, you know, at this moment, it's about China, but we also know that there's foreign interference from other countries. While China may be the main perpetrator at this moment in time, we know that Russian influence on foreign interference has had an impact, particularly when it came to the US elections. We know that there is a, you know, and it's a pernicious spread through these social media platforms, because it is warp speed and it is difficult for us to track it and trace it and to identify it, which is why we have these discussions. But, you know, as my colleague, Mr. Fergus, has said, they need to be responsible. They need to be reasonable. They need to take into account of the real concerns that Canadians have, recognizing that our Canadians in this country come from everywhere. And that they come here with a sense of knowing that they've come to safety, that they've come to a place where they can participate openly in a democratic process that is fair and free. And when they see that we are using language, you know, that has been taken by some of the members across the way to describe this as secretive, as collusionary, as evasive, and I could go on. But the point is that how are we building trust in Canadians? And I say this for all of us. You know, I would caution my conservative colleagues to say, you know, it works both ways. It's not just about a Liberal government. It's not just about, you know, members from the Bloc or the NDP. It is our conservative colleagues as well. They you know, this type of mistrust gets sown equally amongst all politicians, amongst all parliamentarians, because it erodes the trust in the system. And I caution my colleagues about that, because they are too part of the system. And yet they pick and choose when they are participants in it and when they are not. And, you know, as we continue to try and find the path forward today, Madam Chair, on this motion, I would say that, you know, if we are truly, and if they are truly interested in working on behalf of Canadians to get to the bottom of this, then I would remind them of, you know, my constituents in New York Center from the Chinese community who have come and asked me, do I belong here? I would remind them of my own experience of being accused of dual loyalties. I would remind them that we all have a responsibility, a deep and profound responsibility, to ensure that trust in our democratic institutions also means that our communities can trust that the information and exploration and assessment of the work that we do here in these committee rooms, whether it's in NSICOP or PROC or at ethics, are done in a way that really get to the heart of the problem, because the heart of this problem is this pernicious spread of misinformation and disinformation that is used to ratchet up emotions, that is used to ratchet up hate, You know, my colleague, Mr. Fergus, when we were at Ethics Committee, we put forward a motion at one point because we really did want to do an expansive study on foreign interference and go back and we wanted to do to include an amendment to the proposed study that would include the impacts of xenophobia and racism as a result of foreign interference. And we actually had to wrestle and tug that out with colleagues across the way for shame. For shame. We represent all of our communities here, Madam Chair, in what is a diverse and vibrant country with a strong democracy that we have a responsibility to uphold. And I would really caution my colleagues across the way about the potential of recklessness of using language or meeting with individuals who utilize that language, such as the member from the AFD that quite a number of them felt comfortable to dine with. To remember that we model what we see. And we also know that Canadians are watching what we do. And when they are so cavalier and so willing to use language that results in consequences that our communities feel at risk, and say that it's in the name of upholding our institutions, but without using the appropriate tools that we have and are willing to discuss more, that they are really doing a gross disservice to Canadians and a gross disservice to our democratic institutions and our systems. I'll leave it there, Madam Chair. I've said my piece for the moment. I'm sure there are others that want to have time on the floor, so I will cede my time.
Thank you, Ms. Sachs, for those comments. Mrs. Romanato, followed by Mr. Housefather, followed by Mr. Turnbull, et puis Monsieur Fergus. Mrs. Romanato.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before beginning,
to thank Ms. Blaney. She mentioned that she had an opportunity to meet with local firefighters and local fire chiefs, and I know that she's been a great supporter of my bill, and I want to thank her for that because she has been advocating for firefighters in her communities, and she has a lot of fire departments in her very large constituency. So thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Blaney for that. She also brought up a really important point. She said two words, intention and impact. And I think when you think of that word impact, we need to remember that everything that we say and everything that we do have consequences. So, again, further to my intervention earlier today, when I asked the question, what is it that we want to achieve? What is our objective here? Well, depending on what we want to achieve, there are different tactics we can use. Donc, sur la question d'une enquête publique,
when it comes to a public inquiry, I'm not saying it's not a good idea. The special rapporteur will determine the best way to go forward. Regarding the possibility of public inquiry, we know that there are limits. We know it would be independent because they are not parliamentarians, but it would be cabinet that would decide who would be appointed. So it's a bit the same as the rapporteur. It still would be the Prime Minister. So we know as well that a public inquiry cannot have access to secret or top secret documents. So it doesn't mean that it isn't a good idea to follow up on that idea. But here in Proc, we are validating information. We have had a number of witnesses. We have others that we would like to invite. We have had very good evidence, but we could hear from other witnesses. The Prime Minister said today that the name of the rapporteur would be available very soon. He said that in a press conference today. So we will know who that person is in the next few days. So once we know who that special rapporteur is, maybe Proc will decide to carry on studying this issue or maybe not. Then we have had the request to NCCOM to study foreign interference in federal elections. The committee has indicated that it will undertake the study. Regarding that committee, I just want to be sure that everyone is aware of the mandate of the committee. The legislation gives the committee a mandate to look into the legislative, regulatory, strategic, financial, and administrative aspects of national security, to examine all activities of ministers linked to intelligence or national security, unless it is a matter that is currently underway and there could be a risk to national security, and to look into all matters linked to national security. And this is very important, Madam Chair, that the members come from both houses of Parliament, that they all have top secret clearance, and that they are sworn to secrecy forever under the Act. They swear an oath to uphold the laws of Canada and to never reveal inappropriately the information that they have access to while carrying out their duties as part of the committee. On that basis, the members can receive information needed for their work. This is very important because since 2017, when that committee was set up, we have had a number of different members. All parties have members that have been part of the committee. And when we look at the members that have been part of the committee, we see very clearly that there have been extraordinary parliamentarians involved. I would point out that Ms. Normandin was a member of that committee in 2019, 2020. Just once, she said. She attended only once, but she can't tell me what she learned because it's secret.
So when we talk about the work of that committee, we heard that certain things were secret. there was a secret handshake. It was a bit like spies, but that's not the case. Every year, that committee needs to create an annual report for the Prime Minister, including investigations. The committee can also have a special report on any issue that is a part of its mandate at any time. That's important because Canadians can go on to that committee's website and see the reports. They are redacted because they're working with classified documents. But it's important to note that there was an interview with a former senator, Mr. Vern White, and I'll quote him in English.
Question on reports and the fact that people may mention that these secret meetings and secret committees meet and nobody knows what's happening, and nobody can question whether or not the members on this committee know anything about the subject matter. And he said in response to the work that is done in terms of this committee, the NSICOP. And he said that this committee, it works. And he said, I quote, "If you haven't, I think you should go back to the India report and read it." And I don't think anybody read that report. And I didn't think they're saying, I don't know what happened. I think everybody left there saying, I do know what happened. And there's some things we know we are not allowed to see, and that's life. You're never going to get it all. That's the way this is going to be, no matter who does it. But I think NSICOP would be quicker than a public inquiry, and as I said earlier, a hell of a lot cheaper than a public inquiry. La raison que j'ai dit ça.
The reason I said this is because there are different ways to get information on interference during our election.
Going back to Ms. Blaney's comment about intention and impact. So if the intention is to strengthen our system, again with the intent to deter and counter foreign interference in our elections, there are many avenues to take. And maybe it is a combination of those tactics. Maybe it is with the naming of a special rapporteur, the work that this committee is doing, the work of NSICOP, the work of CITE, the work of the panel, and parliamentarians from across Canada providing their input, giving suggestions, flagging issues. As I've said, if candidates during an election see things, Canadians are aware of things, having those mechanisms in place to really make this a Team Canada effort. Canadians want to know that they can be part of the solution, that they take it as seriously as we all do. So rather than fighting amongst each other for a gotcha moment, if we were actually to combine all of these tools at our disposal to tap in to what Canadians know, what candidates know, what political parties know. And that's where this amendment comes in. It's not just inviting the national campaign directors of each recognized party, of just two parties, but actually each recognized party. So that's also including the NDP and the Bloc. In that conversation, what are they seeing? What have they seen? What recommendations do they think we should put in place to combat this? And that's why I think it's so incredibly important that this be a Team Canada approach. Donc, quand je regarde le fait...
So, when I look at the fact that it's very clear with national campaign directors in 2019 and 2021 for all parties recognized at the House of Commons, and the representatives of parties that received an authorization, as I mentioned earlier, it's important to have the necessary security clearances to share information in a confidential manner. It's important to listen to parliamentarians at NSICOP, the rapporteur, this committee, PROC, perhaps the ethics committee. It's important to take all of that information and have recommendations in order to strengthen our systems.
What we heard in terms of what intelligence is. Intelligence isn't evidence. So we're going to take the pieces of those tools, and together the rapporteur will be able to provide feedback. And I don't doubt when we talk about intent and impact, I like to believe in the good of parliamentarians, that everyone wants to, the intent is in the right place. That we want to make sure that our systems are in place, that foreign state actors do not cast doubt, do not make Canadians turn on their democratic institutions. But we also have to be mindful in the way that we do it so that the impact does not amplify the anxiety that this issue can bring. And it is important for us as parliamentarians to be mindful of that impact. Sure, I could say, you know what, let's bring everything out in the open and we're just going to put everything out there, and not only will the government of China have access to information, but so will Russia, Iran, other state actors. I had the pleasure of serving on the National Defense Committee for my first mandate, and had the chance to go to NORAD and Winnipeg and be briefed on issues of national security when it comes to NORAD and NATO. And I can attest firsthand, and it wasn't classified briefings, Madam Chair, so I can speak to this. I can attest that these conversations are happening with our Five Eyes partners, that we need to trust that those who work in the field of intelligence gathering know what they're doing. I have full trust in the parliamentarians who sit on NSICOP. But as I've said before, when we talk about impact, my concerns are if we were to do something that were to put at risk the relationship with Five Eyes, that would put at risk those who work in the intelligence community. Who would want to work with Canada knowing that we were very cavalier with issues of national security? Who would want to join the Canadian Armed Forces and work in a domain where national security was not taken seriously? The impact of what we do may have unintended consequences. And so I don't think there is a cookie cutter response to this. I really don't. I think it will be a combination of tools in the toolkit. I think we will know in the next couple of days. In fact, I know we will know in the next couple of days who will be the special rapporteur. J'espère que
I hope that as soon as we know who it is, that we'll be able to continue this discussion in a respectful manner. That we'll be able to work together, but that we also keep in mind the importance of the impacts that our decisions can lead to. I hope that the members of this committee will continue to reflect on recommendations to see how we can improve our current system.
The work that NSICOP will do to complement any other actions that are taken, whether it be from the rapporteur's recommendations or from the panel or from SITE or from Elections Canada or for the Commissioner of Elections. As I'm saying, there are many actors around the table trying to find that common objective. So if, as I said earlier today, the common objective that we all claim we have, if that common objective is there, and it is about detecting, deterring, and countering foreign interference. There are many parliamentarians that have been here longer than me, many who may have worked in the field of police, intelligence gathering, international relations. We heard from MP Van den Belt earlier today, that have a wealth of expertise in that. And I really truly think that if we were to combine forces in terms of all of these actions that we can take and information that we can gather and recommendations that can come forward, I truly believe that we can come to some really great recommendations on a united front, because the reality is this is not going to diminish. Foreign interference or attempts at foreign interference will continue. We need to be proactive in this regard. We need to not fight amongst each other, because quite frankly, I'm sure if I was the People's Republic of China, I'd be giggling with glee right now, watching Canadian politicians and people fight about this rather than focusing on them. So with that, Madam Speaker, I know that there are quite a few people that would like to get some words in, but I do ask members to reflect on what Ms. Blaney said. Intention and impact, because I think those are two really important words, and we need to be mindful of that. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Housefather, I believe this is the first time you're speaking today. Can we just do a quick sound check? Let me know how your day's going. Tell me what you're up to.
Absolutely. I was in my riding today and was very happy to be part of a tribute to Mark Garneau, our former colleague who left the House last week. Is that coming across okay?
Out of this world. Excellent. Yes, we got the thumbs up. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Housefather.
Thank you. And I want to thank my dear friend, Ms. Romanado, for the last speech. She used the word secret handshake, and she broke from the French. And I was desperately trying to remember what secret handshake is in French. I think it's poignée de main secrète, mais j'imagine que notre collègue, Madame...
But I imagine that Ms. Gaudreau can correct me if I'm wrong.
D'être ici avec le comité.
It's an honor to be with Proc here today.
Often says the mighty Ogo when he opens up meetings of our committee. But I think I could just as easily say the mighty Proc, because the role that Proc plays is so important to everything done in the House of Commons. And this is definitely one of the most important discussions that Proc has. The question of how to avoid, how to remedy, how to stand up against foreign interference in Canadian elections. There is nothing more sacred to a democracy than knowing that each and every Canadian citizen over 18 who is qualified has the ability to vote, and they are the ones who make the decision as to who their 338 representatives in Parliament are. I think, as Ms. Romanado said, I also believe that parliamentarians can work together for the greater good. I've always believed that. I don't think that most issues should be partisan, and this is probably the farthest away issue from what should be partisan. And this is such an important job the committee is doing today, despite I know how frustrating it must be for people who have spent hour after hour listening to this debate. Because sometimes it feels you're talking past each other, but at the same point, you're figuring out where the role of Proc is going to be as a part of a greater effort to tackle foreign interference. NSICOP is no doubt going to play a part. And I was incredibly proud when our government introduced the NSICOP Committee of Parliamentarians after the 2015 election. It was one of the campaign promises I talked a lot about, because it's something that's being done and has been done for a very long time in the United States and in the UK, where politicians have top secret clearances and are truly able to have supervision over the intelligence services. There has to be political accountability for the intelligence community, not just of the executive branch, but of the legislative branch. And I know, having spoken to colleagues who have served on NSICOP, how valuable from all parties they feel that that work is. And I do believe that the mandate the Prime Minister has given NSICOP is incredibly important. I also look at the enhanced role given to the intelligence community, the question of how we deal with security of elections, and the elections task force that was set up to deal with threats to the 2019 and 2021 elections, and the fact that parties were briefed by that group when necessary. And I think that there's a lot that has been done, but there's still a lot more to do. And NSICOP will play a role, and no doubt Proc will play a role. The witnesses that have already come to Proc have made some important statements. And I think the amendment that is before the committee, the question of who to call as further witnesses, and I'll remind everyone that the amendment is to invite the 2019 and 2021 national campaign directors of each recognized party in the House of Commons and the security cleared party representatives to the Security and Intelligence Threats to Elections Task Force during the 2019 and 2021 federal elections to come testify before the committee. Et je crois que c'est très important d'apporter.
I believe that it's very important to hear from these witnesses. It's important to hear the representatives of all political parties in the House, not only representatives from the Liberals and the Conservative parties, but also representatives for the Bloc and the NDP. They should be able to come to the committee and share what they heard and make recommendations on how to improve the system. Perhaps that these candidates should be informed that issues were raised.
A lot that everybody here wants to do and accomplish when it comes to election interference. And again, I believe that all parties want to see the greater good being done. And sometimes it's too bad that these debates go on because often discussion between the parties outside of the cameras would be more beneficial to try to arrive at a solution where there is disagreement. But I do want to plead with my colleagues when it comes to this issue on 2 points that I think are really important that my colleague Ms. Sachs previously raised. The first is the question of Canadians deserve to be able to believe in their election system. That doesn't mean that we don't take the threat of foreign interference seriously. That doesn't mean that we speak down about the threat that exists and that we know exists and that has existed not only in the last couple of elections, but for many, many, many elections and many, many cycles, not only from China, but from Russia, from Iran, and from other foreign actors. But what we cannot do is make this into a political circus that causes Canadians to not believe in the fairness of their political system. We have all seen what's happened in the United States. We have all seen how one discredited former president has been able to convince millions and millions of Americans, indeed, the majority of people who support his party, that he won the 2020 election, that he lost by almost 10 million votes and by, over 70 votes in the Electoral College. We have all heard of all the court cases that were brought in the United States, absurd claims that voting machines from Dominion changed votes from Trump to Biden. Claims that this company was somehow being developed their applications in Chavez's Venezuela when nothing could be further from the truth. Allegations that somehow the machine didn't count ballots if they were made out to Trump. Allegations that people in Atlanta were stuffing ballots and only counting Biden ballots. Allegations that somehow something went wrong because ballots were being counted after 11 p.m. or midnight election night. Allegations that mail-in ballots, which by the way were almost a totality of ballots in certain states that have gone to mail-in voting, many of which previously favored Republicans, somehow were defective, somehow were tampered with. And it means that the words of politicians matter. And we have to take this seriously and not overstate certain things. We have a right to be concerned. We have a right to fight for integrity of elections, but we can't overstate facts to make Canadians believe that elections weren't fair or free or that their votes didn't count. No evidence has come forward that allows people to make these general absolute claims. And again, as what we saw in the United States, when certain politicians make these claims, no matter how absurd they seem on their face, right? We all knew that the Democrats would use mail-in ballots more than the Republicans in the 2020 election. We knew it because all polls showed the Democratic voters were more concerned about COVID, and all polls showed that Republicans were heavily influenced by Trump, telling them not to vote mail-in. So we knew in those states where the election day ballots were counted first, a Trump lead would gradually go down because the Democratic mail-in ballots and absentee ballots would be counted after the fact, such as Pennsylvania, such as Michigan, and then such as Georgia. And then we know that in other states where they counted the mail-in ballots before Election Day, like Ohio, a Biden lead would eventually turn into Trump votes from Election Day coming in and surpassing it. There was nothing that was unpredictable about this. What was scary is that one man's belief that he had a right to tell everybody who won the election with no evidence got into so many people's minds that they distrust the system. They distrust mail-in voting. And as a result, there's a lack of confidence in a system that is one of the fairest and freest systems in the entire world. Whatever we think about, the United States, it is one of the strongest democracies in the world. Its constitution was even able to overcome an insurrection on January 6, 2021. And it is our closest ally, and we need to hope and pray for them that Americans believe in their election system, which is fair and free, in the same way we want Canadians to continue to believe in our election system, which is fair and free, which is why the work that PROC is doing here is so important in order to make sure that we look at election interference while maintaining the confidence of Canadians in the integrity of our elections. I also wanted to talk a little bit, and this is sort of the idea that I believe the members of this committee, the permanent members, the people who are permanent members of PROC, and those who are replacing them can actually come together and arrive at a motion, whether taking this amendment or sub-amending this amendment, that everybody can agree to. And I want to give you an example of how politicians came together to support me on what was perhaps one of my worst days in Parliament, and it dealt with an issue like this one. One day, a few years ago, I believe it was 2017, I was accused, along with my colleague Michael Levitt, who used to represent York Centre, by a man who eventually ran for the leadership of the Green Party and came second. I will not do him the credit of mentioning his name, who accused me of double loyalty and Michael Levitt of double loyalty, saying that we were more loyal to Israel than we were to Canada. There was no basis for this claim other than the fact that I support the state of Israel and Michael Levitt supported the state of Israel. But it led to a flood of threats and nasty messages that I received and my staff received that were hurtful, that were demeaning, and that made me feel like nothing, like I didn't deserve to exist. And I fought back. I went back on social media and reminded everybody that this is a little bit crazy. I was born in Canada. I'm only a Canadian citizen. I've never lived anywhere else in my life. My parents were born in Canada. They were Canadian citizens. They never lived anywhere else in their life. My grandparents were born in Canada. They were Canadian citizens. They never lived anywhere else. My family has been in Canada since the 19th century. I've never lived in Israel. I've never been a citizen of Israel. Like, the idea is so far-fetched and with no basis, yet people believed it because it was said on social media. And we have to be so careful here not to accuse Canadians of double loyalty, because it is offensive to not only the elected officials who serve Canada in Parliament, no matter whether they're dual citizens or single citizens or they were born somewhere else or born like me here in Canada, but it hurts many, many Canadians who identify with those ethnic groups that are being singled out in that way. And what happened at the time? Every leader of every party jumped in and stood up and supported me and Michael Levitt. Not only did the Prime Minister do it, but Andrew Scheer did it, the Conservative leader, Jagmeet Singh did it, the NDP leader, and Elizabeth May, the Green leader, did it as well. They all jumped in. It's Bloc Québécois, mon ami de Drummond, lui aussi, il a entré dans le débat aussi pour me défendre.
And in fact, my colleague defended me as well.
When that happened, because it showed that across political parties, Canadians and their leaders did not feel that such an allegation of dual loyalty was part of Canada's tradition, was part of Canada's politics, was any part of what any politician should go through in a democracy. And so I plead with everybody as we go through this debate, and there's going to be a lot of discussions about China and Iran and other countries, that we make very clear that citizens of Canada who come from those countries are not the ones that we are targeting when we talk about foreign governments meddling in elections. There cannot be one broad brush on any community, and we've got to be very, very careful about that, because there's nothing that makes you feel less Canadian than when you're targeted in that way. And so my colleague, Ms. Sachs, dealt with it very eloquently, but I thought I would simply add a little bit about the personal experience that I myself had, and the fear that I have that this debate cannot disintegrate into blaming different cultural communities that live in this country who often feel stigmatized and vilified. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Am I supposed to stop? I see your microphone went on somewhere.
Nope, you're great. Keep going.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. By the way, you're doing an incredible job chairing this committee. I've been watching this on TV, and I just have to say that you have infinite patience, and I'm very, very impressed. And obviously, I want to say the same about many of my colleagues here today. Ms. Blaney, I've seen infinite patience from her as well, and I've seen infinite patience from all of the members. So thank you for that. So coming back to the question of who should this committee call as witnesses, I do believe it is important to hear from the national campaign directors. The national campaign directors of each party have more knowledge about the election in each individual of the 338 Canadian ridings of anyone.
Sorry, Mr. Housefather, just because we have the opportunity now, would you like to move your boom just a little bit lower?
Absolutely. Is this better, Madam Chair?
Is that better? A little bit lower still?
Is this better, Madam Chair?
That is much better. There is so much excitement with what you're saying that we might want you to start all over, but I'm kidding. You continue. Thank you, Mr. Housefather.
Peut-être je peux juste le répéter.
Maybe I can just repeat that in French, Madam Chair.
So the national campaign directors of each party, they're the ones that hear back from the candidates and the organizers across the country. They take into account what they're hearing, especially about unusual facts that they're hearing on the ground in different ridings. And those people would come to the committee, I believe, with a wealth of knowledge about where the committee might want to look and what the committee might want to look at in investigating foreign interference. Right now, we're talking about potential financial foreign interference, passing in money through intermediaries or directly. The question of whether or not nominations need to be governed by Elections Canada, because these national campaign chairs would probably have opinions on that. And I think their participation, and again, je crois que c'est très important.
I think that it is very important to hear not only from representatives of the Liberal and Conservative parties, but also from the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, because I think that everybody will have a perspective on the issues that is quite interesting.
The party's representatives to the security intelligence threats to the elections task force before committee. Again, these were the people who were given security clearance. These were the people that were told that they had a job to interface with the threats to the elections task force. And I think, again, they would share the perspective of how they were communicated with, where they felt they should have been communicated with at an earlier time, what the thresholds they think should be for that type of communication, and maybe those thresholds, as we saw in the report that we recently received from the retired civil servant, were not at the right levels. There were a lot of good recommendations, I do think, in that report that, you know, maybe these people would be able to add on to if they come before the PROC committee and are given the opportunity to share their recommendations. And I do believe, again, it's valuable to receive that perspective from each and every one of the different committees, parties, not just two of the four recognized parties in the House of Commons. And finally, Madam Chair, as I wind up my remarks, I think that the main issue here, again, is there's a lot of different multifaceted ways we need to deal with election interference. Election interference will not be countered by only one intelligence service, by only one way of going about it. I strongly support the foreign lobbyist registry that now is being consulted on through Public Safety and Minister Mendicino. I strongly support NSICOP looking into the threats that we faced in 2019 and 2021 and making recommendations. I strongly believe that we need to continue to have a nonpartisan group of civil servants that warn politicians. We probably need to have better ability for all people running in elections to be warned by either Elections Canada or by CSIS as to what the threats they may face in an election campaign would be. And all of these things are looking forward. And I think that the main thing that I would leave the committee with is I think we need to look forward as to how we improve on what is there now and try to do it in a way that each and every one of us from all parties can agree upon and feel that we're adding to something by doing that. Et je suis très confiant.
I'm very confident that the group of parliamentarians that represents all the political parties that are very good colleagues. I respect all of them. I'm sure that they can work harmoniously. Thank you again, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Housefather. I appreciate those comments. I do have a speaking list that has grown all of a sudden really quickly. So I'm going to suspend this meeting and we will continue with this discussion hopefully on Tuesday. But if anything else changes, I will let you know. But thank you for your time. Keep well and safe. To all the supporting staff, we appreciate your service. Have a good day.